There is a rectangle of weeds in the eastern district of Shanghai that costs me 4,200 yuan a month, and I go and look at it on my lunch break like an idiot visiting a grave. 2 years, 24 payments, no foundation, not a hole, not a trench, not a stake in the ground with a ribbon on it. Weeds up to my knee and a sign with an artist's rendering on it, and in the rendering there are children playing and a woman watering a plant on a balcony that does not exist and will never exist, and behind them the sky is a color the sky over Shanghai has not been since the invention of the truck. I am standing there with a rice box in one hand doing what I do every few weeks, which is checking whether anything has happened to my apartment. Nothing has happened to my apartment. Then a bell rings. Not a phone, not a temple. It comes down out of the sky the way weather comes down, and it goes through my chest and out the other side, and every car on that road stops at the same time, and I look up and so does every single person in a city of 26 million. Congratulations, humans of Blue Star. The voice is polite. That is the part I remember. It has the tone of an airline telling you about the emergency exits. The Cosmic Lord Academy is holding its first admission trial in this star domain. Anyone with a qualified root bone, sufficient talent, and a willingness to participate in a life or death trial may enter the trial space for assessment. Those who pass will study at the Academy, receive a Lord's certificate, and be granted a territory by the Cosmic Alliance. A column of light comes down through the layer of atmosphere that has been slowly killing me since I moved here, and it breaks apart into needles, and one of them goes into my forehead. Ding. Congratulations. Your root bone talent is qualified. Do you wish to participate in the life or death trial? Please choose before the countdown ends. Withdrawal or failure to choose will be treated as withdrawal. 10, 9. People have asked me a lot about what I did with those 10 seconds. The honest answer is embarrassing. I did the math on the mortgage. 8, 7. 30 years left, 360 payments, and in exchange for those payments, I get a rendering of a woman watering a plant. 6, 5. The voice never once said what happens if you fail. It said life or death trial, which is the kind of phrase that does not require a footnote. 4, 3. I am 27. I am an orphan. There is nobody who would have to bury me. That last one is not a sad thought, it is a logistical one, and it is the one that decided it. 2. Yes, I say to a field of weeds. I volunteer. And the weight goes off me all at once, the whole 30 years of it, and I actually laugh out loud in an empty lot with a rice box in my hand, and then the ground stops being under my feet. 6 minutes after that, I am standing in front of 10 sealed golden boxes that no living creature in this universe is supposed to be able to see into. 214,000 people are about to guess. I am going to read the price tags, and one of those 10 tags says Super Divine Rank. Now, before the sky opened, there is a question I want to get out of the way, because it is the first thing everybody asks, and it deserves a straight answer. The rules said you can quit anytime from your own island. You walk back through the door and you keep whatever cultivation technique is in your memory. You just cannot take objects out. So why not go in, grab a technique, and come home and be the strongest man in Shanghai? Because you would be the strongest man in Shanghai, still on the 9th floor. And in 8 years, when the Alliance finishes moving in and there are real lords with real star systems handing out real territory, you would be a very fit man with a paid-off apartment explaining to your grandchildren that you were there on the day and you took the small thing and you came home. Anyway, that is what I told myself. The other reason is that I had never in my life been offered anything, and somebody had just offered me a star system, and I was not going to haggle. I go up with about 200,000 other people all over the planet, hanging over the surface like a school of fish that has stopped understanding the ocean. And while we hang there, the voice reads out the rules, and the fourth one matters most. Everything after this depends on it. Rule 1. 3 stages of assessment. The first is survival. Pass it, and you go to the first level branch of the Academy, and when you graduate, you are a 1-star Star Lord, and your territory is a complete star system with at least one habitable planet in it. I am not proud of the sound I made. A star system. I had been fighting a bank over 80 square meters. Rule 2. There is a live stream. Every intelligent species in the star domain can watch. You choose whether to broadcast, when, and for how long. During the broadcast, you can take tips, take bets, take sponsorships, sell goods. All of it settles after the assessment and becomes your startup capital. Anyone who tips you goes on your fan list, and the fan list is the list of people who want to live in your country later. I decided immediately that I would not be streaming. I want you to remember that I decided that. Rule 3. The trial space has islands. Ranger Island, where you hire officials. Military Camp Island, where you get soldiers. Money Island, which has shops. Wild Resource Islands, Mist Islands, full of opportunity and extremely dangerous. Pirate Islands, which are exactly what they sound like. And Zirang Island, which can be fused into your own island to make it bigger. Also, your floating island is not scenery. It is the capital of your future territory. Build it like you mean it. Rule 4. Participants with a divine grade root bone are seeded and get 1 unlimited draw. Participants with a god level innate divine ability get 1 unlimited draw. Everybody else gets 1 beginner draw, and the beginner draw caps out at rank 1 high grade. Rule 5. You may quit from your own island at any time. And then at the end, in the same polite airline voice, finally, remember one thing. In the trial space, strength is supreme, and there are no taboos. The sky closes. I am standing on a rock. It is maybe 100 meters across, floating in nothing, and the nothing has stars in it, and the stars are wrong. There is a wooden hut in the middle. There is nothing else. Not a tree, not a bush, not a puddle. Beyond the edge of the rock is a drop with no bottom, and looking at it too long makes something in the base of my skull start filing paperwork. I pinch my own thigh, hard. It hurts, which settles that. A voice congratulates me on passing the initial selection criteria and becoming a level 1 floating island owner. 10,010. I am going to be honest, the phone company joke occurred to me even then. Ding, activating god-level innate divine ability, Eye of Insight. I stop breathing. Ding, congratulations. Trial participant number 10,010 of Blue Star. You possess a divine grade root bone and a god-level innate divine ability. You are a rare double seed participant and have been granted 2 unlimited draw opportunities. Both. I got both. 20 minutes earlier, I had been assessing a weed. I did not have a lucky life. I did not have an unlucky life either. I had the kind of life where the universe does not know your name and has no plans regarding you. And then it read my name off a list twice in a row. Begin your first unlimited draw. Please choose one of the 10 treasure chests below. 10 golden boxes appear in the air in front of me, and my face falls because there is no writing on them. They are boxes. Identical, closed, sitting there, and there are 10 of them, and an unlimited draw is only unlimited in the sense that the ceiling is off. It is still a coin flip with 10 sides, and if I pull a bag of rice out of a god-tier lottery, I am going to have to live with that. Then my forehead itches, right between the eyebrows, the way it itches when a mosquito has made a decision about you. I rub it, annoyed, and when I take my hand away, I can see inside all 10 boxes at the same time, not through them, into them, with little tags. Name, Zhuge repeating crossbow. Rank 1, high grade. Oh, I say, out loud, to an empty rock in the middle of the void. Oh, that's cheating. Let me be precise about this thing, because it is the whole story, and I would rather you had the real version than the version the internet built later. The Eye of Insight sees through concealment inside a certain radius and identifies what it is looking at. On day 1, that radius was 10 meters and the duration was 2 minutes. 2 minutes. That is what people never got. They pictured omniscience. It was a flashlight with a battery in it, and when the battery ran out, something drove a nail into the front of my skull, and I could not use it again until it filled back up. 10 meters is the distance across a small living room. If a wolf is standing 11 meters away in a fog, the greatest divine ability of the age has nothing to tell you about the wolf. But right now, the boxes are 2 meters away, and I have 2 minutes, and I am about to spend them very carefully. Box 1, the crossbow. Rank 1, high grade. A genuinely good early weapon, and I skip it, because if the top of an unlimited draw is a rank 1 weapon, then the word unlimited is a marketing decision, and I do not believe the Academy is that cheap. Box 2, water. Skip. If I cannot find water in a survival trial, then the trial is not a trial, it is a joke with a long setup. Box 3, Blazing Sun Sword Manual. Rank 10. A fire cultivation technique that goes all the way to the semi-god realm and comes with 9 sword forms and a secret art. And I nearly say it, I nearly point, my breathing changes and my hand comes halfway up, because I have been in this universe for 4 minutes and something is offering me the road to godhood in a box. I make myself keep scrolling. That took more out of me than the rest of the day. Box 9. Name, 9 Revolutions, Divine Demon Art. Rank, Super Divine Rank. Description, none. That is the entire entry. Rank, above divine. Description, none. Somebody wrote this catalog, got to entry 9, and gave up. That one, I say. The 9th one. The voice congratulates me on obtaining a super divine rank cultivation technique. A black and white jade disc, shaped like the fish in the yin-yang, comes out of the box and goes into my forehead. It does not hurt. It settles somewhere behind my eyes like a coin dropping into a machine. Begin your second unlimited draw. 10 more boxes. I have maybe 40 seconds of battery left, and this time I do not browse. Box 1. Name, Myriad Beast Tower. Rank, 9-star Divine Artifact. Description, 5 functions. Trap, defend, devour, suppress, guard, traps enemies, controls beasts, devours all spirits, suppresses all beasts, placed above the head, defends against attacks exceeding one greater realm. I check the other 9 anyway, fast, because I have exactly one rule in this life, and it is that I check. The best of the rest is a 9th tier blade, that one. A 9-story pagoda, the color of blood jade, carved all over with animals, goes into my head after the disc. And then the pain arrives between my eyebrows like somebody pushing a thumbtack in from the inside, and the world goes flat and stupid, and the tags disappear off everything. 2 minutes. On the nose. I stand there with my hands on my knees in the dark on a rock in the void, and I have a super divine cultivation technique and a 9-star divine artifact and absolutely nothing to eat. Then the assignment arrives, and it is short. Level 1. Survival challenge. Survive 10 cosmic days in the trial space. No methods are restricted. Note 1. 1 cosmic day is approximately equal to 16.8 blue star days. I do that arithmetic twice. 168 days, half a year. 10 days that are each 2.5 weeks long. Note 2. Gravity in the trial space is universe standard, 1.32 times that of blue star. Note 3. The first cosmic day is a newbie protection period. Gravity is matched to your home civilization, and wild floating islands cannot attack participants. So I have 16 days of soft mode, and then the weight of the world goes up by 1/3, and things start coming for me. Something on the island wakes up. Auxiliary intelligence, the voice calls it. Also, there is one more beginner draw, because I am apparently a seeded player who still qualifies for the seeded player's consolation prize, and this time, I take my time. The battery is dead, but I got a good look at that first list before it died, and I remember exactly one thing on it. The 6th one. Rank 1, high grade, says the voice. Juge, repeating crossbow. It lands in my hands. Wood and black iron, heavier than it looks, with a magazine on top and a quiver on the strap and 30 triangular bolts in it. Maximum range 3,000 meters. Effective kill distance 600. 10 shots without reloading. 600 meters. From a crossbow. I have fired exactly one thing in my life, and it was a water pistol at a company outing in 2019. Above the wooden hut, a countdown lights up in blood red. 9 cosmic days, 16 blue star days, 19 hours, 11 minutes, 59 seconds. And somewhere behind me, on the horizon that should not have a horizon, a line of dawn comes up over nothing at all, and the dark drains out of the void, and 3 other islands appear out of it, hanging there in the middle distance like furniture in a room somebody just turned the lights on in. I push open the door of the hut, 10 square meters, a wooden bed, a wooden table, a wooden stool. On the table, 2 pieces of flint. That is my house. That is my entire capital city. I sit on the bed, and it is exactly as hard as it looks, and I say out loud, "Auxiliary intelligence, are you there?" Something goes off in the air like a firework the size of a thumb, and a green sprite the size of my palm appears in front of my face and does a somersault. Blue star number 10,010 Island Spirit, at your service. Right. I can check the master's attributes, access the regional channel, control the floating island, scan the outside world with radar and issue warnings, answer questions within my authority, and keep the master company on lonely nights. I look at her. There's a lot more, she says. In short, I'm very useful. The attribute panel she opens for me is a piece of blue glass hanging in the air. I will give you the parts that mattered and skip the rest. I have watched people read these out loud on a stream. It is like listening to a man read his own bank statement. Realm. Elementary apprentice, which is the polite way of saying nothing. Strength, 0. And underneath, the definition, a standard horse stance, under standard universe gravity, holding weight overhead with both arms for 30 minutes. I try the stance right there in the hut, under Earth gravity, with no weight and no arms up. 2.5 minutes. My thighs start screaming at 90 seconds, and my whole opinion of myself is revised downward by the end of it. Root bone, divine grade, 12 ranks in the system, unranked at the bottom, divine at the top, and the minimum to be selected at all was rank 4. In theory, only a divine grade root bone can reach the god realm. Talent, divine rank, eye of insight, 10 meters, 2 minutes, portable space, 1 cubic meter, contents, 1 crossbow, floating island, level 1, area 10,000 square meters, maximum 1 square kilometer, radar 100 meters, maximum 1,000, speed 10 kilometers an hour, maximum 100, attack, none, defense, none. Islanders, none out of 30. Resources, none out of 2. Every single line has a slash in it, and every number on the left of the slash is the smallest number the line can hold. Then I open the technique, and this is where I stop feeling clever. The 9 Revolutions Divine Demon Art has 4 parts, and I can see one of them. The first part has 9 levels and 10 tiers, and I can read level 1. Level 1 takes me through the first two realms, body tempering and chi refining, and it is very specific about what that costs. Body tempering has 9 levels. Levels 1 to 3, you add 200 kilograms of strength each, 600 kilos, and you hit a bottleneck. Break the bottleneck, and levels 4 to 6 add 3,000 each, up to 9,600, and there is the second wall. Break that, and levels 7 to 9 add 40,000 each, 129,600 kilograms of strength to finish the first realm. Right now, I have 0. My personal record is standing still for 2.5 minutes, and this is the first realm. There is a second one on the same page, so I have 2 options, I say to the sprite, who is now sitting on the table with her legs crossed. I take the crossbow and I go rob that island over there, or I sit here and cultivate. Look, I know what the answer is supposed to be. Everybody who has watched a recap in their life knows the answer is supposed to be go, move, first blood, first kill bonus. Later, I found out there was a first kill reward, and it was worth more than everything I made that afternoon, and I had missed it by 3 hours, and I have never fully forgiven myself. But I had been in this universe for under an hour, and the thing I could actually feel was that the gravity was about to go up by 1/3, and I could not hold a squat. I close my eyes and go down into that space behind my eyes where the disc is. 1 toe lands, 4 toes fly. The heavenly gate opens, the earthly gate closes. The crimson dragon descends upon the void, sprinkling jade liquid. Empty heart, full belly, Khan and Lee reversed. It is nonsense. It is complete nonsense. And 3 minutes in, my breathing finds a shape I did not put it in, and something in my chest starts turning over like an engine catching, and the hut goes away. While I am doing that, my species is losing its mind. I only saw the archive of it later, but the whole planet went off at once. Every message board, every stream, every group chat. 214,000 people had gone up and everybody else had not, and about 1/3 of the ones who had not were people who had been offered the choice and hesitated through the countdown. Why did I hesitate? Why? I could have been a floating island owner. Heaven, you're so unfair. Because you were afraid of dying. That reply got 40,000 likes in 9 minutes, which tells you exactly how much sympathy was available that day. They worked out the root bone thing in about an hour. Everybody comparing grades, everybody discovering there were grades. A man posts that he only got rank 1 and he's the lowest there is, and 11 minutes later somebody posts that he got no grade at all, and the entire internet of a planet stops to look at him. Scarcity makes things valuable, somebody says. Maybe no grade means no upper limit. It does not. No grade means you are permanently stuck at the 3rd level of body tempering. I am sorry. He was a nice man in the comments, and I hope somebody bought him a drink. In a base outside Beijing, an old man in a military uniform asks how many went up and how many were ours. 214,118 worldwide, sir. The numbering is grouped by country. Ours run from 1 to 44,607. 20.83%, says a man named Wang Lei, who is about to spend 6 months of his life watching me and who at this point does not know I exist. Above our share of world population. The old man smiles, which the people in that room tell me was not a common event. Good news, he says. Monitor every stream, every one of ours especially. Build an assessment file on each participant, find the promising ones, and put a team on them. Meanwhile, I am standing in a hut with my eyes shut like a man waiting for a bus. I come out of it with a noise I did not authorize, halfway between a groan and a sigh, and the first thing I notice is that I am not tired. The second thing I notice is that I am ravenous. The third thing I notice, when I lift my shirt to scratch, is that I have abdominal muscles. I have not had those since 2021. Cultivation burns energy and body fat is stored energy, and apparently that first session took every gram I had been carrying around since the promotion that came with the free canteen. My body has been reset to whatever the factory thought I was supposed to look like. My stomach makes a noise like a drain. It's true what they say, I tell nobody. The poor study literature and the rich study martial arts. I step outside and look up. 9 cosmic days, 16 blue star days, 16 hours, 23 minutes, 3 hours. I was in there for 3 hours and it felt like 11 minutes. The panel says, Realm, Body Forging Realm, First Level, Early Stage, Strength, 5.6 kilograms, 5.6, from 0. From an elementary apprentice to the first level of the first realm in one sitting, skipping 2 minor stages on the way, and the panel does not even mark it as unusual. And under martial skills, which said none this morning, there are now 3 lines. Heavenly Stream Divine Finger, 9 Heavens Profound Origin Spear, Galaxy Within Arm's Reach, Level 1, Not Yet Mastered, all 3. Even the garbage cultivation techniques come with a martial skill. Of course the super divine one does, it just did not think it was worth mentioning at the door. Also, the Eye of Insight has quietly moved. 30 meters now, 5 minutes. It grows, the flashlight grows with me. I file that thought somewhere very safe and go find something to eat. Island Spirit. How do I move this island? The island owner chooses a direction and I take us there. I point at the nearest of the three shapes hanging in the void. That one. How long? 14 minutes and 36 seconds. Full speed. Stop 100 meters short. 100 meters, because that is exactly how far the radar sees, and I would like to know what is on a thing before I stand on it. Yes, master. The island moves. There is no engine noise and no wind, and the sensation is closer to a lift than a boat, and while it crosses, I have 14 minutes with nothing to do, so I ask her to open the regional channel. It is a wall of text scrolling in the air, and the useful part is in the top right corner. Blue Star Region 11, 989 out of 1,000. 3 hours. 11 of the 1,000 people in my region are already gone, dead, or they walked out, probably both. The rest of the channel is people, just people, in the dark, on rocks, talking. There are beasts on the wild islands. Not just animals, vicious beasts. If it's an elementary beast, you can handle it. If it's a vicious beast, run. I looked at one from a distance and nearly died of the looking. I got a rank 1 high-grade cultivation technique. Cultivate it to the limit, and you get 129,000 kilos of strength. Can you believe that? But I can't hold the stance for 1 minute. Can any expert give me some guidance? Is the guy upstairs bragging? I got rank 1 low grade. Does anyone know what the 3 conditions were? The voice said 3. Root bone, talent, and something to do with the 10 seconds. You got 2. Root bone and talent are the same thing, they set your ceiling. The second one is decisiveness. That's the 10-second countdown. I asked my island spirit, and it said decisiveness is a basic quality of a lord, and the whole intake was rushed on purpose. It was a stress test. I sit down on the edge of my island with my legs hanging over an infinite drop, and I think about a man standing in a field of weeds with a rice box, saying yes with 2 seconds left. They ran a stress test on us, and did not tell us it was 1, and I passed it by being tired of my life. There's a third condition, and it's subtle, the same person types. Age. 1 to 3 universe years. A universe year is 360 cosmic days. Do the math yourselves. 16.57 to 49.71. Somebody answers in about 4 seconds. Young and middle-aged. Of course, they are not buying soldiers. They are buying potential. Then somebody asks about Money Island, and my ears go up. Money Island moves. Its position is not fixed, and finding it takes a certain opportunity, my island spirit says when I ask her. But from the outside, it is always golden and can be seen from 500 kilometers away. It is very easy to identify. Keep an eye out. If we ever see it, tell me immediately. If I'm cultivating, follow it at a distance until I'm done. Yes, Island Lord. Then the wild island comes into radar range and the sprite's voice changes register. Master, this is a Tier 1 resource type wild floating island, area 2.5 square kilometers. Main resources, pine, green-eyed snake, snake blood grass, chicken blood rice, red-tailed chicken. I stand up. Can you tell me ranks and numbers? No, unless the radar can cover the whole island. But I have images. 5 pictures come up in the air. A pine tree. A green snake with eyes like traffic lights. A red and green herb. A field of rice that is not rice-colored. And a chicken, which is not a chicken, because chickens do not come up to your sternum. The layout, from 100 meters off. Dense forest on 3 sides, so thick you can only see the outside of it. 1 clear side, and on that side, 5 or 6 acres of rice growing blood red, split down the middle by a stream, and a few of the big roosters walking around at the edge of it with their heads down. There is food, and there is water, and there is firewood on that rock, and I have neither, and there is nothing on my rock but a hut and a countdown. Master, says the island spirit, would you like to start a live stream? For a first hunt, the Dark Plane Network platform usually provides some support. Now, I told you I had decided not to stream. That matters because of everything that happened afterward. I had a very clear position on it. I have a face I would rather not put in front of 200 billion strangers. I had spent the last 3 years learning to be as small as possible in public, and privacy is the last thing a man with no money owns. And then she said, support, and I thought about a man with a hut and no dinner, and I said, okay, start the stream. 600 kilometers away, and 1 dimension over, in an office building in Shanghai, a man named Li Wenhao is watching a different stream at his desk, with his phone tucked behind a monitor, and a notification comes up recommending a new one. There are 3 reasons the platform pushes a room at you. Something spectacular is happening. It is somebody's first hunt. Or it is somebody you know. He taps it because he is bored, and then he stands straight up out of his chair, and every head in that office turns. That's Li Wei, he says, not quietly. Who? Li Wei. From accounts. He went to the toilet at 11 and never came back. I thought he'd fallen in. That's not possible. What's his room number? Let me look, somebody says, and Li Wenhao reads it off the corner of the screen. Blue Star 10,010. Holy crap, he got in? Lao Li got in? What's in his hand? Is that a crossbow? The manager comes out of the small office and tells everybody to get back to work, and they all scatter like mice, and then he goes back into the small office and opens the stream on his own phone and mutters, "This kid is lucky." I do not know any of this. What I know is that there is a bird sitting in a shallow pit about 180 meters away with its back to me, doing something I choose to believe is laying an egg. Island Spirit, if I shoot from here, will it reach? The range is sufficient. The key lies in the master's accuracy. Thank you. Very helpful. I put 10 bolts in the magazine one at a time, which takes longer than it sounds, and which I would get very good at very fast, and I raise the crossbow, and I put my eye down the line of it, and my forehead itches. And the bird comes forward. Not physically. It is 180 meters away, and it does not move, and it fills my vision, like somebody has picked up the world and slid it toward me until the chicken is standing at conversational distance. I can count the feathers on its tail. 3 of them are red. I adjust half a degree and pull. The bolt goes out across the gap between 2 islands with a sound like fabric tearing, and the chicken senses it at the last possible second and turns its head to see what the fuss is, and its expression changes, and it gets its legs under it, and it is far too late. It goes through the chest and into the ground and pins the bird there. 3 seconds of very undignified flapping, and then nothing. Coins come out of the body, actual coins, and a dagger, floating 30 centimeters over the corpse in a soft light, exactly the way loot does in a game, which is the single most disorienting thing that has happened to me so far, and there is a lot of competition. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully hunted 1 advanced beast, red-tailed chicken. Reward, 25 mortal rank points, then another 250 for completing a first hunt, and 1 first order point for being the 10th successful participant in Blue Star Region 11. 10th. 3 hours of sitting in a hut cost me 9th, 8th, 7th, and all the way up to a first kill bonus that was worth 1,000. I did not know that yet. What I knew was that the itch in my forehead had happened by itself without me asking, at the exact moment I aimed. I put that thought in the same very safe place as the other one because I was on camera, and I turned and picked out a second chicken. 7 bolts, 7 chickens, every one of them through the body. That was not what it looked like. It was not skill. I have never held a bow. It was a man pointing a machine at an animal that had been made enormous and slow, while something behind his eyes told him exactly where to put the line. The viewer count in the corner of a screen I was not looking at went from 4 digits to 6 to 7. That's at least 100 meters, maybe 200, and he hit it with 1 bolt. Li Wei's got some shooting ability. Probably a fluke. Luck is part of strength. And look how fast he pulled. That's a confident man. Seed player. Let's see him do it twice. He did it twice. And then 5 more times, and the comment about doing it twice is still visible on the screen while it happens, which is the kind of thing that makes an audience. In Beijing, a young analyst named Yang Mei gets handed a room number and a file and told to build a profile on the person in it, and she reports up the chain within the hour that this one is probably top 20 in the country. Have you found his personal information? Li Wei, 27, orphan. Based on what we have, he has never in his life had access to a crossbow, which is very strange. We think he may have activated a talent related to shooting, something like an eagle eye. It's the only thing that explains it. Put more people on it. I want more. I am eating none of this. I am standing on the edge of my island watching 14 more chickens come out of the tree line, and the one in front is the size of a bison. Also, a bell goes off in my head. Ding. Feng Qingyang has tipped 10 gold coins. And immediately behind it, from the same man, a bet of 2,000 gold coins that I will pass the first assessment. I had turned the comment feed off because I did not want a wall of text over a live animal. I had not turned the tip sound off because I did not think anyone would tip. The minimum tip is 1 gold coin. 1 gold coin is 50 grams of gold. On Blue Star, that afternoon, that was about 50,000 yuan. Somebody had just handed a stranger 50,000 yuan for shooting a chicken and then put 100 kilograms of gold on him, surviving 6 months. I have never been a streamer, but I have seen pigs run even if I have not eaten pork. I cup my hands and bow to an empty sky. Thank you for your support, boss Feng Qingyang. I'll work hard. Your bet won't go down the drain. Then Adusa, 1 gold coin. Then somebody called Musk, 10. Then the bell stops being an event and becomes a noise. That's 500,000 yuan in tips in 1 minute. They're really rich. The point of tipping is the fan list. Rich people are casting a wide net. If you have money, tip everybody and you'll get an invitation from somebody eventually. Those of us without money have to keep our eyes open. Is that Feng Qingyang the Feng Qingyang? Same handle? That kind of money? Who else would it be? I turn the sound off too, and I apologize to the void, and I go to work, because there are 14 very angry birds walking toward me, and the lead one has 4 red feathers instead of 3. 4 feathers means vicious beast. Tier 1, Star 1. That is the floor of the ladder that ends in things that can crack a planet, and it is currently coming at me at the speed of a horse. Island Spirit, back us off. My island slides back and the gap opens and the chickens hit the edge of theirs and stop because they cannot fly and the drop has no bottom. I put 3 bolts into the big one. The first one it blocks with a wing. There is a metallic clang and sparks come off, which is a thing I will now have to think about for the rest of my life, and the bolt goes off at an angle and takes a couple of feathers with it. The second one goes into the belly it just opened up by blocking with a wing. The third one goes through the chicken that runs in to help, and then into the big one behind it, and pins them both to the ground in a line. Then I go through the rest of the magazine on the crowd, and I get 7, and I stop, and the survivors stand at the edge of the island screaming at me. I cannot understand chicken, but there is a register of screaming that translates. They cannot reach me. The drop is 100 meters wide. I stand there reloading with a completely blank face, and when I lift the crossbow again, every single one of them turns and runs for the trees, and the last one is still 40 meters short of cover when I take it. I bring the island back in. The big one is not dead. It is making a small noise every few seconds, the kind you have to lean in to hear. I'll help you out, I tell it, and put a bolt through its head. 1 first order point for the kill, 50 for being the second man in my region to take a tier 1 vicious beast, 100 for being the 10th on the entire planet, second in the region, 10th on the planet, and there is a planet-wide first kill board that nobody had mentioned and that I will never see the top of. I stopped being annoyed about the 3 hours around then because the numbers on the panel started moving and I understood what points were for. Points are for the lottery. Mortal rank points draw mortal rank prizes. First order points draw first order prizes. 1,000 points is 1 draw. You cannot convert up, only down at 100 to 1. And the island spirit, when I asked, said something I did not fully appreciate at the time and later built an empire on. The lottery mechanism of the trial space will intentionally favor the master's current needs. I go over and start picking up. The loot is 9 bronze coins, a steel dagger, a copper note worth 20, a black iron saber, and 3 eggs the size of a goose's out of the pit the first bird had been sitting in. Also, 1 cultivation technique dropped by a chicken called Golden Rooster stands on 1 leg, which the description describes as considered the worst of the worst cultivation techniques, and which I keep anyway because 90% of the people on my planet do not have a technique at all, and I have just learned that there is a place called Money Island, and a large cast iron pot. And while I am doing that, in a chat log I am not reading, my species meets something else. With such a huge harvest and such a significant advantage established in the early stages, is it really only 50%? And you'd still need luck? Signed, Han Jian, Kungsing Empire, 5-star hegemon nation. How dare you question a big shot from a 5-star lord nation? Do you even know what kind of existence you're facing? Kalen, Flame Empire, 1-star Lord Nation. Why do some of you have stars in front of your names? Asks a man from Blue Star, reasonably. Hiss. Did I see that right? Are those aliens? I just looked. The room has passed 100 million viewers. Because we are citizens of the Star Lord nations of the Cosmic Alliance, writes Chen Hao of the Gale Empire, in the voice of a man explaining the seating chart, and you are a wild civilization of the primordial star domain. You got this one chance to be looked at. After the trial ends, if nobody from your civilization passes, you go quiet again. Also, once a room passes 100 million viewers, it starts being pushed outside your own civilization. This is common knowledge in the Alliance. That was first contact. Not a ship, not a landing. A man in a comments section explaining, with a certain amount of enjoyment, that we had been let into a room and would be let back out again. The recordings of that hour are in the state archive of 11 countries. I missed it completely because I was carrying a chicken. Here is the part of the day that made me famous, and it is not the part with the crossbow. I have 22 chickens, a pot, a stream full of water on the island next door, and a stomach that has now started making sounds with vowels in them. So I get organized. I go over with the machete and cut an armful of the red rice. I try to scoop water from the stream directly into my portable space, and it does not work because a portable space stores objects and water is a decision, not an object. So I put the cast iron pot in the stream, put the full pot into the space, take the empty pot back out, and leave the water behind. It works. I stand in a stream on a floating island in the void, doing that about 40 times, extremely pleased with myself. Then I dig a pit at the edge of my own island with the machete because my strength is now 5.6 kilograms of whatever that means, and the dirt comes up like it is embarrassed, and I pour the water into the pit until the level stops dropping, and I have a pond. Then I build a stove out of the dug up soil and a bit of water. Then I go into the tree line for firewood, staying at the very edge, close enough to run, and I find pine that the tags call excellent, easy to light, burns long, lasts 100 years as furniture. I fill half my space with fallen branches. Nothing comes out of the dark at me. My battery runs out and drives its nail into my forehead, and I go home. I set the wood by the stove. I put the pot on. I take out the flint. and I discover that I do not know how to make fire. I knew the theory. You strike them together. Sparks. I have seen this in films. I strike them together for 90 seconds and produce a genuinely excellent display of sparks and one entirely unimpressed pile of wood. I try it a second way, then a third way. Then I sit back on my heels in front of a stove, a pot, a plucked chicken, and a stack of premium 100-year pine on a floating island in the void, holding a super divine rank cultivation technique and a 9-star divine artifact. And I think, there are 100 million people watching this. Some of them must know how to make fire. Island spirit, I say. Turn the comments on. The first thing through is not a comment. Han Jian of the Star Empire, a 5-star lord nation, has bet 1,000 black gold coins that I will pass the first stage. Wu Tu of the Konglong Empire has tipped 10 gold, and then a queue of them behind him. I keep my face together, which takes work, and I put my hands together and bow at nothing. Thank you all for the support. I finally have time to talk to you. Then, in the tone of a man ordering food in a language he does not speak. I've tried this flint. It doesn't seem to light the wood. Does anyone here understand this? Could you explain it to me? Thank you. The room detonates. Ha ha ha. I was about to laugh. He really doesn't know how to use it. He had everything ready and then realized he had no fire. I thought you were unapproachable because you were so powerful and aloof. I didn't expect you to have such a cute side. He's actually hungry. He probably didn't get lunch before he got teleported. I've hurt his stomach 3 times now. If there's a survival expert here, hurry up before he starves. And then about 4,000 people teach me to make fire at once. You need tinder, you idiot. Shavings, bark, something that wants to burn. You do not aim sparks at a log. You aim them at a thing that is already on your side, and then you give it the log. It takes me under 3 minutes, and I think the pine helped, and I have never in my life been so pleased with the small orange light. And I did not understand any of it at the time. Everything I had done that afternoon, the 600-meter shot, the 8 kills, the vicious beast with the steel wings, bought me viewers. Not fans, viewers. People watching a man do something impressive at a distance, the way you watch a crane operator. Not knowing how to light a fire bought me a country. The tip numbers do not lie about it. Ask anybody who works in this. You do not get loved for being good at things. You get loved for being caught out at something small in front of everybody and asking for help in a normal voice. I stew the chicken with the rice, husks and all, because I have no way to hull it and I could wait but my stomach could not. I sit by the fire feeding it branches and talking to the room while it cooks, and somebody asks about the coins, so I explain what I know. Gold coins are the currency of 1 to 3 star lords. Black gold for 4 to 6, blue gold for 7 to 9, 1 to 1,000 between each tier, officially, and 1,200 on the black market. I do not tell them how much I have. I have already worked out that flaunting wealth in front of 200 billion strangers is a way of introducing yourself to problems. Then the pot starts to smell like something, and my stomach makes the drain noise again, loud, on a live broadcast to 100 million people. I'm too hungry, I'm going to eat, we'll talk next stream. And I close the room without waiting for a reaction, on 100 million people, and eat the entire pot with a spoon I carved out of a stick with a dagger. It is bland. There is apparently no salt in this universe. It is also the best thing I have eaten in 3 years, and I finish all of it, and I lie back on the rock, and for about 90 seconds I am a man with a full stomach and nothing wrong with him. Then I ask the question that has been nagging at me since the numbers came up. Island spirit. 300 million people watched me today. Why do I only have 2,000 followers? 3 reasons, she says, sitting on the rim of the pot. First, below 100 million viewers, the audience is your own civilization. To ordinary blue star people, a gold coin is a very serious amount of money, and they are still watching to see who is going to live. Fair. Second, above 100 million, most of the new arrivals are from other wild civilizations. They do not have much money, and they would rather tip their own. Also fair. Third, a small number come from lord nations. They are already citizens of somewhere. Unless a host shows exceptional talent and unlimited potential, they will not switch. At most, they will bet and try to make money. And there it is. Tips are pocket change. The money is in the bets, and nobody bets on a man cooking. Which means the entire economy of my new life runs on exactly one thing: fighting where people can see me. I sat with that for a minute. It is not a comfortable thought, and I have never once managed to get around it. Then a voice speaks up inside my own head, and it is not the system, and it is a child. Master, you finally remembered me. I nearly go over the edge of my own island. It is the tower. The 9-story blood jade pagoda sitting in the space behind my eyes has a spirit in it, and the spirit sounds about 9 years old and slightly hurt. Are you the spirit of the myriad beast tower? Yes. What can you do? Currently the 1st and 9th floors are open. The tower itself has 2 functions. It suppresses powerful enemies, and it defends against them. How much stronger than me? It can suppress enemies 2 lesser realms above the master. Against vicious beasts, the effect is stronger. It can barely suppress a beast 3 lesser realms above. Its defense can hold a full force attack from someone 1 greater realm above the master. A greater realm, not a level, a realm. And the first floor? 3 functions. It traps beasts below the 4th rank and holds them until they submit. It hatches eggs, and anything hatched inside recognizes the master automatically and becomes a battle pet, and it houses battle pets so they can live, train, and heal. How many pets can I have? There is no limit within the 4th tier. With the Myriad Beast Tower, the more the better. I have to sit down for that one, and I am already sitting down. And the 9th floor? Spirit Devouring. Which is? It absorbs the flesh, blood, and mental energy of all spirits and refines them into 3 treasures. The Blood Spirit Pill, which supplies chi and blood for cultivation. The Source Chi Pill, which only comes from beasts of the 2nd tier and above. And the Divine Soul Pill, which strengthens mental energy and later, soul power. I look at the 20 red-tailed chickens stacked on the rock in front of me. The shape of what I have been handed is worth saying plainly once, so you can hold it for the rest of this. Everybody in this trial has the same problem. Cultivation eats resources and there are no resources. You find a herb, you find a spring, you get lucky, and you get 1 good week. That is the ceiling on the whole species. I have a machine that turns corpses into fuel. I do not have to find resources. I have to find things to kill. Little tower, put them all in the 9th floor. The chickens go in. There is a pull, like a drain opening, and each body splits into 2 streams, 1 blood red and 1 pale blue, and 40 streams from 20 birds gather into 2 balls of light near the ceiling of a room that only exists behind my eyes. Feathers and beaks and feet fall out the bottom into a pit. The light dims. 2 complete red pills. A third at about a quarter, and 1 blue one that has not even become a shape. Master. Most of these were only ferocious beasts, with weak chi and blood. We can refine 2 tier 1 low-grade blood spirit pills. The blue is the Divine Soul Pill. Because they were very low level, there was not much mental energy and most of it dissipated. 20 chickens, 2 pills, which tells me, before I have swallowed a single one, exactly what the next 6 months are going to look like. It is not going to be chickens. I take both. The first one melts on my tongue and turns into something with weight, and the standing form pulls it down through the body, and I watch my own forearms change while I'm looking at them. About 20 kilos of strength per pill, 20 birds for 40 kilos. Level 1 to level 2 is 200. Right. I stand up in the dark and look at the tree line on the wild island, where there is a resource I have not touched, and which the radar already gave me the name of, Green-Eyed Snake. The forest is not quiet the way a forest is quiet. It is quiet the way a room is when somebody has just stopped talking. I go in slowly with the eye burning down its 5 minutes, and the trees light up as shapes with nothing behind them, and then 28 meters out, 2 dots. Name, Green-Eyed Snake. Rank, Tier 1, 1 star, early stage. Highly venomous, paralyzes the nervous system. If bitten, death is certain without the antidote within 10 minutes. 10 minutes. It is a 14-minute trip back to my island, and my island does not have a hospital. It has a hole with water in it. Then, 27 meters away and about 10 meters from the snake, a small red and green plant. Name, snake blood grass. Neutralizes hundreds of snake venoms, including that of the green-eyed snake. The antidote is growing 10 meters from the animal. There's always an antidote within 100 paces, I say quietly, to a forest. I had never believed that. I grew up with that phrase the way you grow up with all of them, as decoration on a wall in somebody's grandmother's house. Standing in that dark with a lit-up plant on my left and a lit-up snake on my right, arranged like an exhibit, I understood that somebody had built this room on purpose and had a sense of humor about it. I move for a shooting line. The trees are in the way. This is the first thing nobody tells you about a ranged weapon. The eye goes through trunks, and the bolt does not, and a crossbow with a 600-meter kill range in a dense forest is a heavy stick. I take about 10 steps and put my foot through a dead branch. The crack is enormous. The snake's pupils narrow, its tongue comes out, and it pours off the tree it was on and comes through the undergrowth like something being reeled in. I put the crossbow away and pull the black iron saber. It stops 3 or 4 meters short and goes up a pine and coils, and the standing part is over 2 meters tall, and it looks down at me with 2 green vertical pupils and absolutely no expression at all, and every time the tongue comes out, there is a sound like a kettle deciding something. The room does not take this well. Holy crap, that's a long snake. He's in danger now. There's a tag on it. Tier 1, 1 star vicious beast, highly venomous. Bitten without antivenom, he's dead. He can't get back to his island in 10 minutes from in there, which means he can't quit either. I didn't expect him to hit a real life or death crisis this fast. Li Wei is stupid. He has 20 chickens. He knows the forest is dangerous. Why did he walk in? He brought this on himself. His earlier success made him think vicious beasts are nothing. It made him arrogant. He gets one strike. If he doesn't kill it, he's finished. Such a shame. He had a real advantage with a ranged weapon. Going in there was a terrible move. That last one comes from an analysis account with 300,000 followers, and at the time, it is simply the consensus. They are not being cruel. They are being correct. A man at the first level of body tempering, in close, against a tier 1 vicious beast, dies. That is what the numbers say, and the numbers are right about nearly everybody. I do not want to stand here. A standoff draws more snakes and my battery is running down, so I give it an opening. I let the saber drift half a meter out of line and put my weight on the wrong foot. It takes it. It comes off the pine like an arrow, and it slows down, not a little. The whole animal drops into a lower gear, and the world stays at normal speed around it, and I have time. Actual time, the leisurely kind, to look at the line it is traveling on and decide where I would like to put the blade. Die, I say, and step off the line and cut. 2 pieces. It hits the ground in 2 pieces, and both of them keep moving for a while, which is nerve reflex, and I stand over the head with the saber up until the system tells me it is dead, because I do not trust anything in this universe to stay dead without a receipt. The system confirms 1 dead tier, 1 vicious beast. The room says nothing for about 4 seconds. I have watched the recording. 4 full seconds of silence on a feed doing 100 million. Then, is the green-eyed snake weak? Am I hallucinating, or does Li Wei actually know swordsmanship? I did not know swordsmanship. I have never taken a lesson in anything in my life. What happened is that my divine ability had a second function that nobody, including me, had been told about. It does not only see. When something moves at you inside its radius, it slows down. Not the thing, my read of the thing. Whatever the actual mechanism is, and I still could not tell you, the world hands me an extra half second, and half a second is the entire difference between a man and a corpse. I had spent the whole day thinking I owned a very good pair of binoculars. I owned a cheat code for every fight I would ever have against something my own size. Not one word of that goes on stream. Not that day, not ever. I pick up the loot, a copper note and a porcelain bottle of green-eyed snake venom essence, which the tag rates a whole grade above what it should be and which kills anything under the 4th level of body tempering in 10 seconds. Then I go and dig up the weed, and 100 million people watch a man crouch down and pull a plant and argue about why. What's that grass? Why did he pick that? The stream only tags vicious beasts, not herbs. How could he know it was useful? He can't have just liked the look of it. You lot are slow. The island radar lists resources. He got names and pictures on the scan. He knows exactly what that is. He's not an idiot. Thank you, anonymous stranger. You have no idea how much work you did for me over the next 6 months. Then I stop walking, and I do not need any divine ability for this next part, because you can see it through the gaps in the trunks with the eyes you were born with. 30 meters ahead, the trees thin into a clearing, and the clearing is full. Green-eyed snakes. Dozens of them, wound into and through each other in one mass, a single object made out of about 40 animals, and here and there underneath it, pale green eggs. I get low and stop moving, and for about 2 seconds I consider going home. Then I look at the shape of it. They are not spread out. They are a ball, and a ball is not 40 targets. A ball is one target that is 40 deep. I have a weapon whose bolts go through a bird and then into the ground hard enough to pin it there. I put the crossbow up through a gap between 2 trunks about the width of my hand, and I fire 5. They go out in a vertical line, top to bottom, and they arrive before there is any sound to warn anything. The 3 in the middle bury themselves in the mass. The top one and the bottom one go all the way through the front snake, into the one behind it, into the one behind that, and come out the far side of a ball of living animals, and one buries itself in a tree trunk and the other goes into the dirt. What a shame, I say, out loud, to a forest. The gap was only so big. 5 was the limit. And then I run, because a clearing full of injured venomous animals has just worked out where I am. 1-star late stage, 3 points. 2-star middle stage, 12. 3-star extreme, 60. 13 bells while I am running through a dark wood loading a magazine 1 bolt at a time with my thumbs, and the best of them is a 3-star at the extreme of its stage, which is 4 rungs above anything I should have been able to fight with a stick. They come after me, all of them. Injured, with no fear in them at all, and the fast ones are at the front, which is convenient, because the fast ones are the strong ones, and the strong ones are the ones I want. I get to the tree line, turn, walk backwards, shoot, reload, walk backwards, shoot. The whole thing is very calm. I have watched the tape, and I look like a man doing a job he has done before. Inside my head, I am running an arithmetic problem about bolts remaining against meters remaining, and I am losing it. I run out with 2 snakes left and 30 meters of open ground behind me. The room, which is now at nearly 200 million people, has an opinion. Li Wei is stupid. He's 30 meters from his island. Those two are 10 meters back. Snakes are fast, but if he ran, he might make it. He's an elementary apprentice against two tier 1 vicious beasts. He's in danger. See? Don't be reckless. You think you're invincible because you have a crossbow. You underestimated the vicious beasts of the trial space. I'll say this cautiously. I actually have high hopes for him. He killed one of these alone 20 minutes ago. He lacks strength. His combat awareness and his reaction speed are very strong. He might handle two. They come in coordinated, from two angles, mouths open, which is a thing snakes should not be able to organize, and these ones do. Both of them slow down. I cut at the first one, and drop, and land on my left hand, and spin flat on the ground the way a breakdancer does at a wedding, and the blade comes round and takes the tail off the second one as it lands, and I am moving away before the blood gets near me, because I have no idea if the blood is venomous either. The injured one stares at me with a hatred I would describe as personal. I do not wait this time. I go at it. It flinches from an overhead cut. It flinches. An animal with no eyelids flinches, and I turn my wrist and the overhead becomes a diagonal, and I take its head off while it is still deciding. 2 bells, and the room goes silent again, longer this time. What happened? How did he kill 2 vicious beasts in a blink? Are they that easy? That reaction speed. If he hadn't cultivated at all, he'd still be a natural fighter. I underestimated him. He might actually pass. The big shots from the 5-star nation have good judgment. Then this. Good performance. Somewhat beyond my expectations. Deserves a reward. Hanjian, Kungsing Empire, 5-star hegemon nation. 1 black gold coin, tipped, then 5,000 of them bet. A black gold coin is 1,000 gold coins. He tipped a stranger 50 million yen for being interesting, and put 50 times that on him living. The platform sees the fight and pushes the room, and the number goes to 500 million, which is a world record, which I do not find out about, because I am standing in a tree line breathing hard with a saber in my hand thinking about how close the second one got. Then I look back at the forest, where there are 40 corpses on the ground, some of them 3-star, and I think about red-tailed chickens finding them before I do. The fight's over, I tell the room. Next I have to deal with the bodies. That's boring. I won't be streaming it. And I close the room. 500 million people. Live world record. Black screen. Everybody assumed the reason was strategy. It was mostly not. It was that I was about to summon a 9-story blood-colored pagoda out of my own skull and dissolve 40 animals inside it, and there is no version of that which does not immediately become the only thing anybody ever asks me about again. The tower eats them in about 9 seconds. Skin, venom sacs, fangs, and my own bolts fall out into the pit at the bottom, and the bolts come back to my hand perfectly clean, without a trace of blood on them. Ha, I say, that saves me the washing up. Then I walk back into that forest with the tower hovering over my head like the world's most self-important hat, and I collect everything, at a stroll, out loud, alone. 43 green-eyed snakes, 394 first-order points. The loot. A sword that stops wounds from closing, 2 golden snake daggers, a set of gold silk soft armor, light enough that you forget you are wearing it, that stops rank 1 low-grade weapons outright and halves medium. The tag calls it like having an extra life. I put it on under my clothes and I never took it off again. 6 more bolts, made from snake fangs, poisoned, compatible with my crossbow. 5,146 coins. And a black iron heavy spear. 2.6 meters, 88 kilograms, whose description reads, in full, suitable for cultivators at body tempering level 2 or above. Right now, you can lift it, but you cannot wield it. You are still too weak. This thing came out of a dead animal and immediately insulted me. I kept it, obviously, and I read that sentence again every few hours for about 11 hours until it stopped being true. Then the tower gives me the numbers on 43 snakes, 99 complete tier 1 low-grade blood spirit pills, 1 medium grade, 11 divine soul pills, 20 chickens made 2 pills, 43 snakes made 111. The gap between one tier and the next is not a step. It is a different mountain. Everything I did for the next month is a consequence of understanding that on the first night. I take a divine soul pill first, out of curiosity, and it does something I do not expect. It refills me. Everything the day has taken, the hunger tiredness, the tension across the back of the neck, the low buzz behind the eyes that has been there since the second fight, is simply gone, the way it is gone after a very good night's sleep. And then I check the panel, and the eye of insight has grown. 30 meters to 35, 5 minutes to 5 minutes 50, and the spent duration is back at full. I sit very still on a rock in the void with a bottle in my hand. The divine soul pill does not just refill the flashlight, it makes the flashlight bigger, which means every fight funds the next fight, which means the thing limiting me is not talent, and it is not the technique. It is how many animals I can find. This kind of good stuff can't be exposed, I tell myself, out loud, alone, on a rock. I'll use it quietly. I keep that promise for 6 months, and it is the single most valuable decision I make in this entire story. Then I take 6 blood spirit pills back to back, and my strength goes from 45 to 163 kilograms, and the 7th one gets interrupted by my stomach. Again, already? Cultivation is a furnace. The bigger the furnace, the more it eats. I have discovered the second law of my new life about 4 hours after the first one. I look up at the countdown over the hut. 9 cosmic days, 16 blue star days, 11 hours. 8 hours in. Island Spirit, it's been 8 hours. On Blue Star, that's mid-afternoon. Why is that sun in exactly the same place it was? The sprite goes quiet, which she does not do. Master, you are very clever. I thought it would take you much longer. I thought you would only notice when the night came, and it was already too late. So I'm right. Yes, and the nights here are very dangerous. The first cosmic day is a protection period, so there is no danger during this one. The master only needs to store enough food to get through the long night. From the night of the second cosmic day, you must be vigilant at all times. 16.8 blue star days per cosmic day, split it down the middle, 8 days of light, then 8 days of dark, 200 hours of night, in a void with no moon, on a rock, with things in it that will by then be allowed to walk onto my island, and I have no food at all because I fed 20 birds to a pagoda. I should have kept a few chickens, I say. That was a blunder. And then, because my stomach is talking, and because I am now a man who understands what points are for, I have an idea that changes the shape of everything after it. Island Spirit, the points lottery. What can I actually win? Anything within the corresponding rank. And the lottery mechanism of the trial space will intentionally favor the master's current needs. So if I need food, I'm more likely to draw food. It increases the probability. It is not absolute. That's enough, I say, already moving. Start the lot. And I stop, mid-word, like a man walking into a glass door. Because there are exactly 2 things the people of my planet cannot stop watching. One of them is a fight. The other is somebody opening a box. There is an entire industry back home built on selling people sealed boxes with unknown objects inside. Grown adults queue for those. Grown adults film themselves opening those. And I am about to open 30 boxes in a row with a divine ability that lets me look inside them first. Island Spirit, I say. Start the stream. The lottery works like this, and the moment I saw it, I knew I had won something. Below 1,000 points, it is a draw. Above it, it is a choice. 3 sealed wooden crates float in front of you, and you point at one. Nobody can see inside. That is the entire game. For every single person in this trial, in every region, on every planet in the primordial star domain. For me, it is a menu. My mortal rank points are insufficient. Do I wish to make up the difference from first order points? Yes. 3 crates. Box 1, a full set of standard sword and shield infantry equipment. Helmet, armor, saber, shield, 3 changes of uniform. Enough to arm 1 soldier completely. I have no soldiers. Skip. Box 2, 30 cubic meters of timber, usable as firewood, or to upgrade the Island Lord's mansion. I stop on that word. Upgrade. Nobody said the hut could be upgraded. I file it. Box 3, name, milk bread, 12 cases, 10 packs each, 200 grams a pack. Shelf life 6 months. 6 months. The exact length of the assessment. I make a show of hesitating. I have to. I am on camera. A man who picks instantly out of 3 identical sealed boxes every single time is a man with something to explain. And then I put my hand on box 3. A cardboard box the size of a washing machine lands on the rock, and I cut it open with a dagger, and it is full of bread in plastic wrappers. Ordinary modern wrapped bread. On a floating island in the void, out of a treasure chest, from an alien academy. Wow, so much bread, says the room, and they are not shocked by the bread. They are shocked by the quantity. I draw again, and again. Standard archer equipment, 12 5-liter bottles of mineral water, which I take because the pond leaks and 8 days of night is a long time to be thirsty. More timber, steel, stone, 300 packs of instant noodles, and then, on the 11th draw, I get something that is not supposed to be here. Name, Dragon Shang brand mini household peeling machine. Description, 1-button operation, 0.8 kilowatt hours per hour, 1,200 kilograms an hour. Retains the nutrients of various grains. With it, you no longer need to eat chicken blood rice with the husk on. The only downside is that it requires electricity. Without electricity, it is a heavy iron lump. I stand there and read that description twice. It is a rice huller. A small domestic electric rice huller. It knows what I ate for dinner, and it is being sarcastic about it. Island Spirit, why is a machine like this only mortal rank high grade? That's more advanced than the infantry armor by any measure I understand. Here, we do not rank things by the technology the master understands. We rank by lethality and practicality. If it were a firearm from the Master's world, even an old flintlock pistol, it would be Tier 1, low grade. Fine. I take it anyway, because if there are machines in this pool, then there is a generator in this pool, and it is only a matter of time. 3 draws later, a photovoltaic energy-saving lamp with a 10 kilowatt-hour battery in it. 2 draws after that, a Dragon Shung brand large combined hybrid harvester, 120 acres of grain an hour, hybrid drive, solar panels on the roof, 10 liters of diesel an hour, 2,000-liter tank, 200 hours of runtime, sitting in a box, in a lottery, in an alien trial, on a rock. Holy crap, says the room, the streamer won a harvester. 2 draws after that, a small diesel generator, which I do not need anymore because the harvester came with 2,000 liters of fuel, and which I take anyway. Island Spirit, Dragon Xiang. Which civilization is that? Products of the 7-Star Lord Kingdom, Dragon Empire. They are one of the sponsors of this Academy admissions trial and provide some of the elementary technological products. I stop with a bottle of water in my hand. So, the prizes are sponsored. Of course. This trial selection is the grandest event in the entire primordial star domain. It involves every civilization in the domain. I had been thinking of this as a survival exam. It is a survival exam with brand placement. 214,000 of us went in, and somebody sold the naming rights. Somewhere in the middle of all this, a company on Blue Star gets into my comments. Hello, Mr. Li Wei. We are porters of nature. We wonder if you could help us advertise. We are willing to pay 200 gold coins. You only need to mention our slogan when you drink water on future streams. 200 gold coins, 10 million yen, roughly, at that afternoon's price, for saying a sentence when I am thirsty. 6 hours ago, I was on a mortgage. I'm sorry, I tell them. I'm not considering advertising at the moment. I want to be clear that I did not do that because I am above it. I did it because I had already worked out that my price was going up faster than anything else in this universe, and that the correct time to sell a name is not on the first afternoon. He refused, says the room, appalled. That's 200 gold coins. He just has to say it while drinking. Given what he's shown, his value is going to skyrocket. Taking ads now isn't worth it. 17 draws. Then I stop, and the room decides I stopped because my luck ran out or my points ran out. I stopped because my divine ability had about 14 seconds left on it and I could not see inside a box anymore. Which brings me to the hut. Island Spirit. What does it take to upgrade the Island Lord's mansion? 15 cubic meters of wood, 15 of stone, and 3,000 bronze coins. That's it? The sprite looks at me. She does not have enough face to convey it, and she conveys it. Do it. The hut swells. There is a noise like a small building site working at 40 times speed, and I back off about 30 meters, and in under 10 seconds it is done. It is still wooden, but it has stopped being a shed. There are 2 stone lions at the door, and a paved square in front of it about the size of a badminton court, and inside there are 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, with marble on the floor, 100 square meters. I stand in the doorway of a 100 square meter house, on my own land, with nobody's name on it but mine. I would like to tell you I had a noble thought. What I actually did was walk into the kitchen, and then the bathroom, and then back to the kitchen, and stand there for a while. 2 years of paying for a rendering of a woman watering a plant. 15 cubic meters of wood, 15 of stone, 3,000 coins, and 10 seconds. What does the next level need? 300 cubic meters of timber, 300 of stone, 10 tons of steel, 100 kilograms of Tier 1 black iron, 300 low-grade beast hides, 30 medium-grade, plus 30,000 bronze coins. Hiss. How did it jump that much? Because the intermediate mansion has 2 floors of 300 square meters each, plus a courtyard and a plaza and additional functions. The current one is only suitable for 1 owner. Only suitable for 1 owner. I did not have a thought about that either that night. It just went into the same drawer as everything else. Then I go back out onto my new paved square, and I take a blood spirit pill, and I stand in a horse stance in front of my house, and about 40 minutes later, my skin starts to feel too small. Is this a breakthrough? Sweat comes out of me and hits the paving and raises dust. My skin goes red like a boiled shrimp and starts to sizzle, which is a sentence I never expected to have to use about myself. Break, I say, and my pores open, and something dark red and foul comes out of me all over at once. It bakes on my own skin in the heat coming off me and hardens into a shell, and for about 3 minutes, I am standing on my own doorstep, encased in a crust made of everything that was wrong with me. Then my muscles move under it, and the whole thing shatters and falls off in flakes. The skin underneath is the skin of a teenager. 27 years of takeaway, air, deadlines, and cheap alcohol on the floor of my own courtyard in pieces. Island Spirit, I say, looking at my own arms. Tell me honestly, is this really only the 2nd level? Yes. The 9 levels of body tempering are also 9 transformations of the physical body. The further you go, the more obvious the transformation becomes. After 9, the body is flawless and pure and sheds its acquired mortal form. Then she tells me about lifespan, without being asked, because she has worked out what kind of person I am. An ordinary mortal gets about 5 universe years. At the 4th level of body tempering, you get 2 more. At the 7th, 4 more. At the limit of the 9th, in theory, 12. 12 universe years is 201 blue star years. I sit down on my own step. Everybody in this story is chasing a territory. That is what the voice offered, and that is what the betting is about, and that is what the fan lists are for. Nobody mentioned that the first realm, the beginner realm, the one you are supposed to blow through in a week, comes with 120 extra years of being alive. I take 13 more pills, one after another, over 5 hours, and I do not stop, and I do not think about it, and I come out the other side at the 3rd level of body tempering with 400 kilograms of strength and a pain in the deep part of my muscles that is not muscle pain. Island Spirit. What's this? Master, you have been cultivating too long. This is extremely taxing on body and mind. You should lie down and sleep, and let your body's own recovery work. So I go inside my house, and I cook 2 packs of instant noodles in my own kitchen with a red-tailed chicken egg in them, and I lie down on a bed in a room with a door, and I am asleep before I finish deciding to be. While I am asleep, my planet is doing arithmetic about me. In Beijing, they have built the sequences, 10 people in the first sequence, 30 analysts each, 90 in the second, 3 each, 900 in the third, everybody else in the fourth, watched in bulk. Wang Lei wants to know why I have been dark for 10 hours and 48 minutes. Only 10 hours, he says, when Yang Mei corrects him. To be precise, 10 hours and 48 minutes, sir. Only, ha. Your mindset is good. He asks about the country's number 1 instead, a man named Gao Yang, who found a field of 50-year ginseng on his second island and has been eating it, and who is now at the peak of the 1st level of body tempering and is, at that moment, the strongest human being in the trial. He is at 98 kilograms of strength. I am asleep with 400. They also have a theory, and the theory is right. And I want to give them credit for it because they got there from the outside with no information at all. I suspect this is a beginner's benefit prepared by the Academy, says an analyst named Sun Bo. As long as they dare to explore, the first few islands will have decent resources on them. Everyone who has raised their cultivation quickly has found a treasure land. You could say they are all the brave and the lucky ones. Wang Lei orders the state to start quietly buying ginseng before anybody else works it out. And then he says the thing that decided a lot of what came later. Send this to all our participants. Tell them the opportunities on the first day outweigh the risks. All that's needed is courage. If they miss the first cosmic day, it will be very difficult to catch up. I wake up 7 hours later. The first thing I do is check the panel because I want to see whether sleep refills the flashlight. It does, fully. The second thing I notice is that my strength has gone up while I was unconscious, 400.8 to 402.3. Island Spirit. Why am I stronger than when I lay down? Because the master took a large number of medicinal pills before sleeping. Much of it was absorbed through cultivation, but some medicinal power was deposited in the body. While resting, the body slowly absorbed it. I lie there in the dark of my own bedroom on a floating island in the void, and I laugh, quietly, for a while. I got paid to sleep. Then I go outside, and I eat bread and drink water for breakfast in a courtyard, and I stand in the middle of my own paved square and open the 3 martial skills I have not once looked at. First, there is the Heavenly Stream Divine Finger, which has 5 layers. Layer 1 is called Breaking Gold. Concentrate the power of the entire body into one point, shatters metal and stone, and ignores Qi blood protective aura. Layer 2 gathers wind, rain, thunder, and lightning into a single finger and calls it the power of a planet's heavenly Tao. The 3rd layer is called Shattering Star, and the description says it can destroy stars, or an entire star system. Number 4 is called Godslayer. The 5th is called Boundless. I am going to read you the actual entry because I read it standing in a courtyard at the 3rd level of body tempering with 400 kilograms of strength, and I want you to have the same experience. Condensing the power of rules, setting rules. I am the rules, breaking through shackles, gathering the supreme power of the universe, can reverse time, can walk through the long river of time, can destroy a star domain with a thought, can restart the universe with a thought. The higher the realm, the deeper the understanding, the stronger the power. No upper limit. At the bottom, in smaller text, the first layer has been unsealed. The second skill is a spear technique in 4 layers. The 4th layer's name translates as, I am the ruler of heaven and earth. The 3rd is a movement art in 6 layers. The 6th one is called Galaxy Within Arm's Reach, and it means what it says. I stand there in my courtyard for a while. Only children make choices, I say. Adults want everything. And I start with the finger technique because it is the one that ends in restarting the universe, and because I am a man who has just been handed the first rung of a ladder that goes past the sky and I would like to get on it. The first layer needs two things. You have to feed your fingers with chi and blood so they do not break when they hit stone, and you have to move the strength of your entire body into a fingertip. I hang a bundle of dry clods wrapped in a shirt from the door beam at chest height and start poking it. It hurts about as much as punching a sandbag. No, I say. Brute force is wrong. Even if I can't push it outside the body yet, I have to move it and cushion the finger with it. I adjust. It works. The pain drops. And then I notice that the duration on my eye of insight has gone down by 5 seconds, and I have not used it. I stop dead in a courtyard with my finger against a bag of dirt. Try again, I say, and this time I turn the ability on deliberately, and I turn it inward, and I see myself. Not a reflection. The mechanism. Where the force is going and where it is leaking. My footing is wrong, my hip is wrong, my blood is going to the wrong place at the wrong time. Every single thing about what I am doing is wrong, comprehensively and in detail, the way it is wrong when a man who has never done a thing does it for the first time, and it shows me all of it at once, with the corrections attached. I fix them one at a time, and each one is instant and permanent. That took me a while to appreciate. The reason a martial art takes 20 years is not that the movements are hard. It is that you cannot see yourself. You need a teacher standing there with a stick, telling you what your own hip is doing, over and over for 2 decades until your body finally believes it. I am my own teacher, standing behind my own eyes, and I never have to say anything twice. I do 3 minutes on the finger, then 3 on the footwork with sandbags tied to my legs. Then I take out an 88-kilogram spear that has personally told me I am too weak to use it, and I do the rest on that. When the battery dies, I take a blood spirit pill and keep going until the QI and blood runs out too. Then I take the last divine soul pill I have and go again. And I notice the shape of it, that while the pill is active, the duration is not going down at all. Something is filling the tank at exactly the rate I am emptying it, the way it is in one of those arithmetic problems from school about a bath with the plug out. Then the pill runs out and the tap turns off and the level starts dropping and I stop. Progress after 2 hours. Breaking gold, 1%. Spear, 6%. Footwork, 3%. 1%. I want you to understand what it did to me to see that number. I had just spent 2 hours with a divine ability grafted onto my own nervous system and burned through my entire supply of the rarest pill I owned, and I had moved a bar by 1%. It's a pity the duration is too short, I say to nobody. I need more divine soul pills. That sentence is the whole plan for the next month, and I did not know it yet. I look up at the countdown. 9 cosmic days, 15 blue star days, 21 hours, 15 hours since I last went live. Island Spirit, open the stream. 15 hours of silence costs me nearly everything. The last time I opened a room, it filled to tens of millions inside 30 seconds. This time it does a few 100,000 and stalls there, and I stand in my own courtyard watching a number not move and learn my third law. An audience is not a thing you have. It is a thing that is currently happening to you. Did I lose fans? I ask out loud before I can stop myself. Streamer, you finally went live. I've watched a lot of rooms, and none of them are as exciting as yours. You said you'd take us into the forest. Get on with it. I'm curious about that forest. Streamer, what's your cultivation now? Countries are making combat power rankings. There's a global one. I sit up at that. Who's number 1 right now? Our Gao Yang, very strong, already at the peak of the first level of body tempering, far ahead. Peak of the first level, 98 kilograms. I am standing there at 402 with a spear I could not lift yesterday leaning on the wall behind me, and I say, in an entirely level voice, that's great, he's made China proud. Which is true, and also the single most useful sentence I said that week, because it is what a man in second place says. Then somebody notices the house. Streamer, why has the building behind you changed? He upgraded the Island Lord's mansion. I heard from another room it takes 15 cubic meters of wood, 15 of stone, and 3,000 bronze coins. There can't be many people who could gather all that yet. This is the first time I've seen it. Let me tell you why that is actually true, because it is the clearest picture of where everybody else was standing. Nobody had found Money Island, so the materials had to be gathered by hand or drawn. Drawing them means burning first order points on mortal rank prizes, which most people would not do, and even if you would, you cannot see inside the boxes, so it takes you 5 draws to get what takes me 1. And on top of that, you need 3,000 bronze coins, which means killing a lot of things. And if you spent your coins upgrading your portable space instead, you are out. And if you never thought to ask your island spirit whether a house can be upgraded at all, you are out before you start. Put all of that together, and on that afternoon, there are probably fewer than 5 human beings in the entire trial who could have done it. The news goes to the top of the headlines in 11 countries inside about 20 minutes, and my room goes to 3 million, and Wang Lei, in a base outside Beijing, tells his people to push the upgrade requirements into the chat of every Chinese participant alive in case there is a first mover reward nobody has found yet. Right, I tell the room. Enough talking. I'm going to drive the harvester over and cut the chicken blood rice, and then we're going into the forest. I get into a combine harvester. 100 million people sat with that sentence for a second, so let us do the same. I put in a route on the console, and the thing starts itself and rolls off my island onto the wild one with a noise like a factory falling downstairs, and it puts its header into 5 acres of blood red rice and starts eating. Wow, that's fast. At this rate, the near side will be done in no time. But how does he get across the stream? Portable space. That harvester is way too big for a portable space. He just upgraded the mansion. Does he even have coins left? Are you people stupid? Drive it back onto his own island, move the island round to the far bank, drive it off again. I actually stopped the machine for a second when I read that one, because my plan had been to go and kill things until I could afford a bigger portable space. Change your perspective, and the problem solves itself, somebody writes underneath, insufferably. They are right. And this is the second time in one day the comment section has done something I could not, and I am starting to understand that the room is not an audience. The room is 30,000 simultaneous brains, and I have them for free, and the only thing I have to give them in exchange is a show. Then the rice on the far bank starts shaking. A rooster crows. It is not the noise from yesterday. It is shorter and higher, and it goes on too long, and from inside the dense forest, other crowing answers it, rising and falling, back and forth across half a kilometer of trees. Oh no, I say, because I have just worked out what I am doing. The chicken blood rice is not scenery. It is the food. It is the entire food supply of every red-tailed chicken on that island, and I have arrived in a machine and started eating all of it at once. Little way, run. If you're slow, they'll surround you. I can't understand chicken language, but I can hear grief in that. That's what they say before they fight to the death. The streamer is in danger. I send the harvester home and walk backwards behind it, because the thing cost me nothing, but it is worth more than every other object I own put together, and I am not letting a bird put a beak through the radiator. 30-odd chickens come across the patty at me, and I take out an 88-kilogram spear that told me I was too weak to use it, and I use it. I do not use the crossbow. I do not use the Eye of Insight. I want to be very clear about that because it is the first decision I made in this trial that was about the long game instead of the afternoon. I could have killed all of them in 11 seconds from 100 meters. Instead, I stand in an open field and let animals run at me so that I can find out what happens to my body when they do. Die, I say, and drop the spear on the first one, and 88 kilograms of black iron in free fall does most of the work before I add anything to it. 1, 2, 3. Then a 4-feather one, a real vicious beast, arrives and goes down in 1, same as the others. Holy crap, that's a tier 1, 1-star vicious beast. He killed it instantly. How strong is the streamer now? What's so special about that? Last stream he killed 2 of those with a knife. He's probably at the middle stage of the 2nd level by now. Maybe late, he just hasn't announced it. In a base outside Beijing, a man puts down a cup and says, "Assess his strength. I want the most accurate figure you can produce." They come back with 350 kilograms, minimum, based on the destructive force of the spear, and Wang Lei stops being able to keep his face neutral in front of his own staff. I clear 30 of them in under a minute, and then the tree line moves, and I stop feeling clever. They come out in a line, not a rush, a line, spreading along the edge of the forest and stopping there, waiting, and I count and stop counting. 130, every single one of them with 4 feathers or more, every single one of them a vicious beast. And then the line opens in the middle and something walks out of the forest at a stroll. It is the size of a bison. It has 6 red feathers in its tail, which is the ceiling of the species, and 4 others walk beside it in positions I can only describe as a security detail, and the pressure coming off it is a physical thing that arrives before it does. Right, I say. Of the 36 stratagems, the best is to retreat. I check that the harvester is home, and I run. I run well, actually, which is new. The footwork I have been practicing for 2 hours in a courtyard is 1% learned, and 1% is enough to put 20 meters between me and a bird the size of a car. I go over the gap onto my own island and shout at the sprite to back us off. And the island is too slow. It has a top speed of 10 kilometers an hour, and the gap is only 12 meters when the fastest chicken jumps. I get the spear up, and there is a noise like a bag of cement hitting a wall, and the chicken stops in midair about a meter from my face. It hangs there for a moment with its legs still moving. Then it slides down an invisible surface upside down, dazed, and drops off the bottom of it into a void with no floor and is gone forever. I stand there with a spear up in front of a bird that is no longer there. What a pity, I say, because that was a tier 1 vicious beast, and it had a blood spirit pill in it, and coins, and possibly equipment, and it has just fallen into infinity. Island spirit, what was that? We are still in the newbie protection period. Any living vicious beast that is hostile to the master cannot enter the master's floating island. I look up. I look at 130 vicious beasts standing on a rock 12 meters away with no way to reach me, and I look at a 2.6 meter spear in my hands. Island spirit, I say, take us in. What follows is not a fight. A lot of people have described it as one. The island's dock. The chickens on the far side come at the barrier and hit it because they are animals and they have not yet had time to update their model of the world. And I stand on my own soil, entirely safe, and reach across a line they cannot cross and put a spear through one and pull the body back over. Poke, pull, trophy. Holy crap. Is that allowed? This newbie shield is too heaven-defying. Doesn't that mean only Li Wei can kill them and they can't fight back? This method should be promoted. Lure the beasts to the edge and kill them across the line. This could get a lot of participants through their first week. And the room, this is the part. And the room does the work. Thousands of people take that comment and go and paste it into every other participant's stream on the planet in about 4 minutes, without being asked. I did not invent a tactic that day. I invented it and lost it in the same 4 minutes. By evening, there were people in Brazil and Nigeria and Kazakhstan poking things through an invisible wall with a stick because a stranger's comment section carried it there. It's not foolproof, one man writes, and he is the smartest person in the room. You need a good weapon like his, and the chickens aren't stupid. Once they see they can't get in and that getting close is death, they'll back off. This works once. 8 kills later, they back off. They stand there, 120 of them, exactly 1 spear length plus 1 meter from the edge, and they look at me. Fine. If they will not come to me, I will go to them and then come back. I step across, I sweep through the front rank, I kill 6, and I retreat over the line before the mass of them closes. Then they surge, and I am already home, and they stop dead at the barrier again. 3 rounds of that, and I have 20-odd more, and that is when the big one loses patience. It crows once, and every bird on that island backs up and clears a lane, and it comes down the lane toward me on its own. I go to meet it. 30 meters out, I turn and run. You can hear the room's opinion of that in the recording. There is a specific pitch 100 million people make when they think you have panicked. The Chicken King does not slow down. It has watched me kill 50 of its family, and it is not interested in tactics anymore, and it accelerates, and at 5 meters it is coming at my back with its head down and its whole body in the strike. At 3 meters from my own island, I stop and turn. The spear is gone. It is in the portable space, and what is in my hands instead is the crossbow, and the crossbow is already up, and the animal's entire underside is open because it is committed to a charge. I pull. The bolt goes into its belly, and the momentum takes it forward with its face in the dirt, and it plows a furrow across 10 meters of somebody else's island and comes to rest against an invisible wall. I side roll, come up with the spear again, and walk past it into the flock. 60 first order points for the bird. And then, for killing the king of the clan on this island, 1 level 1 radar fragment. I nearly lose my footing over that one, because I have been trying to work out where radar upgrades come from since the first hour. They come from kings. And then, when the last one dies at the edge of the forest with a bolt in it, a second bell. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully killed all the red-tailed chickens on this floating island. Reward, 1 level 1 power module. Kill the king, get a radar fragment. Exterminate the species, get an engine. 172 red-tailed chickens. That is the whole population of a species on one rock, gone in about 20 minutes, and the reward for it is the ability to see further and move faster so that I can go and do it somewhere else. I am not going to pretend I had a complicated feeling about that at the time. The spoils from this fight are quite good, I tell the room, and wave a hand, and a small hill of birds appears on my island. Quite good? Streamer, you're being a bit much. I counted. 172. Not counting the points and the loot, those birds alone will feed you a long time. If you're careful, they might last to the end of the assessment. Quit? Our White Emperor crushes an entire clan and you're talking about quitting? I stop. White Emperor, says somebody else. First he was Streamer, then Xiao Wei, now White Emperor? Have you no shame? Isn't the boot licking a bit obvious? What's the problem? If he passes, he'll be a monarch of a 1-star lord nation. White Emperor is perfectly reasonable. This is roughly hour 30 of my new life, and my name has already mutated 3 times without my consent. Please don't call me White Emperor, I say, into a live feed with 172 dead birds behind me. It's awkward. Older folks can call me Little Lee or Little Wei. Younger ones can call me Old Lee or Old Wei. It's friendlier. That was a mistake. That was, in fact, the single worst tactical decision I made in the entire trial, and I will be paying for it in the third act. Old Wei, says the entire room, instantly, in unison, forever. 10 black iron coins tipped, 20,000 bet. You're quite good. It's a bit beyond my expectations that you've grown this fast in this short a time. I take back what I said. Barring major accidents, you have at least a 20% chance of passing the first stage. Han Jian, Kungsing Empire, 5-star hegemon nation, 20%. He had said 50 at first, and then walked it back to 20. That is not him getting more pessimistic. That is him getting more accurate because he had spent a day watching and now knew what he was looking at. Such a terrifying record and only 20%? That's brutal. 20% on the first cosmic day is remarkable. Most participants still haven't set foot off their own island. The number in the corner goes to 600 million. Which is my own world record broken by my own record, roughly 8 hours later, and I stand there and thank the void with my hands together and promise them their investment will not be wasted, and I mean it, and I have absolutely no idea whether it is true. And in Beijing, they hold a meeting about whether to ask me directly what my cultivation level is. So many people in the chat are asking and he hasn't answered, Wang Lei says. Obviously, he doesn't want to say. If we ask, we're putting pressure on him. Even if he answers, it creates a rift. That's very bad. Chief, I suggest we keep observing. Based on our analysis of his personality, he is a very opinionated person. We should respect his choice. As long as he is well-intentioned toward China, why should we pry into his secrets? Everyone has secrets. You're right. If he succeeds, his status will be different. We should give him enough respect. Not only him, all of them. Some concepts need to change. The existence of this base is not only to observe them, it is to provide what help we can, not to make them uncomfortable. I did not hear that conversation for a long time. When I did, I understood something about why I kept dealing with them and not with anybody else. They asked what I wanted to sell. They never once asked me what I had. Now, there is still a forest on that island, and I have not gone into it, and the forest has a valley in it. The chat reminds me about the eggs first, which is the kind of thing 30,000 brains are for. White Emperor, sorry, Old Wei, before you go in. The chickens were in the paddy in the forest. You found eggs in the paddy yesterday. If you drive the harvester over the far bank, aren't you going to crush them all? I get up on the roof of the harvester and scan the field like a man surveying it, which is what it looks like and which is not what it is. My range is 60 meters now. On 5 acres of flat paddy, that is most of the field. 148 eggs. The near bank first, then the far bank when we redock, and the far bank has 3 times as many because more of them lived over there. Thanks for the reminder, I tell the room, picking them up. Otherwise, I'd have lost out badly. Pity I can't post you any, which is when the island spirit says, in the tone of an assistant who has been waiting for a gap in the conversation, Island Master, if you wish to sell eggs or anything else from the trial space to Blue Star or to other civilizations, that is possible. I stop with an egg in my hand. Say that again. Of course. Otherwise, what would the product sales function be for? So we do the numbers live, on air, in front of my entire planet, and the numbers are brutal. Opening a delivery channel costs 1,000 gold coins as a one-off, moves up to 10,000 kilograms, and then charges 1/10 of a gold coin per kilo on top. The eggs themselves are worth about 1/20 of a coin each. The shipping costs 100 times the cargo. Who could afford that? Says the room, gasping. If it were just the eggs, we could grit our teeth. With the freight, only the top tycoons. Even top tycoons aren't fools. The right move is to fill the channel, 10,000 kilos in one shipment, and the cost per kilo drops to 0.2. That's tolerable, otherwise forget it. Then a big shot buys the lot and resells. Or a group of people pool the money and share the freight. I tell them honestly that I only have a few dozen eggs and I need some of them, and that the price is inflated and they should calm down. And in Beijing, Wang Lei hears the words 10,000 kilograms and 1,000 gold coins to open the channel and stops the meeting. This is very important. Assess and record it immediately. If we find anything genuinely useful, we can communicate with the participant and purchase it ourselves. 1,000 gold coins is a fortune to a person. It is not a fortune to a state. Somewhere in that hour, an economy opened between my planet and a place my planet could not reach, and the first thing anybody thought about putting through it was eggs. Then I go into the forest, and this time I go in talking. Last time I went in there, I was at the first level with no martial skill, and I could not afford to be seen doing anything unusual. This time I am at the 3rd level with a spear, and I can handle everything in that forest short of a 4-star, and if a 4-star shows up, I can outrun it. High skill makes a man chatty. That is the entire explanation. This is where the snakes were balled up, I tell them, pointing at the clearing. You can still see the marks the bolts left. What happened to the loot from the ones you killed? Did the other snakes eat it? Corpses, I understand, but loot doesn't rot. Old Way, confess. Did you sneak in here after you closed the stream? I laugh, and I do not lie exactly. Yeah, I came in, just to collect. I didn't dare stay a minute. Grabbed it and left. I got lucky and didn't run into more snakes. Damn, you sly old fox. I knew you had secrets. You said you were closing the stream to deal with corpses and you were in the forest, and in the blink of an eye you're this strong, and we've never once seen you cultivate. Confess. How? That is a joke, and it is also a probe, and the man who wrote it knows exactly what he is doing. Ha, I say. Some good things dropped, things that help with cultivation. Come on, I'll take you deeper. And I change the subject, which is what you do. A 4-meter snake comes at me from 10 meters on my left, and the chat spots it before I visibly do, and shouts, and I turn and kill it in one cut without using the divine ability at all, because I have decided to find out what I am actually worth without it. I am worth quite a lot, it turns out. Over a dozen of them on the way in, all of them one cut. The room decides I am a swordsman. I am not a swordsman. I am a man with unusually good reflexes who has been shown his own mistakes by a god for 2 hours. Then the trees thin out, and the ground drops away. The valley is 200,000 or 300,000 square meters, and it is not empty, it is upholstered. Green-eyed snakes, hundreds of them, coiled across the floor of it in overlapping drifts, and in among them clutches of pale eggs. Some of the snakes are a meter long. Those are the young ones, kept at home, which is why I never saw a small one in the forest. Hiss, says the room. That's a snake valley. That's the nest. Old Way, you soloed 170 chickens. Can you solo a valley? That one is either an idiot or a plant. In the recordings you cannot tell, and I have stopped caring. It's not the same, somebody answers. Chickens are big and it was open ground and he had a spear so they couldn't close. He was only facing 8 at a time. Snakes are small and they come from every direction and they are venomous. One mistake and it's over. Old Way, calm down. Don't be impulsive. You've had a great start. Clear the stragglers in the forest first. Let the valley disperse. Pick them off. That's the correct approach. Didn't he pick snake blood grass? Doesn't that cure the venom? What's there to be afraid of? And the room splits into 2 camps and starts arguing with itself while I crouch on the lip of a valley and do arithmetic. The arithmetic is simple. The safe method works, and it takes a day. I do not have a day. The dangerous method is dangerous because of things I can see and they cannot, and I have a 9-story pagoda in my skull that can hold off something a whole realm above me, and the only cost of using it is that I have to close the stream at the worst possible moment and let 200 million people wonder why. Next, I say quietly, it's my showtime, and I start shooting before anything down there knows I exist. 5 bolts. The 5 3-star snakes closest to the rim, in order, highest first, because I can read their ranks off them like price tags in a shop window. Then the valley notices and comes up the slope at me, and I do not move my feet at all. I empty the second magazine into the front of it. Then I run. Not away, around. I run the rim of that valley in a wide circle with a few hundred venomous animals turning to follow me, reloading on the move, and every time I have 10, I turn and put 10 into whatever is in front. And the thing that makes this possible is that the 3rd level of body tempering plus 1% of a movement art is faster than a snake. And every snake in that valley that is faster than me is already dead because I shot those 5 first. Then the bolts run low and I put the crossbow away and take out the spear and jump down into the valley. Kill. My spear technique is not elegant. I want to be clear about this because people got very poetic about it later. It is 1% learned and it is entirely about weight. Sweep through. 1,000 armies is a name somebody put on a horizontal swing with 88 kilograms on the end of it, and against animals with no armor, it does what a car does. I put the point into a snake's open mouth and shake it, and the shake goes down the shaft, and the front half of the animal stops being a shape, and I fight in a circle, and retreat, and come back, and I do not once look at the small hill in the middle of the valley. I want to talk about that hill. It is about 7 meters high. It is not a rock, and it is not a tree. It is a smooth mound with an altar shape to it in the middle of a natural valley, and there are no snakes on it or within 10 meters of it, and every animal in that valley moves around it without appearing to think about it. I noticed it on the first pass, and I have not looked at it since. What I actually knew was less impressive than the version I gave the audience afterward, which was better constructed and about 80% true. I knew the Chicken Clan had a king. I knew the system announced it when I killed him. I knew I had killed a 3-star extreme snake yesterday, and the system did not announce a king, which means the snakes still have one, and he is above 3 stars, and I have not seen him, and I knew the mound was too tidy, so I jumped into a valley full of venomous animals and put my back to a mound I believed had a king inside it, and I fought there for 4 minutes with my whole attention pointed backwards, and I let the room panic. They panic beautifully. Holy crap, what is that? Old boy behind you. He hasn't noticed. He thinks he's invincible down there because he killed the big ones. A proud army is a defeated army. I watched him raise the Vermilion Tower. I watched him host his guests. I watched his tower collapse. What a pity. In a base outside Beijing, a man punches a desk hard enough to make a teacup jump and says, "Damn it, if something happens to Li Wei, the loss to China is too great." And in a building on the other side of the ocean, a director of intelligence named Arthur goes red in the face with delight and says, "Ha ha ha, God, have you finally opened your eyes? This guy who stole the spotlight from every one of our participants is finally going to have some bad luck." His subordinate says the room has passed 800 million. Once he dies, that traffic disperses to other people, Arthur says. Great. I want you to remember him. He is going to be around for a while. The thing comes out of the mound. 7 or 8 meters of it, moving faster than anything that size has any business moving, straight up the middle of the valley at my back with its mouth open, 20 meters out, and the corner of my mouth goes up, which is the only part of this that I did not manage to hide, and one man in a base outside Beijing catches it on the feed and sits forward in his chair. Now. I turn and pull and sidestep and drift and put the last 4 bolts I own into it, 1 in the eye, 1 in the brow, 2 through the body and into the ground, pinning 8 meters of snake to the floor of its own valley. Everything above happens in about 1 second. Half the room had their eyes shut. They open them and the fight is over. And the people who had wanted to watch me die look at a screen that is not showing them what they ordered. "Good lad," says Wang Lei and hits the desk again. "Oh shit," says Arthur in an office in another hemisphere, and then quite a lot of other things which are on a recording somewhere and which his subordinates describe as an education. The number passes 1 billion. The snake, incidentally, is not dead. 3 of those 4 bolts were in vital points and it is still moving, which tells you what a tier 1, 4-star, extreme vicious beast actually is. I clear the small ones off me first. The remainder are 1-star and young and no threat. And then I go and pull a bolt out of a corpse, load it, and shoot the king again from 10 meters away rather than walk up to it. I want that on the record since it becomes a theme. It dies before my bolt lands, of pure indignation or blood loss. 200 first-order points for a tier 1, 4-star extreme vicious beast, and a second radar fragment for the king. Then the room comes back all at once at 1 billion and rising. Old Wei, how did you know that thing was going to ambush you? I thought that was a guaranteed death. What kind of heaven-defying plot is this? From today, Old Wei is my idol. I want to join his lord state, so I tell them. I tell them about the mound being too abrupt, and about the snakes not going near it, and about the chicken clan having a king announcement, and the snake clan not having one, and about the 3-star extreme I had already killed, which meant the king had to be above that. And I tell them that I fought with my back to the mound deliberately to make the thing lower its guard, and that my entire attention was behind me the whole time. All of that is true. The one thing I leave out is that my divine ability only reaches 60 meters and the mound is more than 60 meters from the rim, and the only way to see inside it was to jump into the valley. I did not deduce that a king was in there and then bait him. I looked, saw him lying under the dirt watching his entire family die without moving, and then turned my back on him on purpose. I didn't expect this cunning schemer to be so patient, I tell the room, and that part I mean. He watched me kill his kin for 4 minutes. His strength is far above mine, and he refused to face me. So you were setting a trap the whole time. Old Wei, you're awesome. Even if I knew, I wouldn't dare. One thing goes wrong and you're dead instead. Thanks for today's stream, I say. Next I'm going to clear out the forest properly. It won't be much to look at. Next time, I'll take you to another island. And I close the room on 1.2 billion people. They take it badly. Holy crap, Old Wei, don't you even want to look at your own numbers? You just logged off? Actually, it's fine. The tipping peak has already passed. He's smart. This creates mystery and anticipation. He's created a lot of things. Mystery is one of them. Then I walk over to the mound alone, in the dark, with the room shut, because when I saw the king lying under the dirt, I also saw what he was lying on. Name, fragmented blood crystal. Rank, low grade. Description, the blood of ancient cultivators and powerful vicious beasts seeped underground. Over aeons, under the nourishment of earth vein qi and enormous pressure, impurities and violent auras were removed, leaving the most refined vital essence to condense into crystal. Contains abundant vital energy. Powerful auxiliary cultivation function. I dig it out with my hands. It is the size of a broad bean and it is warm, and holding it produces a feeling I can only describe as appetite, not desire. Appetite. The way a hungry man feels about food or a thirsty man feels about water from somewhere much older than opinion. That's why the king was so far ahead of the rest, I say, and then I stand up straight because of the second thought. If the Snake King was sitting on one of these, then what was in the Chicken King's nest? I go back into that forest and find it, soybean-sized, smaller, under where the six-feather bird slept. Both kings had a treasure buried under them. That is where the gap came from. Not talent. Real estate. The island spirit tells me you cannot swallow one because the vital energy would burst you. Under the 4th level, you hold it in your mouth and let it dissolve. From the 4th level, when you can project chi and blood outside the body, you draw it out with your own. I put them away, and I refine every snake in that forest, and then I do something stupid and useful. I have 11 divine soul pills. I know one raises the eye. I do not know what 11 does. So I take one, and it goes up 50 seconds. I take another when the tank is full instead of empty, and it goes up a full 45, which tells me the pill wastes itself repairing before it improves. Sharpening the axe doesn't delay the wood cutting, I say to nobody, and take a 3rd and a 4th and a 5th. 40 seconds. Then, 35. By the 10th, nothing happens at all. My head goes very clear and very fast and stays there, and the number does not move. Tower Spirit, what's happening? Master, these are only Tier 1 low-grade divine soul pills. Their effect has an upper limit, and you have reached it. To continue, you must either raise your cultivation rank or use higher-grade pills. 10 of the rarest thing I own, spent in 9 minutes, to find a wall. But I found the wall. 15 minutes of duration, 85 meters of range. I started this trial with 2 minutes and 10 meters, and it has been about a day and a half. And then I run that forest, 2 square kilometers of dense woodland at a sprint with 170 meters of vision in every direction through solid trees, and I do not stop moving once. Every snake in it dies. Every egg gets collected. Every stalk of snake blood grass gets pulled. I finish the entire forest before the 15 minutes are up. The entire green-eyed snake clan, says the system, and pays me a power module for it. And then I stand at the edge of my first island and look at it properly for the first time. The pond I dug and widened, refilled and holding. The stack of pine outside the door. A house with 2 stone lions on it. 29 hours ago, there was a shed here. It's time to leave, I say. There are 2 islands left within sight. One is about twice the size of the one I have just stripped, and it is wrapped in fog so thick you cannot see anything on it at all. The other is enormous, 5 times bigger than anything else out here, and completely bare, flat, empty. You can see from one edge of it to the other, and there is nothing on it. I look at both of them for a long time. Island Spirit, take us to the Mist Island. 3 reasons. It is closer. I have not gone live and have not promised anybody anything, so if it is bad, I can turn around and nobody has to know. And an island full of fog is the one thing in this trial that everybody has heard of and nobody has seen the inside of, which means the first person to walk into one on camera owns that hour. And there is a 4th reason I do not say out loud, which is the real one. The fog blocks vision. The fog blocks radar. The island spirit tells me it burns divine sense. That mental energy going into it catches fire on contact, and if you are slow to cut the connection, you lose the projected part of your mind. That is what it does to everybody in this trial. And I would very much like to know what it does to me. I stand at the boundary with the 2 islands docked, and I flick the eye of insight on for a fraction of a second and off again, the way you touch a kettle to see if it is hot. Nothing. I do it again, longer, watching my own sea of consciousness while I do it. Nothing at all. Not a flicker, not a burn, not a degree of warmth. The fog does not exist as far as my divine ability is concerned. I stand there on the boundary between a bright island and a wall of gray, and I start laughing, quietly, alone, in the dark. Because everybody who walks into that fog goes blind. And I am about to go in there with 170 meters of vision and 15 minutes on the clock. Before I walk into the fog, 2 things hatch out of me. Both kings dropped an egg. The Chicken King's is the size of a basketball in crimson. The Snake King's is the size of a suitcase in green. Name, mutated red-tailed chicken egg. Rank, none. Description, contains a trace of the Crimson Blood Rooster bloodline. Current potential, 2nd order. If helped to return to its ancestry, the bloodline can be fully activated, granting the Crimson Blood Rooster legacy and the potential to become an 8th order Yao beast. Name, mutated green-eyed snake egg. Rank, none. Description, contains a trace of the Titan Dragon Python bloodline. Current potential, 3rd order. If true dragon blood or a dragon pearl can be obtained, the bloodline can be purified. At 30% purity, it has the chance to become a 7th order Yao beast. At 50%, it can become a divine beast. I read the word divine and then I read it again. Island Spirit. Does this actually have a Titan Dragon Python bloodline? Is my luck really this good? This is my first island and I have 2 of these. And the sprite, who has been letting me be pleased with myself for a day and a half, folds her arms. Master, I need to correct something. That is a tone. I have heard that tone from every accountant I have ever dealt with. First, on the first floating island, every participant conquers. If they can kill the king, they will obtain a battle pet egg. Every participant. The master is not an exception. This is a hidden benefit the trial space gives to beginners. After this, the probability of an egg from a king will not exceed 10%. Right. Second, 50% of battle pet eggs contain a Yao beast bloodline. The probability of 2 in a row is 25%, so 1 in 4. One can only say that the master's luck is good, but not the absolute best. Otherwise, the chicken egg would also have divine beast potential. I have been thanking the universe for 2 days, and it turns out the universe handed the same present to every single person who bothered to fight. That is worth knowing. It is worth knowing very early. It means the gap between me and everybody else on my planet is not a gift. Almost everything I have, everybody could have had. They just had to go and kill a king on day 1, and most of them were still sitting on their own rock with the door shut. Third, she says, because she is not finished. Battle pets are easy to obtain. Raising them into partners requires a great many resources, which may hold back the master's own cultivation. Whether it is worthwhile depends on the individual. And fourth, ordinary cultivators below the 4th realm can only contract 1 battle pet, below the 7th, 2, before godhood, 3, unless they possess a special technique or a beast-taming artifact which is external force. I look at the pagoda in the back of my own head. Right, I say, let's do 2. A drop of blood each in 3 minutes each, and then the tower spirit tells me it is done, and I go in and look, and I have to hold on to a doorframe. The chicken is the size of 2 basketballs and bright red and unbelievably stupid looking. Battle pet, Crimson Blood Rooster, pseudo young. Cultivation, tier 1, 1 star. Skill, Bloodlust. Restores its own injuries and chi and blood by devouring the enemy's blood in combat. Innate divine ability, Blood Explosion. Detonates its own chi and blood for 1 minute, increasing combat power by 30%. 1 cosmic day of rest after use. Bloodline, 1.5%. Note, the Crimson Blood Rooster is naturally warlike and can increase its bloodline concentration through battle, even achieving ancestral return. The other one is 2 meters long at birth and has a snake's head with 2 small black fleshy horns on it that no green-eyed snake has ever had. Battle pet, Titan Dragon Python, pseudo young. Cultivation, tier 1, 1 star, middle stage. Skill, Poison Sting. Turns venom into an arrow and fires it. Range 5 meters. Can kill enemies 1 minor realm above it. Innate divine ability, Gigantification. Triples in size for 1 minute. And Gravity Control. Controls gravity within 1 meter of its body, between half and 1.5 times, for 1 minute. Bloodline, 3.5%. 2 divine abilities. Xiao-Qi, I say to the rooster. Xiao-Long, I say to the snake. I am aware that naming a Titan Dragon Python Little Dragon is not the work of a great mind. I had been awake for a day and a half, and I named them what they were. I give them 40 blood spirit pills each. And then I go and break through because I have 300 more. The 4th level of body tempering is the one that matters. Everything up to 3 is just weight on a bar. At 4, QE and blood leaves the body. You can project it. You can put a shield of it around yourself, and later you can put it into a weapon, and later still you can send it at somebody across a room. I take 3 pills at once and let them fight in my chest, and the pores open all at once, and there is steam. Actual steam coming off my skin in the void, and impurities coming out with it and baking into a crust and shattering into powder under the next wave. 3 cycles of it, and at the end of it there is a faint red sheen moving on the surface of me that is not skin and is not light. Chi and blood projection, I say, and my voice sounds different in my own ears. Body tempering, 4th level. Done. My strength went up by 1 kilogram, from 600 to 601. That is the whole numerical gain of a breakthrough. And my actual combat power roughly doubles, because for the first 3 levels I was a man who could hit hard, and now I am a man wearing a coat made out of himself. Still no bottleneck, not the slightest resistance anywhere. The divine root bone means every wall other people spend weeks against, I walk through without noticing there was a wall. I do the arithmetic on the pills after that, because I am about to spend money I do not have. A tier 1 low-grade blood spirit pill, at my level now, gives 18 kilos an hour. A medium grade gives 100 an hour. A fragmented blood crystal gives 35 an hour. The medium grade pill is 3 times better than a blood crystal and 5 times better than a low grade pill. And the only way to get medium grade pills is to kill things at 4 stars and above. So the answer to every question I have from here to the end of the first day is the same answer. Find bigger animals, which brings me back to a wall of gray fog. The room comes back to 2 Mist Island questions and then stops, because there are 2 enormous creatures standing behind me on my own island. Xiaolong is 10 meters long. He was 2 meters long 14 hours ago. Xiaoqi is taller than a bison at the shoulder and shaped, unfortunately, exactly like a chicken. Holy crap, why are there vicious beasts on the Streamer's island? Streamer, behind you, there are 2 vicious beasts behind you. They said beasts can't enter a participant's island on the first day. They said hostile beasts. What if they're not hostile? Look how close they are to him. With Old Way's personality, it's impossible he hasn't noticed. Those should be battle pets. But the cultivation isn't low for this stage, and there are 2. Below the 4th realm, you can only contract 1. Hanjian, Kunexing Empire, 5-star hegemon nation, which is where I say the sentence I have been preparing for 8 hours. Big Shot Hanjian is right, they're my battle pets. As for 2, the reason's simple. Among the loot earlier there was a fragment of a beast taming scripture. It allows contracting multiple pets below the 4th realm. There was no scripture, there is a pagoda. But now there is a public, checkable, boring explanation on the record, in front of 100 million witnesses, from a 5-star empire's own expert onward, and every time I have 400 beasts standing behind me for the rest of my life, that sentence is going to be doing the work. 1 black iron coin lands in my account from him while he is typing. If you're a beast tamer that makes sense, but their strength isn't weak. How? I dug a blood crystal out of the Snake King's nest, and another out of the Chicken King's. Along with other resources, that was enough to raise them this fast. Also true. Also incomplete. I do not mention the grade, and I do not mention that they are fragments, and I certainly do not mention 230 blood spirit pills. So it was blood crystals. The streamer's luck is truly good, too, on his first resource island. Even low grade, at this stage the value is extremely high. Hanjian. What are blood crystals? I saw someone get one off a mist island before. It must be good. And the entire room decides, out loud, in public, that everything unexplainable about me is blood crystals, and I let them, and I steer the conversation away before somebody with a slower mouth and a faster brain works out that 2 blood crystals do not do that. Last time I closed the stream I said we'd explore a new island, I tell them. As some of you have seen, I've docked at a mist island. And the room stops arguing about me instantly because everybody on Blue Star has now watched somebody die in a mist island. The data explains their reaction, and I only got it much later. 1,127 mist islands had been reached on camera worldwide by that point. The overwhelming majority of participants took one look at the inside and turned around. 216 went in deep. Of those 216, 70% died, 20% were seriously injured, 3 came out unhurt, and all 3 came out with nothing. That is not a dangerous place. That is a place with a policy. China's own number 2 went into one that day. A man called Gao Yang. He was ambushed by a 3-star extreme and survived only because he had drawn a jade token that gave a temporary speed boost. He came out with a broken body and 1 complete low-grade blood crystal. That crystal healed in 3 days injuries that Blue Star Medicine would have needed 2 months for, and it took him from the peak of the 1st level to the 4th. Which is the exact moment, incidentally, that the word blood crystal became the most important word on my home planet. A mist island. It's too dangerous. Old Way, do another one first. Wait until you're stronger. You have such a big advantage, there's no need to take risks. Thank you for the warnings, I still want to try, but rest assured, if I sense danger, I'll come straight back. I won't be stubborn, besides, I have 2 helpers now. And then I walk into the fog. The audience saw this. A man in a bright, warm place, standing at a line, with a wall of gray on the other side of it, and no detail in it at all. He steps forward and vanishes. The picture goes black for a second, and then comes back as a close shot. A 10-meter bubble of visible world with leeway in the middle of it and nothing beyond. I saw this. 170 meters of clear gray ground in every direction, trees, rocks, 3 red dots at the far edge of the range, and the whole thing laid out like an architect's model. Xiaolong, scout ahead. He goes 20 meters out and vanishes into the fog. Xiaoqi drops in behind me and stays back until he is gone from the picture too. So, on camera, it is a man alone in a bubble of gray, walking. Old Way, what strategy is this? We can't see the pets. Shouldn't the 3 of you stay together in a fog? You may not know this, I say, but the moment we came in, Xiaolong told me he can perceive things in the fog and sense danger before it arrives, so I put him ahead. Xiaoqi doesn't have that, but he's my pet and we can talk mind to mind, so he covers the back. That way nothing gets both sides of me. Every word of that is a prepared script, and there is one deliberate flaw in it. Xiaolong can. Xiaoqi cannot. I put that flaw in there on purpose, and it is the single most careful thing I did in the first week. Because when other people get battle pets, and they will, and their pets are blind in the fog, there needs to be a reason why mine is not. And my pets are all special, is a story nobody believes. One of mine has a strange bloodline and the other one is a chicken, is a story that explains itself. It's a pity I only have 2, I add. If I had 4, I could cover front, back, left, and right. My safety would be much higher. Old way, listen to yourself. Are those words a human should say? At this stage, I haven't heard of a single other participant with a battle pet. You're probably the first on the planet, you have 2, and you're regretting it? Stop humble bragging. Hearing that makes me want to come in there and hit you. Heh. And I stop mid-sentence because Xiaolong has just put a shape in my head and I sprint. Awoo! Name: Desolate Mastiff. Rank: Tier 1, 3-star, Extreme. Description: a descendant of the desolate giant wolf and the 3-headed mastiff. This is a cub living on the outskirts of Mist Island. Bloodthirsty, frenzied, and vengeful. It will fight to the death. The meat is tough, but the fur is highly valuable. Its heart's blood is a precious medicinal treasure. Remember to drink it while it is warm. A cub. It is the size of an elephant. It has the body of a wolf and the head of a Tibetan mastiff, and it is 3 stars at the extreme of its stage, which is the ceiling of everything I had killed on the previous island, and the tag calls it a cub. It charges Xiaolong. At 3 meters out, its legs buckle. Just sink. Mid-stride. As if the ground under it has decided to weigh more. It recovers in half a second, and it does not matter because Xiaolong has already lifted 10 meters of body and brought his tail down from above like a felled tree. The mastiff goes into the dirt. Half of it goes into the dirt. Blood comes out of its eyes and ears and nose at once, and it is still trying to pull its front legs free when Xiaolong takes it by the neck and puts venom into it. Your battle pet has killed a Tier 1 3-star extreme vicious beast. You have gained 60 first order points. I stand there and feel something happen in my chest that has nothing to do with cultivation. Battle pet kills count as mine, which means my ceiling is no longer my body. Holy shit, that's strong. The tag said 3-star extreme. It was killed in 2 moves. If the pet is that strong, what rank is Old Way? Old Way, be honest. What did you do in those 10 hours you weren't broadcasting? The mastiff drops 2 banknotes and 1 irregular blood-red crystal the size of a broad bean. Blood crystals drop from these. That is why Mist Islands eat people. Everybody who ever came out of one alive came out with a blood crystal, and the entire planet has just learned what a blood crystal does, and so the entire planet is now going to walk into fog. I collect it. Xiaolong comes over and puts his head under my hand and rubs. Don't worry, I tell him. It's yours. You'll get it when we're home. He shakes his head back and forth in a way that is difficult to describe as anything other than joy, and it is genuinely hard to remember that 4 minutes ago he drove a mastiff into the ground like a fence post. 3 more come, then a 4th, 4 stars, late stage, sneaking in from the left. Xiaolong, tangle it up and share its position with me through your mind. I shout that loudly, at a wall of fog. It is for the room. Xiaolong and I do not need to shout. I put 3 bolts into the gray where nobody watching can see anything at all. 2 go home, eye and front hoof. The 3rd one I deliberately put slightly wide into the dirt beside it so that it is visible sticking out of the ground when the picture clears. Because a man who never misses in a fog is a man with a question mark over him. I have thought about that 3rd bolt more than almost anything else I did that week. Then we find the pond. It is 2 meters across and it is not water. It is blood. A shallow circular pool of it in the middle of a gray wood, absolutely still. Name: Blood Spring. Rank: Tier 1, medium grade. Description: ancient battlefields, or places where the corpses of the powerful are buried, give birth to blood crystal veins after aeons. Before a vein forms, or if it never forms, blood springs are nurtured around the area. A blood spring is the collected essence of the purest qi and blood. Bathing in it aids cultivation. I take out the cast iron pot. I have owned this pot for 2 days. I have used it to carry water, to cook a chicken, and now I am using it to bail a pool of ancient blood into a space in my own body. Tower Spirit. Can this be refined into blood spirit pills? As long as it is flesh and blood, the essence can be extracted. In theory, a blood spring is the blood of ancient powerhouses, so naturally it can be done. I stop bailing into my portable space and start bailing directly into the 9th floor of the pagoda, and to the camera there is no difference at all. What is that? Blood or a mineral? It looks red, but maybe it's just water. What is Old Way doing? Is that drinkable? Aren't you afraid it's poison? Blue Star 10,010's luck is really good to find a blood spring. This is good stuff, only slightly inferior to a low-grade blood crystal. Engushuan, Sanyang Empire, 2-star Lord Nation. And then, on the first pot, the island starts screaming. Awoo! It comes from a long way off, and then a second one answers, and a third, and the noise spreads out and out through the fog until there is nothing else in the world. Holy crap, why does this feel familiar? When he was cutting the chicken blood rice, the chickens rioted. Because the rice was their food, their lifeblood. Is the blood spring the mastiff's lifeblood? Don't say it. It's really possible. Every mastiff here drops blood crystals. It has to be connected. They are right. and they got there in 11 seconds. I keep bailing. I keep bailing because I can see. Because there is no mastiff inside 170 meters, and I know that with the certainty that other people reserve for the floor being under them. So I stand at a pool of ancient blood in a screaming fog and scoop out a second pot and a third. On the third, 7 of them appear at the edge of my range, 3 of them at 4 stars. On the fourth, the nearest one is 80 meters out and there are 23 of them. I get a fifth, and then I put the pot away and grab both my pets and run, and I run through a gap in an encirclement that nobody watching that stream can see, because I picked the direction where there is exactly 1 3-star, which is the thinnest point. And this is where Arthur, in an office 6,000 kilometers from Beijing, does the thing that I want you to remember him for. Continue, he says. Have the internet trolls keep pushing to force Li Wei to turn back and fight the mastiffs. Director, from previous streams, Li Wei seems to be a very cautious person. He probably won't be influenced by chat. So what? If he gets provoked and fights, best case he dies. Even if he doesn't, he won't come out unscathed. The beasts on that island are a clear level above the last one. He picks up his coffee, and even if he doesn't listen, with enough of these comments, it will influence some viewers. They'll start to think Li Wei is overly cautious, cowardly, weak. That damages his image with viewers from every civilization. No matter how you look at it, this benefits us. Brilliant, director. So my chat fills with this. Streamer, don't be a wimp. Fight them. You're one man with 2 pets. What are you afraid of? You fought hundreds of green-eyed snakes alone. Now you have helpers. What's there to fear? Don't be a coward. Kill them all. It's a huge harvest. And in Beijing, a young analyst spots the pattern inside 2 minutes. Group leader, the direction of the chat isn't right. Someone is deliberately stirring it up. Says Yang Mei. These guys just can't stand seeing others do well. Mobilize our people. Tell him not to be influenced. Preserving his life is what matters. The trial has only just begun. And an invisible war breaks out in my comment section over whether I should be encouraged to die, and I read exactly 1 line of it while running through a fog at full sprint, and I have one thought about it, which I could not say out loud then and can now. If there were fewer than 10 of them, I would fight. There are over 100 and half of them are 4 stars. I know that because I can see them. Nobody else in the universe can see them. And I cannot say a single word about how I know, so there is no version of this in which I get to defend myself, and I have to eat the accusation in public and keep running. That is what having a secret actually costs, not the risk of exposure. The being wrong in public about things you are right about. I get home. 2 seconds later, there is a series of very heavy impacts behind me as 100 mastiffs at full gallop discover the newbie shield. I stand on my own island in front of a wall of dazed animals, and I take out the 88-kilogram spear. Since you've delivered yourselves to my doorstep, I say, I'll reluctantly accept. The first thrust goes through an eye and into the brain of a 4-star middle stage, and I flip the corpse over onto my own island with both hands on the shaft. The second one gets swatted aside because that one is 4 stars late stage and it has stopped being dizzy, and there is a noise like hitting a car with a bar. So I switch targets down to the 3 stars and kill 4 of them in 4 thrusts, and then the survivors work it out and back off past the length of my spear, and a 4-star peak one at the back gives an order, an actual order, a single bark, and they move. And I have to admit that these are not chickens. Heh, I say. Do you think backing off a little will help? And I put the spear away and take out a pistol. I have not mentioned the pistol. It dropped off the Snake King, which is why I did not talk about it on stream, and it is called a Black Star, and it is a Tier 1 medium-grade divine weapon, and it is exactly what it sounds like, a semi-automatic handgun with a 10-round magazine and a box of 50 rounds. Effective range 150 meters, lethal to a 6-star inside 10 meters to a 4-star inside 50. Drawback, it is extremely loud and attracts things. I put the Eye of Insight on and start shooting into a fog. And with the ability running, every animal out there slows down and swells up in my vision as if it is standing at the end of my arm, and I am not a marksman, I am a man operating a targeting computer, and I do not miss. The first one I take is the 4-star peak that gave the order because there is a tag on it. Name, Desolate Mastiff. Rank, Tier 1, 4-star, peak. Description, the guardian beast of the blood spring. It is only a tiny opportunity away from 5 stars. Because the profound thunderfruit is about to ripen and can help it break through, it had gone to wait beneath the profound thunderfruit tree in the core area of Mist Island. It did not expect someone to steal from the blood spring in its absence, so the spring did have a guardian. I did not sneak past it. I happened to arrive during the 4 minutes it stepped out. But that is not the part I read twice. Profound thunderfruit. Something that can push a 4-star peak vicious beast through a wall. Awoo. 2 shots, eye and nose, and the guardian rolls over howling, and I put a 3rd into its forehead because I am not the kind of man who assumes. 200 first-order points for a 4-star peak. And then a second line for killing the guardian of the blood spring, one miniature spiritual spring placed in my portable space. A spring, not a blood spring, a spiritual spring. I keep firing, 1 round per animal, no more. Some die, some are badly hurt and die shortly after, some are only wounded, and every single round hits something. Holy crap, is that a pistol? Why does the streamer have a pistol? Is that supposed to exist in the trial space? Is it a bug? He got it off the Snake King. I thought the shape was odd at the time. Badass. We underestimated this place. If he has a gun, doesn't that make him invincible? Is that fair? If Old Wei can get one, others can. There were technological prizes in the draws. Someone drew a grenade last week. These aren't high rank, they're early game items. What you can really rely on is your own strength. They calm each other down in about 90 seconds, which is a thing my species does better than it gets credit for. I burn the magazine, reload, take out the spear again, and go back to stabbing, which is when I nearly lose. I thrust at a 4-star late stage out of habit, and it catches the spear in its teeth and pulls. 88 kilograms of black iron with an animal the size of a truck on the end of it. I feel my feet leave the ground, and I let go with my right hand. Instantly, no thought in it, the hand just opens, and the spear goes out over the line, and I stop with my nose about 2 centimeters from the barrier. 2 centimeters. If that spear had been strapped to me, or if my hand had closed instead of opened, I would have gone through that line into 100 animals, and this story would have a very different length. Holy crap, I say out loud to my own island. A little more, and I'd have followed it out. And then I say the sentence I said to myself every day after that. I was careless because things were going too smoothly. They keep coming and I keep killing until they finally break and vanish into the fog, and unlike the chickens, they do not come back. I step out and walk 20 meters into the gray and try to bait them, and there is nothing. They have decided. They are gone. Their intelligence is much higher than the chickens, and it costs me about 40 kills, and it is the first time in this trial that something outmaneuvers me by being sensible. 42 mastiffs, 29 of them, 4 stars. And in a base outside Beijing, a woman looks at a screen and does arithmetic. Chief, Li Wei has just obtained a great many mastiff corpses. These aren't like the snakes and chickens, those he could store. The mastiffs are enormous and heavy, and he probably can't afford to upgrade his space that far. He can't possibly eat them all. We might consider buying some. Not only would it solve his problem, we'd obtain cultivation resources for the dragon group. Communicate with him in the chat, says Wang Lei. See if he's willing. Huaxia official authority has tipped 100 gold coins, and then a wall of identical comments comes up my feed at once, all of them saying the same thing, because a room does 30,000 messages a minute, and the only way to be heard is to bring friends. Li Wei, we are the Huaxia official authority. We would like to ask how you plan to handle so many mastiff corpses. If you have no way to preserve them, we would like to purchase a batch at the price set by the trial space. If you need them yourself, do not feel forced. Everything should prioritize your own needs. I read that 4 times. I want to explain why I read it 4 times, because a lot of people assumed I was calculating. I was an orphan. I grew up on the state's money in a state's building, and I went to a state's university on a state's grant. Nobody in this story owes anybody anything, but there is a specific kind of person who was raised by an institution and knows exactly which institution, and I am that person. And they had just asked, in writing, with an out clause in the second sentence, Island Spirit, what are these worth? She walks me through it, and the interesting part is that the meat is worthless. The heart is 50 gold, the fur 25, the teeth and claws 10, and the entire body of the animal is 8, because it weighs 14,000 kilograms, and it tastes like a boot. A single 3-star mastiff cannot fit through the 10,000 kilogram channel, so I do the thing that made a certain number of people cry. You all heard that. Buying whole corpses isn't cost effective. Here's what I'll do. I'll sell you the hearts, fur, teeth, and claws of 13 3-star mastiffs. If that's under 10,000 kilos, I'll add red-tailed chicken eggs and chicken blood rice. Whatever's left, I'll make up with meat. 13 hearts, 13 sets of hide and claws, then 20 chicken eggs and 30 snake eggs, then 20 kilos of chicken blood rice, then a golden snake dagger, tier 1 low grade, a real divine weapon, then 2 stalks of snake blood grass. Take the eggs and try to hatch the snakes, I tell them. If they can be tamed, they're good battle pets. If not, try farming them. The gall is useful for cultivation. Try to grow the rice. I don't know if it takes in Blue Star's environment. That's for you to research. If it grows, it matters. Because as a cultivator's level rises, their consumption goes up fast, and ordinary food won't carry them. Then I cut half a 4-star extreme mastiff to fill the last of the tonnage, 9,998.3 kilograms. The island spirit tops it up with rice to exactly 10,000, 1,470 gold for the goods, 3,470 with the channel and freight. I'm crying, says the room. He thinks about his compatriots at every turn. It's not many things, but they're all things you need for early stage testing. When the great era comes, China will move faster and steadier. I close the stream before the handover, telling them the butchering will be bloody and boring. Then I tell the tower spirit to remove 13 hearts intact. It takes 10 seconds. And then I stand on an empty island for 3 hours doing absolutely nothing, because a man who processes 14-ton animals in 10 seconds has a great deal of explaining to do, and a man who does it in 3 hours does not. When I come back on, the room welcomes me like a returning soldier. How does it feel to be a butcher for 3 hours? I can tell Old Wei's eyes look tired. Butchering isn't easy work. I'm in the industry. Streamer, you just wasted 3 hours. Don't do this again. It's a very foolish move. Haha, it's fine, I say. I use the time to practice the technique of Cook Ding carving the ox, and Beijing sends this. Li Wei, thank you for your hard work. We didn't consider this thoroughly. In future, even if we trade, we won't choose a method that wastes your time. It isn't worth it. They had held a meeting about it while I was pretending to butcher. Wang Lei had made a standing rule out of it, never again buy anything from a Chinese participant in a way that costs them time, even if that means not buying. I sold my plan at 13 hearts and got 3,470 gold coins and a policy. Then I do a lottery, because I have 8,000 first-order points, and I have discovered what these things are actually for. A first-order draw costs 1,000 points and offers 3 boxes. Box 3, first draw, name, bullet supply pack, rank, tier 1, medium grade, description, for the Black Star pistol. 4 boxes, 200 rounds. I had assumed the pistol was a 40-shot weapon and then a paperweight. Second draw, 50 kilograms of black iron, which I take because the mansion upgrade needs 100. Third and fourth. Junk. Island spirit. Why is it all low grade? Master, that is how the lottery works. Low grade is 80%. Medium is a little over 15. High grade is under 5%. You were fortunate to get a medium grade in 4 draws. I silently roll my eyes because I can see inside all 3 boxes, and if my luck is not beating the average with that advantage, then something has gone very wrong with the universe. Fifth, another 50 kilos of black iron. That completes the 100. Sixth, name, arrow tower. Rank, tier 1, high grade. Description, an offensive building placed on a floating island. 3 magazines holding 1,000 high-grade arrows, 2,000 medium, 3,000 low. Under the control of the island spirit, it shoots and kills incoming enemies. Range 300 meters regardless of arrow grade, ineffective against mist islands. Comes with 10 high-grade arrows, 20 medium, 30 low, and blueprints for all 3 types. I put a palm-sized model on the ground at the edge of my island, and it unfolds into a 3-story tower 20 meters high covering 50 square meters, with stairs to the top and a view. Holy crap, doesn't upgrading a floating island require an offensive building? Doesn't this qualify? If those 3 magazines were full, a rain of arrows covering the sky. What would you need to charge that? Before, when Old Wei attracted beasts, he had to kill them with a spear or a crossbow. Now he doesn't need to fear attracting any number of them. In fact, the more the better. The only pity is, he has to supply the arrows himself, and that's not simple. That is true, and it is my exact thought, and 1 draw later, the universe answers it. Name, Longshang Brand Miniature Automated Arrow Workshop. Rank, tier 1, high grade. Description, produces various specifications of arrows automatically from a blueprint or sample. 2.5 kilowatt hours per hour, 50 tier 1 high-grade arrows per hour, or 100 medium, or 200 low, or 300 mortal rank. Built-in 50 kilowatt battery. The room goes silent for several seconds, and then produces a sky-covering wall of text. It's a set. He drew the tower and then the factory. That's not luck, that's a joke. Old Wei was an orphan and an ordinary person, and after entering the trial space he soared 90,000 miles. Do you smell something familiar? Holy crap, I don't dare think too deeply about it. That's the template of a protagonist of destiny. Prophet, kill him quickly. You've read too many novels. It's a bit of good luck. But I'll say this. The trial is 168 days, and it has been a day and a half. Leading early is nothing. The real hero is the one who stays ahead and finishes. That comment is the truest thing anybody said to me in the first week. I feed the blueprints in and find the catch immediately. Low and medium grade arrows need spirit wood or spirit bamboo and ordinary feathers. High grade arrows need high grade spirit wood, special feathers. Red tail feathers will do, and I have 856 of those from a dead species, and a trace of mithril. I do not have spirit wood. I have never seen mithril. The last draw of that set gives me a black iron heavy spear at medium grade instead of low 300 kilograms, requiring 1,000 kilos of strength to wield. I have 600. I take it anyway, obviously. Then I do something the audience never saw, and it is the single most dangerous thing I did in the first 3 days. I go back into the fog. No stream. Pagoda over my head. I have two objectives. Find a mastiff my own size and fight it properly, because everything so far has been either far below me or handled by a pet, and find the profound thunder fruit. The first objective goes badly, in the sense that I break my own rule about martial honor immediately. A 4-star middle stage steps into my vision, and I shoot it in the face from 90 meters without breaking stride because I am in a hurry, and then I find the tree. Name: Profound Thunder Fruit Tree, Spiritual Root. Rank: Tier 1, High Grade. Description: uses profound thunder to refine the body, removing impurities, strengthening the physique, and improving root bone. Significant effect on breaking through bottlenecks. Low-grade fruit serves body forging levels 1 to 3. Medium grade serves 4 to 6. High grade serves 7 to 9. Furthermore, 3 high-grade fruits used simultaneously can forcibly upgrade a practitioner with an ungraded root bone to first grade. I stand 118 meters away in a fog and read the last sentence 3 times. There is a man in a chat log somewhere on my planet who found out on the first afternoon that he has no root bone grade and got told that scarcity makes things valuable and is currently sitting on a rock with a permanent ceiling 3 levels above where he started. There is a fruit that fixes him. It grows on a tree. The tree is guarded. 81 fruits on it, all of them low grade. 13 of them 34 minutes from transforming into medium grade. And around it, in a ring, are dozens of mastiffs. The weakest is 4 stars at the peak. 7 of them are 5 stars, late stage. There may be more on the far side, past my range. 34 minutes, or 13 medium-grade fruits go into 13 mastiffs and are gone forever. I raise the crossbow and shoot the strongest thing on the field first, and it is important that you know what happens to it because it decides the next hour. The bolt goes through 5 centimeters of chi and blood shield and into its right eye. The mastiff howls and turns and charges, and then goes dizzy after 4 strides, and the more it circulates its own energy, the worse it gets, and 30 meters later its front legs fold, and it is on the ground, alive and not moving. The green-eyed snake venom essence. I had painted every bolt I owned with it before I walked in. On a 4-star, it was supposed to be a mild inconvenience. Through the eye, it goes straight to the brain, and a 5-star late-stage vicious beast is put on the floor by an arrow and a bottle of poison. I underestimated the snake venom, I say. Then the rest of them come, and I do the only thing that works, which is to be somewhere they are not. I fire 10, run under cover of the fog, change direction, reload, fire 10 more from a completely different angle. They can hear the bolts, and they can smell a general area, and they cannot see any better than a human can, so they charge the sound, and I am not at the sound. 10 badly injured on the first volley. Every 5-star I can see in the first 30 seconds, because the strong ones die first, always. That is the whole method. The second volley breaks them. The third one scatters them, and they run, which surprises me, because the green-eyed snakes fought to the last hatchling, and these things are supposed to fight to the death. Their fight to the death is conditional, I say to an empty gray wood. Their intelligence is much higher. Then I stand under a tree for 17 minutes waiting for fruit to ripen, in a fog, on an island where I have just annoyed everything. My battery runs out. I take a medium-grade divine soul pill, and it fills instantly and pushes the ceiling up again. 25 minutes now, 130 meters, and the moment my vision comes back, there they are. 38 of them at the edge of my range, closing slowly, and more behind those. They went and got reinforcements. They timed it. 2.5 minutes before the fruit ripens, they came back with everybody. I fire 10 and put 10 of them down, and the ones that charge are mostly 3 stars with a few 4s, and no 5s at all, which tells me what they are doing. The 5 stars are at the back. They are spending the little ones to burn my arrows and my strength, and they will come over the top at the last second and eat the fruit. I put the crossbow away and take the spear and let them come, because I need the practice and because a spear does not run out. 2 minutes of that. Thrust, sweep, thrust. Sweep through 1,000 armies puts 3 of them 10 meters away with blood coming out of their mouths, and then the tree lights up. A pale blue arc runs over the whole thing, and the 13 fruits complete their transformation inside it, and a dozen 5-star mastiffs break cover from every direction at once. Beasts, I say, you are courting death. And I put the spear and the pistol away and raise my right hand, and a 9-story blood-red pagoda comes out of the back of my head and grows to the size of a house and settles over me in the tree. The 5 stars do not stop. They do not know what it is. They hit it. The noise is enormous. Every one of them bounces and lands badly and gets up dizzy and looks at the tower with something new in its expression. Suppress. The pagoda drops 0.5 meter, and a weight comes down out of it that I can feel in my own knees, and every animal inside a 30-meter circle goes flat. The 5 stars fight it. They get halfway up and go down again, and get halfway up and go down. I walk out from under my own tower with a 300-kilogram spear and injure every one of them. Collect. The pull opens under the pagoda and the weak ones go in immediately and the strong ones hold for a second or two and then go in too, and the ones that keep resisting after that I shoot because I am out of patience and out of chi and blood. 37 of them, alive, inside a building in my head, and then my legs go and I end up on one knee in the dirt under a tree because using that thing costs, not points, not mana, blood. It runs on the qi and blood in my body and it drinks it at a rate that emptied me in under 3 minutes, and if there had been one more wave behind that one, I would have been a man kneeling in a fog with nothing left. I take a medium-grade pill and get back on my feet and pick the 13 fruits. Then I put both hands round the trunk. Ha! Rise. The tree comes out of the ground root ball and all, and it electrocutes me, instantly and comprehensively. My hair stands straight up and I cough black smoke, and the whole thing lasts about a second and comes in at roughly the force of a 3-star extreme punch, which I can now absorb, which is the only reason I am telling you this story instead of being a smoking outline. Damn it, I say, with my hair still up. Why does it use electric attacks? Then I put a live tree in a pagoda and run. The tree is dying by the time I get it home. The leaves are going yellow while I am looking at them. I dig a hole beside the miniature spiritual spring with a spear, plant it, and pour every drop of spring water I have onto the roots. You have to survive, I tell a tree, out loud, alone. I want that transplant more than I wanted the fruit, and here is why. Upgrading a floating island needs 2 kinds of resource on the panel. A spiritual spring is 1. If a spirit tree takes root and lives, that is 2. And on top of that, this is the part I would like to be remembered for, and never will be. A thunder fruit tree that lives makes fruit forever, and fruit that fixes an ungraded root bone is going to be worth more than anything I will ever kill. I stand under it for 10 minutes and the yellow stops spreading and then goes back, and by the time the room would have got bored, the leaves are green again and the resource counter on my panel ticks from 1 to 2. Island spirit. Did it take? Yes, island master. A floating island is evolved from breathing earth, which greatly benefits spiritual plants. Combined with the spring, the transplant succeeded. Breathing earth. I make a note of that word too, because if the ground I am standing on is the best soil in the universe, then I am not carrying a rock around, I am carrying a farm. Can I speed the fruit up? Yes. Water it with a higher grade spring. Upgrade the floating island. Find thunder attribute or wood attribute spiritual liquid or soil. Find a spirit plant master to ripen it, or set formations around it that aid growth, even a time acceleration formation. So 5 things I don't have. For the current island master, none of them are easy. Then I go and count what I took out of a fog. 42 mastiffs killed and 37 captured, 5 pots of blood spring, 7 complete blood crystals from the 7 5-stars I shot, and 45 fragments. 552 silver coins, 10,105 first-order points, and not a single piece of equipment, not one. Mist islands do not drop gear. The blood spring refines into 4 medium-grade blood spirit pills a pot, and I have 20 more pots of it sitting in a pond back there. The mastiffs refine into 118 medium-grade blood spirit pills, 99 low-grade, 9 medium-grade divine soul pills, and 10 low. I hand the low-grade pills and the fragments to Xiaolong and Xiaoqi and tell them to eat everything. And then I ask a question that had been sitting at the back of my head for a day, and the answer turns the trial into a business. Tower spirit. Those captured mastiffs. Can they be made to submit properly? One has already submitted. The rest are resisting, but it will not be difficult. Their willpower isn't strong. Do I need my blood? Only battle pets with great potential require the master's blood, and once given, they can never betray you. Vicious beasts with limited potential can only ever be cannon fodder. There is no need to waste the master's blood. I can control them for you. But they cannot go far from you. How far? With your current cultivation, 2 kilometers. Beyond that, there is a high probability they break free or suffer brain death. 2 kilometers is not a leash. 2 kilometers is an operational radius, and in a fog where nothing can see, 37 mastiffs who live here and know where everything is, on a 2-kilometer leash, is not an army. It is a set of eyes. I want to tell you about the 4 blood springs now, because it is the single cleverest thing I did in the entire first day, and nobody watching understood what they were looking at. I go back into the fog on stream with 2 pets and I clear the first spring properly. 30-odd mastiffs around it, gone in about a minute, close combat, no crossbow, no pistol, because by now I am at the 5th level of body tempering with nearly 6,000 kilograms of strength, and these are simply not a problem anymore. I bale the spring dry, 22 pots, and give the dregs to Xiaolong and Xiaoqi. And Xiaoqi, who has the temperament of a hyperactive dog and the beak of an industrial tool, pecks the bottom of the empty pool. It goes through like glass. Underneath there is a formation. Blood-red lines in a pattern, and 9 complete low-grade blood crystals set around the edge of it. How does that look like a formation? Is it natural? Look at the crystals. 9 complete ones. We've struck it rich. And then the formation opens its mouth. The suction comes up out of the floor of the pool, and I get myself and both pets back 30 meters in about a second, and then we all stand there and watch the fog. The fog goes into a spiral. It drains, like water in a bath. It pours down into a hole in the bottom of a pool of blood, thickening first, then thinning, and then the world opens up, 20 meters, then 50, then 300, and there are trees and rocks and a horizon, and 5 or 6 mastiffs standing about 300 meters away, looking around them in what I can only describe as panic. Holy crap, the fog is clearing. If the formation eats all the fog, doesn't that mean the whole island opens up? Then we've struck it rich. There's supposed to be spirit medicine on Mist Islands. If you can see, you can take it all. Not necessarily. The fog blinds the beast too. Once there's no fog, the participant is fully exposed. Being swarmed is more dangerous, unless you can fight the whole island alone. I am not listening to any of it, because a quarter of an island has just become visible, and the crystals under the pool have vanished, and I am about to be furious about 9 complete blood crystals when the system speaks. Congratulations on activating Formation I number 3. You have triggered the ultimate opportunity quest. Kill the ultimate guardian beast of Mist Island to open the opportunity treasury. Quest requirements. Activate the 4 formation eyes on this Mist Island to open the central altar. Summon the ultimate guardian beast and kill it to obtain the key to the opportunity treasury. Number 3. There are 4. I look at the quarter of the island that has cleared, and I look at the 3 quarters that have not, and the shape of the whole thing arrives at once. 4 springs, 1 in each direction, 4 eyes, and the blood crystals in each of them are the fuel that gets spent to run it, which is why they disappeared. 36 complete blood crystals burned to open 1 door. If the value behind that door isn't higher than 36 blood crystals, this is a loss, says the room, doing my arithmetic for me. The academy wouldn't slap its own face. I tell them about the quest, all of it, out loud, immediately. I want to explain why, because it looks generous and it was not. The first stage is not a competition. Nobody has to lose for me to win. Telling 200 billion people how Mist Islands work costs me nothing whatsoever, and it buys me the thing I actually need, which is that when I do something inexplicable later, there is a long public record of me explaining things. Then I go and find the other 3 springs, and this is the part I am proud of. I do not search. Tower Spirit, can you talk to the mastiffs? Yes. Ask them if there are 4 blood springs on this island. There is 1 in each of the 4 directions. They are the foundation of the clan's survival here. They know where they are? They do. Can you place them somewhere for me? Anywhere within 2 kilometers. So I take 3 5-star mastiffs out of a pagoda, drop them 100 meters into the fog, and have them go and round up every mastiff in that quarter of the island and drive them to the spring. I have them herd their own family into a killing ground. Then I walk in with 2 pets and clear the whole quarter in 1 engagement, because they are all in one place, because their own people put them there. Hey, good news everyone, I tell the room arriving. Xiaolong has found the blood spring. There are quite a few mastiffs there. Looks like another big fight. I say that with genuine surprise in my voice while standing 70 meters from a trap I built. Second spring, third, half an hour each. And in the middle of the third one, something happens that has nothing to do with tactics, and it is the first time in this trial that I feel like I am becoming something. I am in the middle of that fight with a spear, and the first layer of the 9 Heavens Profound Origin Spear, which has been sitting at 99% of beginner for hours, moves. Entry level, the second stage of a martial skill. There are 7. Beginner, entry, mastery, minor achievement, major achievement, perfection, and limit break. Almost nobody in the universe ever reaches the last one. When you break the limit, the power has no ceiling at all, because breaking the limit means you have taken the skill somebody else made and turned it into a new one that is yours. I got the second of 7 in a fog at 4 in the morning of a day that was 16 days long by killing about 50 animals with a stick. The 4th spring goes down. The 4th eye lights. Formation core number 4 is active. The central altar is open. The ultimate guardian beast of Mist Island is awakening. Go quickly and kill it. Family, I tell the room. I just got the notification. The guardian's been summoned. I'll take you for a look from a distance and see if there's a chance for a sneak attack. I am not being modest there. I do the arithmetic on the way. The strongest thing I have seen on this island is 5 stars at the peak. A guardian is going to be 6 stars at least. I am at the 5th level of body tempering. But I have a crossbow, a pistol, and if neither works, I have a pagoda. And the only cost of the pagoda is that I have to close the stream in front of 2 billion people at the worst possible second. Xiaolong, Xiaoqi, back to the island. They would not help. They would be in the way, and they would die. Then I sit down in the clear part of a mist island with a bottle of green-eyed snake venom essence and paint every bolt I own and every bullet I own. Damn, old way, is that necessary? Your pistol is a medium-grade tier 1 weapon and the crossbow is high-grade. You're still using poison? What do you know? Even a lion uses full strength hunting a rabbit. Being cautious is a good thing. The ones who weren't cautious are dead or forced out. Go and ask them if they regret it. Is the poison even effective on something that big? This is only tier 1 low-grade poison, I tell them, painting a bolt. Against a 4 to 6 star it works, but the effect drops a lot. Against a 7 star, it's a mild paralysis. But it raises my odds. Why wouldn't I? Then I go and look at it. It is standing on an altar in the middle of the island, and it is more than twice the size of the 5-star I killed at the spring. Name: Desolate Mastiff, Ultimate Guardian Beast. Rank: Tier 1, 6-star, Limit. Description: the strongest being nurtured by the luck of the Desolate Mastiff tribe on this island. Its ancestral bloodline has reached 5%, giving it hope of breaking through to the second order. Under intense stimulation, it can briefly break through to the early stage of 7 stars, causing its strength to explode. You must be careful. It can overclock. That is the piece of information that decided the whole fight. And I only have it because I can read a tag from 180 meters away, and nobody else in this trial can read one at all. I stop where I am, 280 meters out, well outside its reach, and put 3 bolts into it. It dodges too. The third gets through the shield and goes into a thigh, which on that animal is roughly like being stung. It howls, and it charges, and I fire 3 more and run for my island without looking back. And then, halfway there, I notice that the howling behind me is getting further away. I do not turn around. I do not slow down. I get all the way home and then look back, and it has stopped about a third of the way and gone back to the altar. Old way, good news. That big guy can't go far from the altar. Or it's poisoned and slowed and afraid of an ambush. Either way, good news. So I reload 6 poisoned bolts and go back in. The altar is healing it. There is a green light coming off the thing it is standing on, settling into the wound in its thigh, and the bleeding has already stopped. My bolt has been snapped off and thrown away, and that was the first of my 30 original bolts to be destroyed, and I felt that more than the wound. It has an auto heal. If he can't kill it fast, he can't kill it at all. No wonder it's the final boss. The room's collective vision goes dark. Mine does not, because I am watching the number of people in it, 1.5 billion. My own record broken again, and I think, with complete clarity, this thing is hard to kill, and I am going to kill it live. Kill, I say, and shoot at a healing animal. The first 3 bolts go where it dodged last time, then 3 more go where I predict it will dodge to, then a 7th into the only remaining gap. 7 bolts filling every cubic meter of air that a body that size could possibly move into, based on the speed I measured the first time. It dodges directly into 3 of them. Abdomen, nose, thigh. The nose is the one that matters. It rolls on the ground trying to rub the bolt out of its own face and snaps the shaft and leaves the head in, and black smoke starts coming out of the blood, and the green light off the altar cannot keep up with the bleeding. So the healing has a limit, I say, as long as the damage beats the recovery. 3 more. Then I close 100 meters deliberately so I can read it and stop the moment it enters my range, and I can see the overclock line on the tag. It charges. I put 4 bolts and then the whole pistol into it while walking backwards, and every single round lands because it is far too badly hurt to dodge now. And 100 meters short of me, it goes down and does not get up. Black blood spreads out from it and kills the grass it touches. I stop shooting. I do not go to it. I stand 100 meters away and reload both weapons, slowly, watching it, because I read the description, and the description said the words, under intense stimulation. Then I put 1 more bolt into it from 100 meters, and it twitches, and its vital energy erupts. The grass flattens in a ring. Something that was dying finds 1 more thing in itself, and comes at me faster than it has moved all night, and it is 30 meters closer before I have finished being surprised. I go up a tree. I go up a tree using a movement art at 11% and travel through the branches, and it comes through 7 or 8 trunks underneath me like a train through a fence, and then its shield gives out and it goes down, and this time it stays down. 1,200 first order points for a 6-star limit Desolate Mastiff. Then a golden key, 5 banknotes, and 5 complete blood crystals appear over the corpse. A radar fragment for the king. A power module for the clan. The whole clan. Because the 37 in my pagoda count as dead as far as the island is concerned. Ding! Congratulations on completing the ultimate opportunity quest. You have obtained the opportunity treasury key and are rewarded with 100 junior treasure points. I jump down and land on its head, which is a stupid thing to do, and I did it, and its eyes are open and full of a very specific resentment. Holy shit! Forgive my lack of culture. Only those 2 words express how I feel right now. Boss, you humans have no martial ethics. Shameless. I was playing dead. Couldn't you have come over and checked? Old Wei is steady as a rock. When it went down, I thought it was over. If it were me, I'd have gone to check the body. Li Lao Liu, names can be wrong, but nicknames never are. Boss, don't I need face? I'm the final boss and I was killed without ever touching him. How close did he actually get to that thing? 100 meters. The only physical contact was jumping on its head afterwards to desecrate the corpse. Ahem, I say into a live feed with 2.2 billion people in it. I've had quite a shock. I'll rest a bit. Next stream I'll take you to the last island. And I close the room. 2.2 billion. They lose their minds. I already took off my pants and you show me a black screen. Old Wei, you can't be like this. You'll have no friends. You've provoked public outrage and nobody can protect you because I'm furious too. Even if you want an excuse, find a better one. You? Shocked? Do you think we're blind? In Beijing, a man rubs his back and says, "This kid really knows how to give us trouble. That almost made me sprain something." And Yang Mei puts the entire troll capacity of a large country to work rehabilitating me for 40 minutes, which she turns out to be very good at. By the time the argument dies down, the consensus has been rebuilt. Opportunities are trump cards. Participants might meet each other later. You can be a thief for 1,000 days, but you cannot guard against one for 1,000 days. Old Wei is correct, and it fits his sly character perfectly. I did not ask for that. I have never asked for that. It just kept happening on the other side of the world while I was busy. I close the stream, and then I stand in front of the altar alone and look at it properly and discover that I am an idiot. Name, Opportunity Treasury Gate. Rank, Elementary. Description, one of many gates connecting to the Cosmic Lord Academy Treasury. A specific key opens the elementary treasury, which is all-encompassing, containing numerous treasures from Tier 1 low-grade to Tier 3 high-grade, Tier 1 to Tier 3. That is all. It is not an unlimited wish. It is a shop with a ceiling, and the ceiling is 2 ranks above where I live. I could have read that before I closed the stream, and if I had, I would not have closed the stream, and I would have saved myself a public argument. Nobody is perfect. I had been awake for about 40 hours. So I open the stream again, immediately, about 11 minutes after closing it, which the room finds hilarious. Didn't you say you were shocked and needed to recover? That was fast. How can a man be fast? Though it really wasn't long, hehe. Got the opportunity that quickly? Now you remember your family again? Family, you've really wronged me, I say, without blushing, which is a skill I have developed at speed. My mind genuinely was unstable. I was afraid of losing face in front of everyone. I'm much better, so I've started the broadcast again. Guess if we believe you. I put the key in the altar. And a golden interface opens in front of me and in front of 2 billion people with a list on it that scrolls like an online shop, and the list does not appear to have a bottom. You have 100 junior treasure points. Please select the treasures you need. Countless people start screen recording, which was correct of them, because to this day, large parts of what my planet knows about the Academy's catalog came off that 4 minutes of footage. I ask the air whether the numbers next to the items are the price. The air answers. I ask how you get more points. The air says, only by completing an ultimate opportunity quest. There is no second path, and the amount depends on the strength of the guardian you killed. 6-star limit is the lowest grade of guardian there is, and pays the minimum, which is 100. I ask what happens if I do not spend them. They keep, and if I pass the assessment, I can spend them inside the academy. If I fail, they are cleared to 0, and then I go shopping in front of my entire species. I ask for defensive formations that would also satisfy the floating island upgrade requirement. 3 appear. 99 points for a second-order medium-grade lesser black tortoise formation, resisting attacks below the 9th level of key refining, 69 for a low-grade 1, 39 for tier 1, and I noticed something because I read everything. Qi refining 9th level, Qi refining 5th level. Does the Qi refining realm have 12 levels? Yes, 12, not 9. I had assumed 9 because the first realm has 9. I go into my own technique and check, and it is right there, and I had never looked because I had been so busy climbing the first ladder that I never checked how long the second one was. I stop shopping for a moment to sit with that. Then I ask if they sell mithril. 1 elementary opportunity point can be exchanged for 1 jin of mithril. 1 point. 1 point for the thing I need to make high-grade arrows and which I have never seen. Give me 15 jin. 15 jin makes 1500 arrows. I will never use 1500 arrows in this stage, and it does not matter, because mithril is a refining material, and refining materials sell. Then the formation. I want the medium grade 1, and it is 99 points, and I cannot have both, so I take the low grade, 69, and I am down to 16. Then 150 tier 1 high-grade bolts for 5 points, 5 bolts a point, because 4 of my original 30 have been destroyed and the crossbow is only a weapon while it has ammunition. Then I take the cracked jade pendant off my belt. I have not mentioned this either. It dropped off a green-eyed snake 2 days ago. Name, exquisite blood jade, damaged. Rank, tier 1, low grade. Description, contains an incomplete defensive formation, which can block 1 fatal blow from a tier 1 3-star peak vicious beast. If repaired by a formation master, the complete exquisite blood jade is a second-order high-grade treasure. Is there anything to repair a defensive treasure like this? There is. Repair fluid. 1 point buys 3 drops of tier 1 medium grade, 6 points buys 1 drop of tier 1 high grade. I buy the 1 drop. The jade drinks it, and the cracks close visibly, and the tag changes. Now it blocks 1 fatal blow from a tier 1 9-star peak. That pendant is the reason I am able to keep streaming for the rest of this story, because from that moment, when something is about to kill me on camera, I do not have to reach for a pagoda in front of 2 billion witnesses. A light flashes at my waist, and I am fine, and everybody has an explanation that is true. 5 points left. 10 cubic meters of tier 1 high-grade spirit wood costs 1 point. That much? This type of renewable basic resource has the lowest value for the Academy. 2 points of spirit wood and a crystal energy wood saw for 3, and the treasury gate says I am out and vanishes and leaves a pile of things on the ground that would have cost me more than everything I own. What kind of opportunity treasury is this? Says the room. It's a wishing pool. It's a pity mist islands are so dangerous. Other participants know it exists now and can only watch. That is the accurate summary. I had unlocked a door for my whole species, and the door needed a 6-star corpse as a key. Then I clear the island. The fog is gone, all 4 quarters, so the radar works, so the island's full resource list is right there on a screen. 7 types, which is more than double the first island, and that is not counting the mastiffs or the spring or the fruit tree. And I do the thing that keeps people watching a man walk around a field. I let them find it. It's not that I'm bragging old way, but my eyes are a ruler. Follow my guidance and you won't miss a thing. I'm top tier at spot the difference. I've seen the pictures of all 7 treasures. Trust me. Old way, is that blood ginseng on your right? I have been looking at that blood ginseng for 11 seconds. Only a few leaves show above the soil, and it looks like grass, and I could not possibly have missed it. So it is, I say, and go over. 40 roots of blood ginseng, 7 of them medium grade, 50 years old, 1,000 blood pulp fruits which speed chi and blood recovery by half. 117 ice crystal flowers, which are pure white and put out cold air, and which the tag says can be ground into a paste that removes scars, and which are extremely popular with women, and which are consequently the most commercially valuable thing on the island. As a grown man, I have no use for these, I tell the room, harvesting them. I'll sell them when I find Money Island. Then Xiaolong uproots spirit trees by wrapping his tail around them and pulling, and Xiaoqi picks fruit with a beak the size of my forearm, and 3 hours later there is nothing left on that island at all. I look at the crystal energy wood saw sitting on the ground. If I'd known, I wouldn't have bought that. Xiaolong is better than the saw. 3 treasure points. That's 60 cubic meters of high-grade spirit wood. Xiaolong turns his head very slowly and looks at me. I would like the record to show I apologized. Then I go and look at the 3rd island, the bare one, the big one. 5 times the size of anything else out here. Flat, empty, so open you can see one edge from the other. And I stand at the boundary trying to work out what a resource island with nothing on it is for. The radar tells me 5 entries: black iron, crystal sand, earth origin fruit, sandworm, gold devouring insect. 2 of them come back with detail. Name, crystal sand. Rank, low grade. Description, another name for gold devouring insect excrement. Increases the success rate of artifact refining. 100% success below the 2nd rank. 30% improvement below the 3rd. 10% below the 4th. I read that twice. I do not know how to refine artifacts. I do not need to. I know what 100% success rate is worth to somebody who does. Name, gold devouring insect, larva. Rank, tier 1, 2-star, early stage. Description, the larvae of the gold devouring insect clan feed on black iron, which causes a magical reaction in their stomachs, giving birth to the special spiritual object known as crystal sand. They eat black iron. Black iron is a common material. It comes out of a lottery. There is a small vein of it on this very island, and these things eat it and produce something that an entire industry pays for. I stand on the edge of my island with a very quiet feeling in my chest. Everybody in this trial is trying to find treasure. I am looking at a factory. How many are there? What ranks? Larvae range from tier 1, 2-star early stage up to 9-star peak. Nymphs correspond to the 2nd rank, adults to the 3rd. And to grow one from larva to adult, they cannot advance on time alone. They require enormous resources. A larva might never become a nymph in its entire life. I only hear the first half of that sentence. I have a machine that turns corpses into resources, so the word enormous means something different to me than it does to her. Right, I say. These are treasures. I can't kill many. I need to subdue them, which means no stream. So I close the room and step onto a bare rock and fire a pistol into the sky. The ground opens. They come up out of it everywhere, black-bodied, with dark gold teeth, the small ones the size of an infant's fist, and the big ones the size of a bricklayer's, and they can chew through black iron ore, which tells you everything you need to know about the bite. 100 of them in a ring around me in 15 seconds, and more coming from further out because the shot carried. Just in time, I say, and put a pagoda over my head. Suppress, collect, 100 go in. And then something across the island makes a sound like a knife on glass, and every insect in the ring stops moving at once. Then the small ones back away and the big ones close up. I have never seen an animal do that, not a swarm, a formation change, on command, mid-charge. What is this, I say, and look for the thing that gave the order. It is standing 200 meters away on a rise. It is the size of a basketball. Its forehead is flickering with gold. Over 500 of them come at me, all 4 stars and up, densely packed, and I swallow a medium-grade pill and take hold of the pagoda with everything I have and hold it there. Suppress. 500 insects go flat. Sweat comes off my forehead. This is the first time the tower has cost me anything while I am standing still. Collect. They go in one by one, and my qi and blood drains at a rate I can actually watch, and the pills go in one after another to keep up, and the insect king sees 500 of its people vanish into a building and makes a decision and comes at me at a speed I do not see. Name, Gold Devouring Insect King. Rank, Tier 1, 7-star, early stage. Description. By chance it consumed an Earth origin fruit, so its cultivation far exceeds its peers. Its intelligence also far surpasses them, equivalent to a human child of 12 or 13. It can easily bite through a Tier 1 high-grade divine weapon and tear open an ordinary Tier 1 high-grade defensive formation. Subduing it means subduing every gold-devouring insect on this island. It rams the pagoda rocks, the insect king bounces, lands, and staggers in a circle on the ground with its head clearly ringing. Suppress, it goes down, and then, slowly, against a weight that has flattened 500 of its subjects, it starts to get back up. 7 stars. I am at the 5th level of body tempering. The tower can suppress 3 lesser realms above me on a beast, which tops out around 8 stars. If you were 8 stars, you might have a chance, I tell it. That won't work now. And it screams again, differently, and every insect on that island riots at once. The ones under the weight fight it hard enough to injure themselves. The ones outside the radius attack the shield of the pagoda with their teeth. My drain rate goes up by 60%. I am now in a stalemate with an insect while my body empties, and I am considering shooting it, and I do not want to shoot it because a crossbow bolt that kills the king is worth roughly 1/100th of a king that lives. And then the wind picks up in the center of the island. Not weather. There is no weather here. Dust starts turning, and the turning becomes a column, and the column becomes a tornado 200 meters high, and inside it there is something long, something with a shape. That can't be a dragon, I say. I look at the insect king. The insect king is excited. That scream was not a war cry, it was a phone call. I grit my teeth, pull the crossbow, aim at a treasure I have been trying not to damage for 5 minutes, and fire. And the insect king, in the instant it turns its entire attention to blocking a bolt, stops resisting the tower. It vanishes. The bolt buries itself 2/3 deep in the ground where it was. Master, says the tower spirit in my head. Its resistance vanished for a split second. I pulled it in. It is locked up. Its will is very strong, and it cannot be subdued in the short term. Good, I say. Well done. Congratulations on successfully defeating the king of the gold-devouring insect race. Reward, 1 first-order radar fragment. Defeated, not killed. The system knows the difference and pays out anyway. And then the tornado dies, and the thing inside it lands. It is over 40 meters long. It has no head. At one end of it, there are 2 black eyes and a mouth, and the mouth is a circle full of teeth, and the eyes are moving across the ground looking for something specific. So, it is a sandworm. I actually relax when I see it, and I want to explain why, because it is the last time in that fight I relax about anything. This is a Tier 1 resource island. Tier 1 islands have Tier 1 creatures. Whatever this thing is, it is inside a bracket. And I have a pagoda that holds 1 greater realm above me, and as long as it is not an actual dragon, we are having a conversation and not an execution. Then it works out that the insect king is gone, and it looks at me, and it opens its mouth, and a sound comes out. The dust of a whole island lifts off the ground and forms into a tornado and comes at me, and every gold-devouring insect in its path that is too slow is taken apart by it in the air. That hurt. Watching a dozen 4-star insects I had come to collect get shredded by a wind hurt. The tornado hits the pagoda. The noise is like standing inside a bell. The tower shakes and my chi and blood churns, and a fifth of everything I have is gone in one impact. A fifth. 5 hits, and I am empty. 15 at absolute peak. Tower spirit. Doesn't the pagoda hold a full realm above me? That should mean a second order 5-star at peak. Yes, but a full greater realm is the absolute limit and can only withstand a single blow. The smaller the gap, the lower the cost. The larger the gap, the cost rises exponentially. Then what is this thing? If I am not mistaken, that was its strongest attack and a secret technique, which cost it dearly. It should struggle to repeat it soon, but its cultivation is definitely not low. Judging by that intensity, at least tier 1, 9-star. 9-star, the top of the tier, on a beginner island, in the arrival zone. And the strangest part is that it is as shocked as I am, because on the other side of the field, a 40-meter worm is staring at a man and a red tower who took its best shot and are still standing there, and for a second, the whole island is completely silent. Name, Sandworm. Rank, Tier 1, 9-star, early stage. Description, the absolute ruler of this floating island and the companion beast of the earth origin fruit. Having consumed the fruit many times, its intelligence has been greatly awakened, equivalent to that of a human adult. It is the only friend the gold-devouring insect king can talk to. It is extremely angry at your treatment of the insect king. Now that you have also injured it, you are sworn enemies. Note 1. Proficient in sonic techniques capable of vibrating an opponent's divine soul. In a sneak attack, it can injure a chi refining realm expert. Note 2. The meat is delicious and non-toxic, better deep fried, provided you can accept insects as food and the fact that it is an intelligent life form. Look at the phrase, the only friend the gold-devouring insect king can talk to. I had spent 4 minutes trying to capture that insect alive because it was valuable. And a 40-meter worm with the intelligence of an adult had come across an entire island because its friends stopped answering. I did not have time to have a feeling about that, and I have had one since. Then it comes at me, and the next 11 minutes are the hardest of my life to that point. I put 3 bolts into it, and it raises a blood kai shield 10 meters wide, and around the shield, floating, a wall of raw black iron chunks. It is carrying armor it has never processed, torn out of the ground, and it puts it between us. 3 bolts stop dead, so I shoot through the gaps. That is the whole answer, and it takes me 1 wasted volley to find it. There are spaces between the iron and my bolts are 5 centimeters across, and I can see every gap in the shield from 100 meters away. 6 through the gaps, 3 dodged, 1 caught in its mouth, 2 home, 1 in the body, and 1 3 centimeters from an eye. Then I run, because I am out and I cannot reload with 1 hand on a pagoda. It chases, it is enormous, and it is fast. 200 meters from my island it catches me, and I turn and put the pagoda between us, and it whips its tail into the shield, and I use the impact to fly backwards 20 meters, which is not a technique, it is a man being hit and choosing where to land. 3 times. Each time I lose blood and take a pill and gain 20 meters, 40 meters to go, and then it learns. It stops trying to hit me and instead races around and gets between me and my own island and starts driving me away from it. An animal worked out where I was going and cut the road. Shit, I say, and stop retreating and start pushing forward into the impacts, which cost about 3 times as much, and which I have to do because if it drives me out into the open ground, I am finished. 40, 35, 30, 20, 10. And then it stops attacking and starts to coil. It is going to wrap me. If it gets a circle closed around me and the tower, I do not move again. And this becomes a contest about who runs out first, and I have a finite number of pills, and it has a body the size of a train. If it had done that at the start, I would have lost. It did it at 10 meters. Island spirit, I shout at my own island. Arrow tower, kill it. And I put everything left in my body into the pagoda and drop the suppression on it. Half a second. That is all it is worth against a 9-star. Half a second of a 40-meter animal's blood and chi stalling, its 10-meter shield collapsing to under a meter. 10 tier 1 high-grade arrows come out of a tower on my island at 300 meters range and cross 10 meters of air in no time at all and go into it. White blood comes out of it. It sways. I jump onto its own body, use it as a step, and land on my island. Then I reload and turn around because it is still alive, and it charges the island in a rage and hits the newbie shield and rebounds off it and finally cools down enough to want to live and turns to leave. And of course, it keeps its iron between us as it goes because it has an adult's mind, so I fire 1 bolt to make it commit the iron, and then 5 through the gaps into the back of its head. Ding. Congratulations on successfully killing a tier 1 9-star early stage vicious beast, the sandworm. Reward, 16,000 first order points. 16,000 from 1 animal. I had 4,000 from everything I had killed in 2 days. King of the sandworm race, 1 radar fragment, entire sandworm race, 1 power module, 1 worm was the entire race. Ding, congratulations on completing a hidden quest by successfully killing the strongest vicious beast in the spawning zone. Reward, 1 exclusive trial star map for the East Zone of Blue Star Region 11. It has been synchronized with your island's auxiliary intelligence. I stand very still. Island Spirit, open it. A projection 3 meters by 2 comes up in the air, and it is mostly black, the way a map in a strategy game is black before you have walked on it. But there are 8 lights, a red star, which is me, a forest icon, a desert icon, a purple cloud, my 3 islands, the ones I have already emptied, and 4 more, a long way off, in the same general direction, a wine jar, a tent, a gold coin, a pair of dice, Ranger Island, Military Camp Island, Money Island, Xiaoyao Island, says the Island Spirit. The 4 functional islands stationed by the Academy in this zone, there is only 1 of each per zone, Money Island. 4,520 kilometers away, moving, at my current speed of 40 kilometers an hour, 4 days and 17 hours. The entire trial, everybody in it, is looking for a golden light on the horizon and hoping. I have the address. And the map has one more thing to tell me, which I only work out by looking at the shape of the black. The zone is a fan. My arrival area is out at the wide end, on the rim. The 4 functional islands are in toward the point, which means the entire first day experience. Weak chickens, weak snakes, a mist island whose boss is only 6 stars, a 9-star sandworm as the local monster, is not what the trial space is like. It is the shallow end, and everything between me and Money Island is going to be deeper. The sandworm drops 4 things, and one of them tries to break my foot. 60 gold in notes, which is more cash than everything else I have made put together. A book, which I open expecting a cultivation technique and which is not one. Name, Soul-Losing Roar. Rank, 3rd Order, High Grade. Description, a special martial skill combining sonic waves and divine sense attack. Extremely rare. Against opponents with weak divine soul strength, it can kill above one's own level, comparable to a 4th Order low-grade skill. 3rd Order, High Grade, off a Tier 1 animal. Island Spirit, is that normal? It is. If the Island Master had killed the sandworm at the 9th level of body tempering, you would have received at most 20 gold and a Tier 1 high-grade martial skill. Because you killed something several minor realms above yourself, the rewards increase exponentially, which is the sentence that reorganized my entire strategy for the next month. The drop scales with the gap. Killing things your own size is subsistence. Killing things far above you is a business. Then there is a wooden casket, and I pick it up one-handed the way you pick up a suitcase, and it goes straight through my grip and hits the ground hard enough to shake it. My strength at that point is about 6,000 kilograms in universe gravity, which is roughly 20,000 back home. Name, 9 Tribulations, Mysterious Thunder Spear Casket. Rank, 4th Order, low grade. Description, contains 9 heavy spears. They can be used individually or fused. 1 spear is Tier 1 low grade. 2 fused becomes Tier 1 medium and so on. 9 fused becomes 3rd Order high grade. Fuse the 9 Tribulations Mysterious Thunderheart inside the casket and it becomes a 4th Order low-grade spirit treasure. I open it and there are 9 identical spears numbered 1 to 9 and above them a blue gemstone with lightning moving inside it. I put 1 and 2 together and they merge. The length barely changes. The weight goes up by a third. That is the last weapon problem I have for a very long time. Every time I outgrow the spear, I add a number to it. The Earth Origin fruit tree is in the sandworm's burrow, and it is dying because the sandworm is dead. They live and die together, which is what companion beast meant on the tag, and which I did not read carefully enough. 3 fruits left on it. Name, Earth Origin fruit. Rank, Tier 1, high grade. Description, improves physique, purifies chi and blood, contains a trace of source power. Increases the probability of a breakthrough to the chi refining realm by 10%, even more effective on vicious beasts where it awakens intelligence. That last line explains a 9-star worm with a grown man's mind and an insect with the intelligence of a 12-year-old. They lived under a tree and ate the fruit. I pick all 3 and pull the tree out of the ground and take it home, and it goes on dying. It lives and dies with the sandworm, says the island spirit. There's no way at all? She is quiet for a long moment. If you obtain the soul pearl of a sandworm and combine it with 2nd Order spring water and the nourishment of blood crystals, it might be saved. I have a soul pearl. It is in the 9th floor of a pagoda, unrefined, because the tower spirit had asked me whether to preserve it, and I had said keep it, on the grounds that I wanted to know what it was worth before I burned it. It is worth 200 gold coins to a shop. Do it, I say, and hand her a 200 gold pearl and a dozen blood crystals. The probability of survival is only 70%. If it fails, please do not blame me. It won't be your fault. 3 hours later, she tells me it took. I now have 2 spirit trees on a rock, one that makes fruit which fixes a person's ceiling and one that makes fruit which wakes up a mind. That is when I stopped thinking about this island as transport. I fuse 4 miniature spiritual springs into 1 second order spring, which is a thing you can do. 4 miniatures make a small, 4 smalls make a medium, 4 mediums make a large, and past that you need an actual spiritual vein. It produces 1 liter an hour, and long-term drinking improves root bone, with a chance of raising the grade outright. And then I upgrade the mansion, because I have the black iron now. 300 cubic meters of timber, 300 of stone, 10 tons of steel, 100 kilos of black iron, 330 hides, 30,000 coins. The building disappears inside a white mist, and there are hammering noises, and a minute later there is a 2-story wooden pavilion with a courtyard of nearly 200 square meters in front of it, and a drill ground of 500 square meters outside that, 600 square meters of interior, an office wing, a warehouse, quarters for subordinates. Island Spirit, what's the next one? Advanced, a modified 5-courtyard mansion, about 3,000 square meters, surrounded by a city wall that troops can be stationed on. The basic specification of a princely mansion in an ordinary feudal dynasty. And it needs 3,000 cubic meters of mortal grade wood, 5,000 of stone, 100 tons of steel, 300 cubic meters of first-order spirit wood, 2,000 kilograms of black iron, 100 kilograms of refined copper, 500 medium-grade hides, 10 high-grade, 10 complete blood crystals, 1 Tier 1 attack building, 1 Tier 1 defensive formation, at least 1 spirit tree, plus 800,000 bronze coins. I have the attack building, I have the formation, I have 2 spirit trees, I have never seen refined copper in my life. Set off, I tell her, and point at a gold coin icon on a star map. Money Island, straight line. And then, because it is going to be 4 days of nothing but void, I go and sit down and cultivate. And here is where the numbers stop being a game. I spend 50 medium-grade blood spirit pills and 5 medium-grade divine soul pills. When I stand up, I am at the 5th level of body tempering, at the peak, with 5,926 kilograms of strength. The Eye of Insight is at 40 minutes and 165 meters. Then I eat a medium-grade profound thunder fruit. It hurts. First a tearing feeling, then 10,000 ants, then numbness, and then I breathe out and the breath comes out black and smells like something that should not have been inside a person. And everything is clean, every small tear in a meridian, every hidden strain from doing 6 weeks of cultivation in 2 days, gone. And the level ticks over to 6 without me pushing on it. That is what the fruit does. It is not a power-up. It is the thing that makes going too fast survivable, and I had been going too fast for 2 days without knowing what it was doing to me. Then, at the top of the 6th level, I eat 1 Earth Origin fruit. It is the opposite of the Thunder fruit. No pain at all. It is like getting into a hot spring. 1 warm current goes through the body and repairs and widens. The other goes straight up into the sea of consciousness, and the sea of consciousness shakes and gets bigger. And when it finishes, my blood cry shield expands to 2 meters and the color goes out of it and it solidifies and it stops looking like an aura and starts looking like a dome. 7th level of body tempering, 10,946 kilograms. The Eye of Insight goes to 205 meters and 55 minutes. 29 hours earlier, I could hold a squat for 2.5 minutes. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, the thing I want to record is not about me. The Dark Plane platform pushes a stream at a random viewer somewhere in China, and the viewer records it and puts it online, and within an hour, every intelligence service on the planet is watching it. It is a participant from another civilization. Name, Orion. Civilization, Kaka. A city-state culture that is, in the assessment of the analysts, still essentially barbaric. Orion himself is a gladiator, and in the trial space he is a fish in water, and he fights with total disregard for whether he lives. He is at the limit of the 4th level of body tempering, and he takes a 5-star vicious beast in close combat, alone, and wins. His stream has 3 billion viewers, more than mine. Wang Lei watches a taciturn man who plainly does not understand streaming at all pull 3 billion people purely by fighting like a lunatic, and says out loud what everybody in the room is thinking. Their participants generally reach the 3rd level of body tempering. That is much higher than ours. Are they all this unafraid of death? Most are. Their mortality is also very high. We had spent 2 days congratulating ourselves for having 20% of the intake. We had not yet met the intake. 4 days of void. I cultivate through most of it. And on the 4th day, the island spirit tells me she has found a pirate island. I have to look at it for a while before I understand what I am looking at, because after 4 days of rocks with trees on them, a rock with buildings on it is genuinely strange. 20 square kilometers, bigger than the 3 arrival islands put together. A palisade with a gate, watchtowers, flags, and smoke from chimneys. Move in. It is still the first cosmic day. Nothing can attack me. So what is there to be afraid of? Inside the hall on that island, at that moment, a group of men is eating. I know what they were saying because it went out on 111 different streams later from the recordings the Academy keeps of everything. There is a scarred man at the head of the table, a one-eyed man on one side of him, and a bearded one on the other, tearing at a leg bone. Life in the trial space is much more comfortable, the bearded one says. The days in the Academy prison were not fit for humans. I hope our harvest is bigger this time. Maybe we get a chance to work off the sentence. Big boss, do you have a plan? The first day isn't even over. What plan? Eat and drink your fill. Tomorrow we charge out and take the islands off them one at a time. They are not soldiers and they are not monsters. They are convicts. Every man on that rock is a death row prisoner or a lifer, dropped into a trial as a moving obstacle, with one offer on the table. Kill enough participants, and the Academy might let you live. A man comes in and tells them a participant's island has arrived outside. Come on then, says the scarred one, standing up. Let's have a look at him. And the entire senior leadership of a pirate island walks out of the front gate onto open ground to look at a man they cannot touch. I am on top of my arrow tower. Island spirit, scan. Island master, 2 watchtowers, 2 archers each, all at the peak of the 5th level of body tempering. 32 people have come to the gate. The strongest is at the late stage of the 6th level, the weakest at the early stage of the 4th level minimum. Not one of them is below where I was yesterday. The weakest man on that island is stronger than the 2nd strongest human being from my entire planet. Their strength isn't weak, I say, and I am smiling when I say it, because a place with strong things in it is a place with a lot of pills in it. Down at the gate, the scarred man's face is changing. Big brother, says the one-eyed one, and there is a shake in it. That participant is not simple. In half a day, he's already got arrow towers and a general cannon. Those are formidable things. I want to explain what they are seeing. I had drawn a great general cannon a while back and never mentioned it because it is not interesting until it fires. It is a crystal energy cannon that runs on complete blood crystals and has 3 power settings, and the 3rd one kills a 9-star. It is half a person tall, and it is made of black iron and mithril patterns. I have 4 arrow towers and 4 cannons by then, from about 400 lottery draws, and they are all on one side of my island because it is the first cosmic day, and nobody can attack me from any other direction, and these men know exactly what those things cost. Big brother, we should get back to the mountain. Those are long-range weapons, and we're too close. Damn it, says the scarred one. Does this civilization have its own cultivation system? Is that why they developed this fast from the start? They know that some civilizations come in with cultivation traditions. They know it is about 1 in 10,000. And they have concluded that they got unlucky because the alternative, that a man with nothing did this in a day and a half, is not something their model of the universe will produce. I read all of that off their faces from 300 meters up an arrow tower. Their strength isn't that great, I say, or they wouldn't look like that. Island spirit. Full speed, close on them. Not good, he's coming. Retreat, the scarred man says, and it is the correct call, and it is about 4 seconds too late. Fire, I say. Set the cannon to 3rd power. Put it on the 8th level man. High-grade arrows on the 2 7th level men. Medium-grade arrows on everything else. Capture the ringleader to catch the bandits. Every child in my country learns that phrase before they can spell. The arrow towers open up first, and it is not an attack, it is weather. Countless arrows out of 4 towers at once in an arc coming down on a gate. The cannon fires second and arrives first. A blood-red sphere with red lightning crawling on it crosses 300 meters in no time at all, and the scarred man reaches out, grabs 2 of his own men by the collar, and pulls them in front of him. They come apart. The shockwave still shatters the shield he throws up and puts him 7 or 8 meters back onto the ground with blood coming out of his mouth. And that saves his life, because the arrows that had been aimed at where he was standing arrive a half-second later and go into the ground where he is not. The one-eyed man blocks the first wave with a blade and does not block the second. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the 2nd boss of the pirate gang. Reward 100 merit times 3, totaling 300 points. Merit. Island spirit. What is that? Pirates from the 1st to 3rd level of body tempering are worth 1 to 3 merit. 4th to 6th, 10 to 30. 7th to 9th, 100 to 300. Chieftains carry a rank multiplier of 2, the 2nd boss 3, the big boss 5. And what is merit for? It can be used at Military Camp Island to promote your military rank and to exchange for troops and armaments. And she explains the latter, and the top of it is worth hearing. Squad leader at the bottom, then commandant, military marquis, military administrator, colonel, lieutenant general, general, and great general. A great general commands 1 town of soldiers. A town is over 1 million combat troops, with officers and auxiliaries 2 to 3 million. In the history of these trials, she says, nobody has ever reached great general. General has been achieved 5 times. Of those 5, 2 were able to reach a full complement during the trial. Both are now world-renowned overlords in the Cosmic Alliance. I stand on top of an arrow tower and think about that for a second. Then I look down at what I have actually done. 178 men are lying on the ground in front of that gate. They were people. They had names, and they had a table, and 40 minutes ago, one of them was complaining about prison food. My stomach turns over, genuinely. I had killed hundreds of animals in 2 days and felt nothing about any of it, and I stand on a tower looking at a courtyard, and I have to put a hand on the rail. Island spirit. Were those actual living people? Yes. And then she says something, unprompted, in a completely different voice, and it is the first time I understand that she has been paying attention to me, and not just to my instructions. The island master need not pity them. They committed crimes that incited public outrage. They were sentenced to death or to life imprisonment. Many were longtime bandits and cruel pirates. Placing them here is a form of testing for prospective lords, a test closer to reality. By killing them, the island master has also served justice. I stand there for a moment. Huh, I say, it's rare for you to be that eloquent. Say more things like that in future. I was never a saint. I had simply never done it before. I have thought since about how quickly that passed, and I do not have a comfortable conclusion about it, and I am not going to invent one for you. Then the survivors go into the mountain, and the hunt takes 2 hours. I send Xiao Long and Xiao Qi and the mastiffs to dismantle the stronghold, the timber, the iron, the stone, and both of their arrow towers. All of it goes onto my island, and I take the gold-devouring insects and I do something with them that I am rather pleased with. I release them into the mountain as I sweep it. One here, one there, in every place I have already cleared. Cameras. 2,000 of them. In a mountain. In every corner I have already looked at, and every one of them is wired into a pagoda in my skull. Then I walk that mountain at 205 meters of vision and kill everything I find. 7 of them at a time, mostly. A few of them decide to fight. Genuine bandits, men who have lived on the edge of a blade their whole lives. One of them talks the other 6 into charging a man who has just killed 178 people from 300 meters away. They come at me, and I kill them with a spear because they are at the 5th level and I am at the 7th. The scarred man and the bearded one are in a cave with the mouth blocked with stones. He found it while patrolling, told nobody, and stocked it with 2 cosmic days of food and water. An insect has been sitting on the roof of it for 40 minutes. You're quite good at hiding, I say, from 50 meters. Come out. Every pirate on this mountain is dead. There's only you 2 left. Inside, the bearded man's voice has gone up an octave. The scarred man tries to negotiate. He offers me his entire collection. He tells me it is hidden, and I will never find it without him, and that its value exceeds the merit on their heads. That does sound tempting, I say. Unfortunately, negotiating with me using things that already belong to me is a bit insincere. You mean the cellar under the stronghold kitchen? 3 boxes. The value is indeed very high. The silence from inside that cave is the best thing that happened to me that day. One of those boxes was full of blood crystals, more than everything I had accumulated to that point. How is that possible? He says, and his composure is gone. And then he tries the only thing he has left, which is the truth. The 2 of us aren't weak. If you fight us to the death, you might not be our match. Even if you win, you'll be injured, and that affects your trial. Why bother? He is right. He is at the limit of the 8th level, and I am at the early stage of the 7th, so I do not fight him. I take out a gas cylinder. I had won 10 of them in a lottery 2 days earlier, along with lighters and diesel, and had put them in a warehouse and thought nothing of them. I throw it at the stones blocking the cave mouth, and I draw the pistol, and while it is still in the air, I shoot it. The bullet goes through it, and the friction lights it, and a cave mouth is a funnel, and a funnel concentrates a blast wave. The bearded man has a shield. The scarred man is already badly injured, and he goes into the back wall of his own bolt hole and comes off it coughing blood. Go out and fight him, I hear him say. In here we die. Out there there's a chance. They come out supporting each other, filthy and half-deaf. I thought you'd hide in there forever, I say. Since you've bullied us like this, says the scarred man, then it's a fight to the death. And I have to give him something here because I have been unfair to him. He was better than me. He came at me with a broadsword, and the first exchange nearly took the spear out of my hands. I felt like I had been hit by a train. He put me 20 meters back, and I had to force my own organs to stop moving around. And then he pulls the bolt out of his own eye socket with the eye still on it and snaps the shaft off the one in his arm and swallows something. Body tempering, 9th level, I say out loud, because the tag on him has just changed. You forced me to use the bloodburst pill, he says. I've overdrawn everything. I'll never break through again for the rest of my life, and I am going to kill you. He told me that on purpose. He wanted me to die knowing. He nearly did it. For about 40 seconds I was moving backwards and using the movement art at a level I had never needed and taking hits on a 2-meter shield, and 3 separate times he was 1 decision away, and the whole time my martial skills were going up. That is not a metaphor. I could feel it. The spear and the footwork, which had crawled for hours on a training dummy under the eye of a god, moved further in 40 seconds against a man trying to kill me than in the previous 2 hours. Between life and death, there is great terror, and there is also, apparently, an excellent teacher. Then the pill starts to run down, and mine does not, because I have a pagoda quietly feeding me, and he notices. Damn it, he says, and I watch him understand that he has been used as a training partner. That is when I stop. A blood-red pagoda comes up over my head and drops a weight on him, and his circulation stalls, and his expression goes blank for a fraction of a second. And I am not there anymore, and then I am, and the spear is through his throat. You don't play by the rules, he says, with a great deal of blood. I am unwilling. 300 merit for a 9th level cultivator, times 5 for a big boss, 1,500, and then a completion line for eradicating a tier 1 3-star pirate group, another 1,500 merit, 30 low-grade blood crystals, 30 sets of standard military equipment, and a badge, 416 pirates, 9,390 merit, 277 complete blood crystals, and 1,616 fragments, 135 gold, 5,000 silver, 2.16 million bronze. And, from the corpses, 533 medium-grade blood spirit pills and 5 high-grade. That last line is the ugliest thing in this account. I stood on that island and asked myself whether I was going to eat pills made out of people, and I told myself I would use the animal ones first and only touch these if I ran out, which is a compromise. And a compromise means the decision has already been made and you are only negotiating the timing. Conquering pirate islands is much more promising, I say to nobody, looking at a hill of coins. Less time, greater reward. If the other participants of Blue Star had heard me say that, they would have coughed blood. It was not that nobody else found pirate islands. People found them constantly. It is that nobody could take one. Then, 4 days of void later, a golden light comes up over the horizon. At night, Money Island can be seen from 700 or 800 kilometers. It is not subtle. It is a sphere of gold light in an infinite black nothing, and it is the single least tasteful object I have ever seen. And when you are 8 days into a dark that lasts 200 hours, it is the most beautiful thing in the universe. It really is flashy, I say, standing on my own island, reading by its glow. I wonder what the shell is made of. At least I don't have to run the lamp. Inside 100 kilometers, the gold goes away, and it becomes an ordinary brightly lit city at night, and the island spirit gives me the rules. There are 3. 1. Inside 100 kilometers, fighting is forbidden. A participant who fights has his qualifications revoked. A pirate who fights is obliterated on the spot. Other factions are permanently expelled. I stop her there. Pirates can come here? Money Island is a functional island under the Academy. It is neutral ground. Any faction may trade here. What other factions? The children of nobility from various lord kingdoms on excursion, great clans and wealthy merchants here to explore, to trade, or to select participants to invest in, and possibly local powers within the trial space itself. I have to sit down for that one too. I thought this space existed for the admission trial. Of course not. Normal academy recruitment does not require a trial space at all. This kind of trial happens once in an aeon, when a new star domain has been opened up. It uses a very small part of the space's area and capacity. The rest of the time, major powers across the universe rent it. It is one of the Academy's revenue streams. So the exam that upended my entire species is a seasonal event in somebody's conference center. Then aren't we in danger? From clans? From nobles? No faction or individual may interfere with the recruitment trial. Everything gives way to the participants, or they face the Academy's wrath, and no faction has the courage for that. 2. Docking costs money and is capped at 10 hours per cosmic day, and on the last cosmic day, after night falls, participants cannot come within 100 kilometers at all, which is the Academy closing the obvious exploit. Nobody gets to spend the final 10 hours of the assessment sitting safely in a shopping district. 3. Cash on delivery. No credit, no refunds. Buying and selling are voluntary and final. If you get cheated, that is your problem. Cheated? On the Academy's own island? There are official shops, private shops, and a flea market. Official goods are genuine and expensive. Private shops are cheaper. In the flea market, if you have a good eye, you might find treasures. And it is not only participants who set up stalls. Other factions and even pirates do. And their islands do not have radar. That is exclusive to participants. So participants can scan the goods. No. Once inside 100 kilometers of Money Island, a participant's radar temporarily shuts down. I sit very still on the edge of a floating island in the glow of a golden city on the 8th night of a day that is 16 days long. Everybody in that market is blind. I have a divine ability that reads objects, and it does not use radar, and nobody in the universe knows it exists. And then the island spirit flies right up in front of my face and does a small delighted spin. Island Master, let me tell you an obscure piece of good news. As a participant, you may purchase an exclusive temporary teleportation card. It is expensive. For the Island Master, it is definitely worth it. What does it do? You will never have to search for Money Island or travel to it again. You teleport directly from your floating island to Money Island and back. 10 hours a day still applies. Each round trip costs 1 gold coin. The card itself costs 10 complete low-grade blood crystals. 10 blood crystals. I have over 300 and it still hurts. I bought it in about 11 seconds. Not to save travel time. I do not need to save travel time. I have a star map and I cultivate on the move anyway. I bought it because the day is going to come when something goes wrong and the difference between living and dying is being able to leave, and then I walk into a city. There is a custom sprite at the dock that welcomes me and takes my 10 crystals and hands me a pale gold card and tells me, politely, that first-time guests can collect a free map at the end of the pier and wishes me a pleasant stay and a fortune. The room, watching, loses its mind about the 10 crystals. Can someone tell me what that card was? Weren't participants free on the first day? Is that the point? The point is that Old Way is way too rich. 10 complete low-grade blood crystals. There aren't 5 people on Blue Star who could produce that. He didn't even blink. He hasn't streamed a lot of what he's been doing. Old Way is treating us like outsiders. Money Island is 10 square kilometers, divided by 2 crossing streets into 4 wedges. Commercial district, flea market, slave market, docks. I go to the commercial district because I have several tons of things I do not need, and I find the biggest building in it, which is 5 stories high with a plaque that says Treasure Pavilion. Inside it is a supermarket. I had been mentally preparing for something else entirely. Nobody stops me. Nobody sneers at my clothes. There are no arrogant young masters. There are aisles with shelves with transparent covers over the goods, and next to each item, a pale blue projection with the description, the price, and the stock level. A staff member notices me standing in the entrance like a tourist and comes over and is genuinely, professionally helpful for about 6 minutes. Self-service, everything priced. Search machines in the corner if you cannot find something. First floor is Tier 1 goods, second floor is Tier 2, third floor Tier 3, fourth floor is staff only, fifth floor is the auction hall. Going to higher floors requires capital verification. How much for the second floor? 300 gold in cash, or a membership card. A membership card? Valued guest, you do not need to consider that for now, though you may in future. It requires spending 10,000 gold in a single transaction. He says it kindly. He is not being cruel. He has correctly assessed that a participant on day 1 does not have 10,000 gold. You're right, I say, and cup my hands to him, because he has been decent to me, and it costs nothing. Then I ask about the auction, and the answer stops me. It starts at exactly the 7th quarter of the morning on the 10th cosmic day, 16 quarters in a universe day, 8 in the morning. The 7th quarter of the morning is the last window before participants are locked out for the final night. The Academy scheduled its largest auction to catch every survivor at the exact moment before the worst night of their lives, when they are richest and most frightened. I make a note to have 1,000 gold in cash on that morning, whatever else is happening, and then I go to the recycling counter at the end of a corridor and meet the man who is going to make me rich. His name is Steward Yuan. He is old, with white hair and a pink face and a very upright walk, and his chi and blood is folded away so tightly that I cannot read him at all, which tells me everything about how far above me he is. This junior greets Steward Yuan. He looks up, amused, and then his brows come together. Wrong, he says. Very wrong. As far as I know, the civilization that descended into this space is called Blue Star, and it has no cultivation foundation at all. Why are you at such a realm in such a short time? It is inconceivable. He read my level off me across a room. This junior had some opportunity, I say, and I must thank the Academy for the chance, otherwise I'd have spent my life in confusion. He laughs twice. You are an interesting person, and you know how to be grateful. That is the quality the Academy likes most. Then, you have your stream on, don't you? Yes. Turn it off. I don't like being broadcast. Once we're done and you leave here, stream whatever you want. So I do, and 2 billion people get a black screen and immediately assume the old man is going to rob me. Do you think he's up to no good? He was very curious about Old Way. What if he's scammed? They're Academy staff. So what? Institutions are made of individuals. Our own country is good overall and there are still pests. Old Way's too trusting. If the stream were on, they wouldn't dare. I hope he's safe. And in an office on the other side of the ocean, Arthur slams a desk and says, "Old thing, really meddlesome." And then, when a subordinate suggests the old man might be planning something, narrows his eyes and says, let's hope so. Nobody robbed me. Money Island has a no-fighting rule enforced at the level of the Heavenly Tao itself, which is not police, it is physics. What happened instead is that I got into a 2-hour argument about prices with a man 400 years my senior and lost most of it. Which items do you want to sell back? Take them out. I put down a mountain of vicious beast materials. These are all ordinary Tier 1 refining materials, he says immediately. The price will not be high. You surely don't have only this trash. Ha ha ha, old Yuan, take it slow. Let's process this batch first. He counts it and holds up a hand, palm out. 10 gold? Correct. Does that include the sandworm materials? He bristles like a man who has been personally insulted by a child. Of course it includes them. Your materials look like a lot, but most are common trash. Added together, they aren't worth as much as the sandworm alone. If you sold them separately, I'd give you 4 gold at most. And if you took them to the flea market and spent 3 days on a stall and happened to meet somebody who knew what they were, you'd get 5. Time and luck, both required. The high and mighty academy elder had been gone about 11 seconds and been replaced by a shopkeeper. I got him from 40 to 45 gold on the sandworm hide, which he agreed to in a tone of voice that made it clear I had reached the floor. You brat. You looked so respectful to this old man at the start. Was that an act? Steward Yuan, what are you saying? My respect is from the bottom of my heart, but business is business. If you went into trade, you'd be good material. Then I put down the crystal sand, and the old man makes a noise. Crystal sand? You brat, you really do have luck. Did you find a gold-devouring insect nest? Do you know how rare those are now? Crystal sand is priceless. Luck. Just luck. If you found a nest, why haven't I seen you sell any insect corpses? Those are valuable too. I have other uses for them. He looks at me for a second and lets it go, which is why I kept coming back to him and not to anybody else. Twice more that night I said, I have other uses for that, and both times he simply stopped asking. 60 gold per jin. I have 216 jin and 7 tails. 13,020 gold coins. I keep my face completely still and my hands still, and inside my chest, something is going off like a firework display, because I had walked into that building wondering whether my entire net worth reached 10,000 gold, and a substance that comes out of an insect had just cleared it in one line. Then the weapons, 316 low grade, 1,022 medium, 84 high grade, for 7,000 gold, itemized, with the ledger handed over afterwards so I can go and check every price against the shop floor. Then the ores, herbs, techniques, and pills, 4,900. You brat, you like rounding up, don't you? Round up the total, not every line. That's fleecing our treasure pavilion. I walked out of that room with 24,000 gold coins and an old man telling me to get out because he had reading to do, and then I went and spent almost all of it in about 90 minutes. Defensive gear first, soft armor, bright light armor, gale boots that add 20% speed, under 15 gold for all 3. Then a drop of second-order high-grade repair fluid for 200 gold, which fully mends the exquisite blood jade, and the jade goes from blocking a 9-star to blocking anything below the 3rd order. 200 gold is a great deal of money for 1 drop of anything. I did not hesitate for 1 second. That pendant is the reason I can fight on camera. Then 4 minor breakthrough pills at 500 gold each, which raised the chance of breaking into the QI refining realm by 30%. Then the thing that changed my economics permanently. Is there anywhere on this island that sells vicious beast corpses or meat? Because I have been doing arithmetic for 2 days, and here it is. I need blood spirit pills. Blood spirit pills are made from bodies. Bodies can be hunted, or bodies can be bought. There is a fierce beast meat specialty store in the commercial district, and it is not a butcher's shop. It is a showroom with tea and touchscreens. Esteemed guest, what kind of meat are you looking for? What's the price range for beasts between 7 and 9 stars? That depends on rank, medicinal value, rarity, taste, and breed. Even at the same rank, the price varies enormously. Then here are my requirements. I don't care about medicinal value, rarity, or taste. Use the lowest standard. Whatever produces the most meat per animal. 2 things matter, large quantity and whole corpses. He blinks, and then becomes extremely enthusiastic, because he is on commission. 3 options come up. 3 species of wolf, and the assistant explains, honestly, that wolf meat is tough and tastes bad and has poor medicinal value, and almost nobody wants it, and the inventory would break 1,000,000 units if they didn't deliberately restrict intake. The cheapest is the corpse rot wolf, which eats corpses and whose meat carries a lingering smell, and which only the very poorest people in the poorest civilizations eat because it still carries some chi and blood. And if I only want the meat, not the fur, teeth, or claws? Certainly. We have a professional slaughterhouse. Meat is 13% of the value of a corpse rot wolf, which means I can buy the chi and blood of a 7-star vicious beast for 19.5 silver coins, 19.5 silver, about 1/5 of a gold coin. I buy 200 triangular wolves for myself, because there is a limit to what I am prepared to do, and every single corpse rot wolf they have from early stage to peak. 5,794 gold. 26,537 high-grade blood spirit pills. That number is the whole answer. 26,537. Every other participant in the trial is hunting for pills. I have started buying the raw material by the ton from a shop that thinks it is getting rid of stock that will not move. And on the way out, I notice something that stops me in the street. The cheapest kind of vicious beast corpse on that island costs about 1/5 of a gold coin. The most valuable vicious beast corpse I could bring in from outside is worth dozens, which means one animal I kill can be traded for a dozen I do not have to. Between selling and buying, there is a factor of 10, and it runs in my direction, forever, as long as I keep killing things. I stood in a street on an alien market island doing arithmetic in my head, and I stopped being a man surviving a trial. Then I went to the slave market, which is where this story stops being about me. The slave market has a wall around it and a gate 10 meters high, and a soldier at the gate who wants to see 10 gold coins in cash before he lets you through, and 100 bronze coins as an entrance fee. Inside there are almost no people at all. Just a wide, quiet street, and immediately inside the gate, a dozen young men who have been standing there all night waiting for somebody to walk through. They come at me in a wave. Sir, do you want a beautiful female slave? Our 100 Flowers Tower has everything. Former empresses who stood above millions, princesses, sect saintesses. Sir, our giant strength pavilion has the strongest slaves. They can mine for you, farm for you, fight for you. Sir, do you need a battle pet? Our 100 Battles Tower has the most complete. Take me to the giant strength pavilion, I say, to the bare-chested one. I am not going to pretend about the 100 Flowers Tower. I heard the word empress, and I had a completely ordinary human reaction to it, and then I had a second reaction, which was that I was 8 days into a 6-month exam with an army to build and no money left, and that a man who spends his working capital on entertainment does not get to have a country. I told the other one no, and he shouted after me that I should come to them if I ever had a need, and I kept walking, and that is the entire episode. The one leading me is called Jin Dan. Are you all employed here? I ask him. Do you live on Money Island? He shakes his head, and something goes out of his face. We're all slaves of the shops. It's just that we're diligent and obedient and reasonably good at speaking, so they put us at the gate to bring in business. I had assumed they were touts. They are the merchandise doing sales. There don't seem to be many buyers. This is only an elementary money island, so its reach is limited, and it's the Academy's recruitment trial period. Many powers worry about affecting the assessment and offending them, so they restrict their people to their own islands. Business is much worse than usual, especially for our market. It is at its most stagnant right now. He answers every question I ask. He knows a great deal. And halfway to the shop, he stops and looks at me properly for the first time. Sir, are you a participant of this intake? Why do you ask? Because people rarely call this place the trial space. Most just say the 33 heavens. Only participants say trial space. And these things are common knowledge, but you don't seem clear on them. I am a participant. It is only the first cosmic day, and you already have the money to enter the slave market and buy people. Your strength must not be weak. I believe you will pass and become a great lord. That is a slave paying a compliment to a customer because that is his job, and I knew it was his job, and it still landed because I was very tired and nobody had said anything like it to my face in 8 days. What are the 33 heavens? It is what we call the Academy's heavenly Tao-grade grotto heaven world. It has 33 layers of space, and its entrances are scattered through the countries of the Cosmic Alliance. It is one of the Academy's most core treasures. My status is low. I only know this much. I'm sorry I can't tell you more. It's all right. You've cleared up a lot. Thank you. He stops walking again. Sir, he says, you're a good person. I hope you succeed. I have thought about that man a great deal since. I did not buy him. He belonged to the shop and he was doing well there by the standards available to him, and I had a specific list and he was not on it, and I walked past him into the building and he held the door. Inside, a very fat manager comes out and is enormously polite and asks what kind of slave I am looking for, and I give him a list I have been building in my head for 4 days. Alchemists, artifact refiners, formation masters, people who can build and maintain floating island equipment, people who can operate technological tools. His eyes light up because skilled slaves are where the money is. We have all of those. What rank? What's the highest you have and what does it cost? We have a 3rd grade low rank alchemist. For only 290,000 gold coins you can take him away. I cough. 2 hours ago I had 24,000 gold and thought I was rich. Only mention 2nd order low grade professions, I say, with what dignity is available. He has 4 2nd order alchemists. The cheapest is 3,800 gold and the most expensive is 8,500, and the difference is cultivation level and condition. May I see the 3,801? They bring out a middle-aged man held up by 2 other people. He is bandaged at the chest and the thigh. His eyes are half closed. His head does not lift. He is not standing. He is being stood. Name: Fang Chu. Cultivation: early stage of the second level of qi refining. Profession: second order low-grade alchemist. Innate divine ability: intermediate. Fire affinity. Status: minor injuries, extreme hunger, hard as dead as ashes. Note 1. Possesses decent innate alchemy talent. Combined with fire affinity, he is a natural alchemist and is on the verge of a breakthrough to second-tier mid-grade. Note 2. Betrayed by a close friend. Hatred for the theft of his wife. Vengeance for the destruction of his family. Reduced to a slave. Knowing revenge is hopeless, his heart is as dead as ashes. His will to live is very weak. To treat him, one must first rekindle his will to survive. The manager is telling me these are superficial wounds, and I am not listening, because I am reading the last paragraph. He is not injured, he is refusing to eat. The manager turns around and hisses at his subordinate. What exactly is going on? Shopkeeper, he won't eat. We found a physician and he fought us. He wants to die. We've used force just to keep his vitals going. Why didn't you report this? The subordinate looks at the floor, and I know exactly what happened there, and so does the manager, and so does everybody in the room. Sir, the manager says, turning back with a bright expression. How about I exchange him for another one? I find him quite agreeable, I say. I'll take him. The price obviously can't be 3,800. He drops 500 instantly. I offer 300. That was disgusting. A genuine second-order alchemist, whose cultivation alone would cost far more than 300 gold, even if he had no profession at all, and I looked at a man who wanted to die and used it to argue about money. Sir, at 200 gold you couldn't buy a decent rank 1 alchemist. Then how about this? 3,300 is acceptable, but you give me a written guarantee. If I buy him and can't save him, you replace him with a healthy second-order alchemist. Otherwise, I'll go outside and tell everybody the Giant Strength Pavilion cheats people. How is that possible? If he can't be saved, my money is gone. The manager stands up to throw me out, and Jin Dan leans in and whispers 2 words in his ear. He's a participant, and the manager's entire face changes, and I watch the arithmetic happen in it. Participants are watched by the academy. Participants might be streaming. Participants know nothing about how important the Giant Strength Pavilion is, and therefore cannot be intimidated by it. And a participant who fails loses everything, which means he will fight over every coin like a cornered animal. 1,500 gold, he says through his teeth, and I'll include a healing pill. I'm selling at a loss. Deal. Then a refiner and a formation master, and this is where I got the best thing I bought that night, and it was not a person, it was a note. Name: Zhuge Qing. Cultivation, 7th level of body tempering, limit. Profession, rank 1 high-grade formation master. Innate divine ability, intermediate, fusion insight. Accelerates the comprehension of learned knowledge by consuming mental energy. Note: obsessed with the Tao of formations and very talented. It is a pity he came to cultivation and to formations too late and missed the best learning time. He also lacks the legacy of higher-level formation knowledge, otherwise he could have broken through long ago. He is 1 purchase away from being a second-order formation master, and the thing he needs costs money, and he does not have any, because he is the merchandise. That is why he is standing there, incidentally. I found out later, he was captured while saving up to buy exactly that legacy. I paid 430 gold for him and a refiner named Ma Ziang, and then 210 for a spirit plant master, and then 400 for a maintenance specialist named Zhou Feng, who is at the late stage of the 8th level, and who was 1 master's death away from becoming a manufacturer instead of a repairman. And 5 ordinary laborers who could operate machinery, thrown in for less than 3 gold total, and one of them is a slightly plump young man called Chen An, whose family used to run a restaurant. Then the manager tries to sell me a fighter, and I ask the prices out of curiosity, and end up buying one out of pure appetite. Name: Xiong Li. Cultivation, Qi Refining Realm. 1st level, extreme. Profession, Battlemaster. Innate divine ability, advanced, Berserk Battle. Enters a berserk state, increasing combat power by 50% for 10 minutes. Note: a simple-minded natural-born warrior. He eats a massive amount. As long as you can keep him full, he will follow you to the death. A battlemaster, the manager explains, is somebody who fought in the Colosseum on Xiaoyao Island and survived 10 rounds of matches where the loser dies. Xiong Li did it for an entire universe month and is still alive and well. The price is 2,900, which is 400 over the average, and the manager insists it is because of his root bone and his ability. It is not. I found out within a day. It is because a single meal for that man costs 30 silver, and he goes through over a dozen gold coins a cosmic day, and every previous buyer had looked at his stats and then looked at the catering bill and walked away. 2,800. Done. Then I went to the 100 Battles Tower and sold every desolate mastiff below 6 stars and all my spare snake eggs for 23 gold, because keeping things you will not use is a decision to be poorer. And then I spent everything else, every last coin, down to 53 bronze, on a second-order formation legacy for Zhuge Qing, a second-order refining legacy for Ma Ziang, alchemy materials, spirit plant tools, and modern mining machinery. I walked back to the dock with a wallet containing 53 bronze coins and 11 human beings. 11 people is not a lot, but on a rock that has had one person on it for 8 days, 11 people is a civilization. Here is what I did in the first 10 minutes, and it is the only thing I did in this entire trial that I am unambiguously proud of. Don't call me master, I said. Call me island lord. You're islanders of this floating island now. You're relatively free. As long as you don't endanger my safety or the island's, you can decide and handle a great many things yourselves. They looked at each other. I did not do that because I am a good man. I did it because I had watched a manager hiss at a subordinate over a dying man's head, and I had watched a slave hold a door for me and wish me luck, and I had worked out that what I actually needed was not obedience. Obedience is worth nothing when you are not in the room. I needed people who would do the right thing on their own at 3 in the morning while I was unconscious. You cannot buy that. You can only make the conditions for it and wait. Thank you, Island Lord, they said, and I could see it land. Then I went and stood over Fang Chu, who was lying on the ground with his eyes shut. Do you want revenge? His eyelids twitched. He did not open them. Follow me. If I pass this trial and become a Star Lord, I will set you free and you can go and take it. If your enemy's strength is below mine, I may even help. What you give me in return is your loyalty and your full assistance until the assessment ends. His whole body shook, and he still did not open his eyes. So I did the other thing. A real man takes revenge for his wrongs, I said, and I did not say it kindly. I said it at a volume that made everybody on that island turn around. Giving up on yourself like this, what kind of man are you? His eyes came open, and they were full of a hatred that was aimed directly at me, and it was the first live thing that had been in his face all night. What? Did I hit a sore spot? Do you lack the courage to face your enemies again? Or do you only dare to kill me with your eyes? You aren't even afraid of death, so what exactly are you afraid of? He sat up. It cost him everything he had, and he did it. You're right, he said. I'm not afraid of death, so what else is there to fear? Then he stared at me and said, word by word, are you truly willing to set me free and let me go and take my revenge? The day I become a Star Lord is the day you have your freedom. I, Li Wei, swear it, and these people are my witnesses. He got to his feet and bowed all the way down. I gave him a healing pill and a hot meal in a lunchbox, and Xiong Li, standing nearby, swallowed so loudly that everybody heard it. Master, is there anything to eat? Didn't they feed you before you left? Master, they were stingy. That little bit wasn't enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. I gave that man the entire corpse of a 6-star peak desolate mastiff. He carried it to the kitchen on his shoulder with tears in his eyes. Then I handed out everything I had bought, the formation legacy to Zhuge Qing, who took it with both hands shaking because he had been enslaved trying to save up for that exact stone. I have high hopes for you. Become a second-order formation master, and I'll buy you higher ones. That is painting a cake. I know it is painting a cake. The only difference between painting a cake and giving your word is whether you come back and do it, and I intended to come back and do it. The refining legacy and a workshop to Ma Ziyang, 4 arrow towers and 4 cannons, and the arrow factory to Zhou Feng, who was so pleased to be given responsibility that he went and started deploying them before I had finished the sentence, because a man who has been a slave knows exactly what it means to be useless. The spirit spring and both spirit trees to Lin Shi, and a bag of chicken blood rice seed. See if you can clear some ground and plant it. Island Lord, a participant's floating island, is formed from living soil. It is the most suitable land for planting in the world. I have already looked. Never mind tier 1 rice. You could grow 3rd order high-grade rice here, which is the second time somebody has told me I am carrying the best farmland in the universe around under my feet, and the first time somebody has told me while holding a hoe. The pistol I gave to Wu Tian, the young man from a fallen 1-star lord state who had spent 7 universe months at his country's national academy before the capital was breached. You'll follow Zhou Feng. If any pirate gets in range, shoot them. And the kitchen to Chen An, who nearly cried because being given a post means being worth keeping. Then I went upstairs, alone, into a cultivation room in a house with 11 other people breathing in it for the first time, and I sat down and started refining 26,000 blood spirit pills, and I want to tell you what I heard while I did it. Cooking. Somebody arguing about where to put a warehouse. A hammer. 8 days earlier, there had been a man on a rock with a piece of flint he could not use. 2 days after that, we found the second pirate island. This one is 4 stars instead of 3, and it has something the first one did not, which is a professional. I know how their meeting went because it went out on the record afterward. A man in green with a feather fan tells the big boss that the approaching island can only be a pirate island or a participant, and it is the second. It's a pity, somebody says. It's still the first cosmic day. We can't attack. We cannot attack, says the man with the fan. But we can be attacked. Withdraw the men from the gate, leave a few weak ones in the open, show weakness, make him think the stronghold can be broken. The moment he lands, swarm him. It must be fast, and he absolutely must not get back to his own island. And if he doesn't fall for it, then we follow his island and wait for dawn. Once the restriction lifts, we board and kill him. And he draws the fan across his own throat. Do not go near the edge, he adds. Participant islands have radar. Don't let the radar find our people. That is a good plan. That is a genuinely good plan, put together in 4 minutes by a man with no information, and there is exactly one thing wrong with it. He guessed my radar at 300 meters. It is 500. Island Master, says the island spirit. There are 557 pirates. 4 at the gate, a few dozen meters away, all at the early stage of the 4th level. 300 hidden behind rocks and buildings 400 meters out, 150 in that hollow on the left, 430 meters. 104 behind the boulder on the right, 400 meters. I look at a stronghold with 4 sad men standing outside it. They want to feign weakness and lure us in and surround us, says Zhuge Qing at my elbow. Unfortunately, they misjudged our radar, says Ma Ziyang. If they'd gone past 500, we might actually have fallen for it. Now their ambush is laid out for us. And Xiong Li, who has been eating steadily for 2 days and has developed a small belly, says in a voice like a drum, in my opinion, raw power beats trickery. Schemes only matter when strength is equal or you are weaker. With ours, we just land and slaughter them. All of that is useless. Everybody laughs, and then everybody nods, because he is right, and because a Qi Refining Realm Battlemaster and 2 7th-level cultivators looking at 300 4th-level pirates are not in the same conversation the pirates think they are in. Xiongli, the 300 at the front are yours. Island Lord, rest assured, they will be completely annihilated. Fang Chu, the 150 on the left. And Fang Chu, who 11 days ago was refusing food on a stone floor, bows. Understood. Zhuge Qing, Ma Ziyang, with me on the right. Zhou Feng, the towers and the cannons are yours. You may move the island and shoot anything in range. Wu Tian steps forward and asks to fight, and I tell him no, because he is at the 4th level and the men over there are at the 5th, and I need him alive more than I need him brave. Then we land, and it is not a battle. Zhou Feng turns off every light on my island the moment we are clear, and the island disappears into a 200-hour night and moves quietly and takes up a firing position where nobody can see it. The 104 behind the boulder charge us and get about 50 meters, and then the sky opens. 4 arrow towers from a direction they cannot see, out of a darkness that has no shape in it. They go down like wheat, and I stand there with 2 men who have been slaves for years, and we watch it, and none of us says anything for a moment. Island Lord, should we go up in a minute, I say, because in my head there is nothing but the notification tone, over and over. 20 merit, 20 merit. 20 merit. Xiong Li kills nearly 200 men by himself. Fang Chu clears the left in silence. And this is the payment I owe on a promise I made earlier. The man who could not be made to eat, whose file said his heart was ash and his will to live was gone, walked into a hollow with 150 armed men in it and came out of it alone and unhurt, and then came and stood next to me and asked what I wanted done next. He did not get his revenge that night. His enemy is somewhere in the universe and I have not found him yet. But he was alive again, and he had been 3 days ago, and that is the whole of what I actually bought for 1,500 gold. Then a voice comes down off the mountain behind the hall. I am the big boss of this stronghold. I want to negotiate peace with your island lord. Please give us a chance. Everybody around me tells me it is a trap. Island master, you must not fall for it. This island is already in our grasp. What is there to negotiate? They want to use the negotiation to get close to you. Old way, root out evil completely. Those pirates were death row prisoners. You hold the initiative. Their only chance of survival is killing you. Don't fall for it. And a few, of course, on the other side. You are Li Wei, the #1 man of Blue Star. What's there to be afraid of? If you back away, doesn't that make us Chinese look like cowards? I have Wu Tian bring me a table and a chair from the house. I sit down on my own furniture 40 meters from a mountain full of murderers, and I shout up at it. You're at the end of your rope. I can wipe you out in a blink. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? And why would I give up merit that's already mine? Don't tell me you're offering the supplies in your stronghold. Those already belong to me. The reply comes back after a pause. On this island, there is a refined copper vein. Only I know where. Spare our lives, and I'll tell you. My eyebrows go up because I need exactly 100 kilograms of refined copper for a house, and I have never seen any. If I kill you, this island is mine anyway. It isn't very big. It won't be hard to find. It won't be hard. It will be slow. You're a participant. Are you really willing to spend that time? And even if you find it, digging it out is another problem. You don't have the hands. My men do. So they come down the mountain. All of them. Big boss, second boss, the man in green with the fan, and everybody left. Are you afraid of death, or do you want to kill me? I ask from a chair. Why did you bring everybody? Sir, you joke. We come with sincerity. Then he tells me he wants a heavenly Tao oath. That is a real thing, apparently, and only inside this space, because this space has a rule administrator. You swear on it, and it binds you physically. Tell me where the copper is. You must swear first. You speak first. I won't say it twice. The advantage is mine, and I call the shots. At worst, I don't take the copper. Exterminating you is already a huge profit. He is so angry he cannot speak for a second, and then his second boss nudges him and whispers that they still need the manpower even after they talk, and he swallows it and points. The slanted backside of the big mountain behind the hall. That direction. Got it, I say, and stand up. Since that's the case, you can go and die now. And I wave my hand, and a night sky that has no light in it opens up and drops arrows on them. You have no integrity. Integrity? I say, over the noise. Did I promise you anything? I invited you down to negotiate. I never said I wouldn't kill you, and I certainly never swore a heavenly Tao oath. The big boss takes about 4 steps toward me, and Xiong Li puts a fist through his chest. When it clears, there are 2 men standing, the second boss, who collapses screaming that he does not want to die, and the man in green, who has not moved at all, and who is still fanning himself. Are you not afraid of death? I ask him. I genuinely want to know. I was a person who should have died long ago, he says. Living until now is a bonus. As for you, your actions are decisive and ruthless, without any hesitation. Your future achievements will be limitless. Thanks for the compliment. Come on then. And he closes his eyes. If you weren't part of a pirate group, I tell him, and if I could recruit you, I really wouldn't want to kill you. Then I look at Xiong Li. Reduce this gentleman's suffering. Leave his body intact. Yes, it takes 1 stroke. Thank you, he says in the last second. And I say, you're welcome, quietly, because there was nobody else to say it to. Eradicating a Tier 1, 4-star pirate group. 2,000 merit. 40 low-grade blood crystals. 10 sets of high-grade military equipment, and a 4-star badge. Check what's on him, I tell Wu Tian. Take anything of value, then find a good place and bury him. Wu Tian looks at me. Yes, Island Lord. 611 pirates. 20,160 merit. The copper vein is 8,000 kilograms, which at Treasure Pavilion prices is 176,000 gold, which exceeds everything I own put together, and my total merit is now 29,550. Which is enough to go and buy an army. Military Camp Island at night is the opposite of Money Island in every possible way. Money Island is a gaudy golden sphere visible from 800 kilometers. Military Camp Island is a dark city with lines of torches on it in exact rows, absolutely silent, with the specific atmosphere of a place where everybody is asleep on purpose. Island Master, says the island spirit, and there is something new in her voice. There are no rules here, because once an Island Master lands, they are under military supervision. All actions must be carried out according to their rules. If you do not comply, they may kill you on the spot. A man in armor drops out of the sky onto the dock in front of me. Participant? Trial participant number 10,010 of Blue Star. Li Wei greets this general. He softens by about 2 degrees. I am not a general. I receive participants for the East Zone of Blue Star Region 11. My rank is Colonel. My name is Lan Guangyao. A colonel commands 5,000 men. He has come out in the middle of the night personally for me, and I find out much later that it is not courtesy, it is curiosity. The last wild civilization recruitment happened before he was born. He walks me into a military city and explains its economy on the way, and it is brutal. Rank first, then soldiers. 10 merit makes you a squad leader of 5. 100 makes you a squad leader of 10. 1,000 makes you a squad leader of 50. 3,000 makes you a commandant. 30,000 makes you a military marquis. 100,000 a military administrator. 1,000,000 a colonel. The academy pays the soldiers' wages and rations for the whole trial and all the way through your studies. After you take your territory, that is yours. Do not recruit recklessly because the academy is paying, he says without being asked. Once you go to your territory, the wages are yours. If your startup capital cannot cover them, the soldiers will mutiny. Such tragedies have happened. Take heed. He explains the pricing formula, and it is a genuinely beautiful piece of design. The base price for 1 soldier is 1 merit, multiplied by root bone coefficient, talent coefficient, divine ability coefficient, cultivation coefficient, rank coefficient, and unit type coefficient. Divine grade root bone multiplies by 10,000. God level innate divine ability multiplies by 10,000. I ask, because I have to. Colonel Lon, can one recruit soldiers here with a divine grade root bone and a God level divine ability? He stops and turns around and looks at me the way you look at a child who has asked whether you can buy the moon. How is that possible? Which of these dual divine geniuses is not a figure who shakes the past and present? Once they appear, every power in the universe fights over them. It is impossible for them to be relegated to ordinary soldiers. Then, on this island, the highest root bone is 8th grade and the highest talent is top tier, and they hold important positions. The merit needed to recruit those is astronomical, so I asked whether you could buy me in a shop, and he told me that if I existed, I would not be for sale. That was the first time anybody had told me what I was, and it happened in a military city at night, by accident, from a colonel who was explaining prices. Then he tells me the actual participant pricing, which is simplified and about 100 times cheaper, and where root bone and talent are random and you get what you get. I buy a squad leader's rank for 1,110 merit, and then, when the recruitment officer asks how many soldiers I want, I say, 1 squad of sword and shield, 1 of spearmen, 1 of archers, 1 of light cavalry, 1 of heavy cavalry. Both of them inhale at the same time. I did not do that because I like round numbers. I did it because the first batch is a seed, and I want one of every kind, so that when I have 10,000 men, I already know how they work together, and I have spent that knowledge on 55 men instead of 5,000. What cultivation level? All the combat soldiers at the 9th level of body tempering. The officer stops writing. Are you sure? Sure. He takes a very long breath, and his smile gets much wider. According to the rules, at that soldier level, squad leaders are at the limit of the 9th level and section leaders are at minimum the 1st level of QE refining. Can you accept that? 2,048 merit for the men. 24,300 for their equipment, 27,458 in total, and I have 2,092 left, and I walk out of that office with a bronze token on my belt, a pass in my hand, a uniform on my back, and the freedom to move around a military city. Then I walk out of the city gate, and there are 55 people standing on an open ground in 5 rows in complete silence. Front row, shields against their chests, sabers resting on the shields. Second row, spears grounded, eyes forward. Third row in plain uniform with no armor because I did not buy their equipment and did not need to because a pirate island already gave me 10 complete sets of archer's gear. 4th and 5th rows are on mounts with dragon heads and horse bodies, and the 5th row's mounts are armored to the eyes, and the men on them wear iron masks with nothing showing but a pair of eyes, and they hold spears longer and heavier than the spearmen's with a black bow strapped to each saddle. A transfer officer checks my credentials and then does something he did not have to do. He turns to them and says, "This is Squad Leader Lee. He is a participant of this session's Wild Civilization recruitment. He is the first participant from the East Zone of Blue Star Region 11 to land on Military Camp Island, to reach Squad Leader and take a full complement in this short a time. You all know the history of this space and you know what that means. Follow Squad Leader Lee well. If he becomes a Star Lord, you may all achieve great merit and titles for your wives and sons." He did not have to say any of that. He did it because he had decided something about me in 11 minutes, and I have never forgotten it, so I step forward and say the only true thing I have. I am still a participant. I cannot give you grand promises, but I guarantee one thing. During the trial period, every resource I have is open to you without limit. Absorb as much as you can, improve as much as you can. That is a promise I could actually keep, because I own a pagoda that turns corpses into pills and a shop that sells corpses by the ton. And if we pass together and I become a lord, I will not forget what you did. You will achieve merit for me, and I will grant titles to your wives and sons, and we will share it. And 55 people, including the cavalry, get off their mounts and go down on one knee. Greetings, Lord. I found out afterwards that this is a specific salute. It is not the standard one. It is a salute of recognition, and it means that from that moment, they will charge into anything for you until they die. Then I look at the 5 squad leaders and ask them to introduce themselves, and this is where I discover the thing that makes the rest of this possible. Duan Zhengchun, heavy cavalry, 2 meters tall with a scar from his brow to his cheek, 2nd level of Qi refining, and on his tag, under his rank, a line that has never appeared on any human being I have ever looked at. Loyalty, 79, with a scale attached. 60 is qualified, 70 is allegiance, 80 is loyal and devoted, cannot be bought with money, only moved by life and death. 90 is die hard. 95 and above is blind loyalty. 100 is fanatical worship and is described as almost impossible to reach. The islanders I bought have no such line. Slaves do not, because their lives are already mine. Soldiers do, because soldiers choose. I can see what people think of me. Lan Xingqian, Light Cavalry, Advanced Divine Ability, Loyalty 75. Lin Ji, Archers, a young man built like a clerk who apologizes for his own battle formation being behind. Loyalty 71. And on his note, a natural master archer and also a good Confucian general, able to make correct decisions decisively based on the battlefield situation. Comfortable below 10,000 men, can barely command 100,000. I have been looking for a person who can command since the moment I understood what merit was. I hand him 10 sets of high-grade archer's equipment I took off a dead pirate and tell him the reason I did not buy his kit was that I already had it, and his loyalty goes from 71 to 76 while I am watching. Wu Yong, Spearman, he looks about 20, root bone 7th grade. Advanced divine ability called War God, a passive. The more he fights, the braver he gets, and the lower his health, the easier it is for his power to explode, and it is easier for him to break through in combat. Note, a natural-born god of war. As long as he is given enough battles and does not die, his achievements will be limitless. I can see the desire for battle in your eyes, I tell him, and put a hand on his shoulder. Rest assured, following me there will be endless wars, and I'll let you fight to your heart's content. Loyalty 77 to 88 from one sentence, because I looked at him and saw the thing he actually was. And then the last one, Huang Dale, Shields. About 1 meter 80, dark, coarse-featured, with a voice like a drum and a face that looks slightly simple. Rootbone, 4th grade, the lowest of the 5. Innate divine ability, none. The first person I have met in this trial with a blank in that line. Loyalty 92. Note, a man with great perseverance. Once he sets his mind on something, 10 oxen cannot pull him back. He has already acknowledged you, making him a die-hard loyalist. A loyal man should be treated well. Already. He met me 11 minutes ago and he had already decided. I stood there for a second with a list of 5 men, 4 of whom have talents, and looked at the one who has nothing at all and has given me everything anyway. Cultivate well, I told him, and get your battle formation to the 2nd layer as soon as you can. When I have more soldiers, you will be my personal guard commander. 94. 1 point off blind loyalty, and I was not trying. Later I asked what the Blood Fiend battle formation they all kept mentioning actually was. A big shot from a 6-star empire answered it for 6 billion people. The QI of every man in a formation links up. There are 10 layers. An elementary formation at the 1st layer condenses 20% of the group's combat power, and at the 10th, 100 times it. There are only 5 divine rank battle formations in the entire Cosmic Alliance, held by the 5 top powers, and the Academy holds the strongest. Then I asked what rank mine was. Elementary battle formation. I was disappointed. Visibly. On camera. Island Master, said the island spirit, you need not be. Battle formations are extremely rare. 90% of 1, 2, and 3-star Lord states have never mastered even an elementary one. Only 4-star states get the chance. And then she said the thing that finally got through to me. You may have misunderstood something. Not all lords are produced through trial selection. In fact, 99.999% are not. They have never entered a trial space in their lives. Only in the 2nd Aeon after a new star domain is open does the Academy hold a wild civilization recruitment as a benefit. This is a special recruitment. It is unconventional. Do you understand what I mean? I understood exactly what she meant. The universe has lords the way a country has mayors. Thousands of them, appointed, promoted, born into it. And once in an Aeon, in a newly annexed corner of the map, they hold an open door, and 214,000 people from a planet with a mortgage crisis walked through it. What follows is 6 resource islands, and I am going to give you all of them in one paragraph because that is how much they were worth. The army finds them, boards them, and clears them, and I am in a room upstairs the entire time. 29-star beasts, 96 8-star, 335 7-star, 824 6-star, 2,105 star, 1,369 4-star. Nothing below 4 stars exists this deep in the zone. 3,844,310 first-order points. I did not fire a shot on any of them, and that, right there, is the entire difference between a man and a lord, and it took me 11 days to find it. There is one useful thing that came out of those 6 islands, and it is a correction I had to make to myself. Zhuge Qing brings me a ledger and reports that the crews spent hours quarrying ordinary stone and mining ordinary iron, and I look at the numbers and stop him. This won't do. That's my mistake. We have points now. Unless it's special or high value, we don't spend a single man-hour on ordinary resources. Draw them. In the time it takes to quarry stone, we could have hunted enough beasts to buy a mountain of it. He nods and takes it away and does not once say that he had been quarrying stone because I had told him to 2 days earlier. Then I sit down and do the most boring, heroic act of my life, which is 396 lottery draws in a row on a live stream looking for iron. I need 2,000 kilograms of black iron for the mansion, and it comes 50 kilograms at a time. That's roughly 1 in 10, says the room, doing the maths. It is nowhere near 1 in 10. It is much rarer than that. It looks like 1 in 10 because I can see inside all 3 boxes and I take the iron whenever the other 2 are worth less, which is nearly always. Along the way, I pull, without particularly caring, a mountain-splitting axe, tier 1 high grade. Not very useful. It can chop firewood. The room nearly riots. Old way, that is a high-grade divine weapon and you're using it for firewood. If you dislike it, give it to me. He's dreaming. An alchemy legacy, a fragment of one of the Academy's core inheritances. 4 pill formulas, which goes to Fang Chu and which incidentally gives me a permanent, checkable public explanation for every pill anybody ever sees me with. A medicine cauldron, which goes to Fang Chu too, and a great general cannon, which I already described and which I now have 4 of. Then, on the 396th draw, 50 more kilos of black iron, and the total hits 2,000, and I look up. Family, you've been asking why I need exactly 2,000 kilos of black iron. Yes, now is the moment to witness a miracle. 3,000 cubic meters of timber, 5,000 of stone, 100 tons of steel, 300 of spirit wood. 2,000 kilos of black iron, 100 kilos of refined copper, 500 hides, 10 high grade, 10 complete blood crystals, an attack building, a defensive formation, a spirit tree, 800,000 bronze coins, white mist, hammering, 1 minute. And when it clears, there is a 5-courtyard mansion standing where my house was, in the style of a very senior official of a very old dynasty, with a wall 8 meters high and 6 meters thick around it, and 10 barracks built into the inside of the wall, and a 2,000 square meter parade square outside the gate, 3,000 square meters of courtyards, 6,500 square meters of total footprint. My island is 10,000 square meters. The house takes up 2/3 of my country. Each of your squads will pick a barracks, I tell the 5 squad leaders, and 55 men make a noise, and every loyalty number on that parade ground moves up a point. They had told me 2 days earlier that they did not care about living conditions as long as there were battles. Nobody has ever meant that. Then the island spirit shows the room the layout, and somebody spots the thing I had noticed and said nothing about. There's a courtyard for the island master's female family, and one for his children. The trial is 10 cosmic days. You can't exactly have children in that time. You've forgotten what the voice said on day 1, somebody answers. The floating island becomes the capital of your territory. Since it's a capital, why wouldn't it upgrade into something that can hold a household? Do you know what it would cost to build a 5-courtyard mansion like that from nothing? Here it takes 1 minute. That's the difference. So the best move is to upgrade it as much as you can during the trial to save the cost later. And somebody underneath, quietly, counted as a capital city, that's not much of a capital at all. Old way, keep working. Then I ask about the peak grade mansion, and the answer takes the room's legs out. 33,333 square meters of interior. With walls, moat, and square, 55,555.5555 square meters of ground, and the island spirit tells me the number signifies the supreme one and is exact to the last digit. A moat. It has a moat, which she suggests I stock with aquatic vicious beasts. The requirements run to 14 lines, 30,000 cubic meters of spirit wood, 100,000 of stone, 2,000 tons of steel, 30 tons of black iron, 3 tons of refined copper, 800 complete blood crystals, and a floating island of over 300,000 square meters. My island is 10,000. Can a participant really afford that? The room says. Wouldn't all that money be better in his own cultivation? It would, in the short term. That is exactly why almost nobody does it, and why almost nobody has anywhere to put an army when they win. Then I teleport to Money Island for the second time, on a card that cost me 10 blood crystals, and I sell 4,528 jin of crystal sand, 272,000 gold coins. Steward Yuan is genuinely, briefly, unable to speak, which is the highest compliment that man has ever paid anybody. Where did you get so much crystal sand? Did you raid another nest, or did you successfully farm them? Heh, just good luck. Then your luck is simply too good. And he lets it go again. He also explains, without being asked, why he is not lowering his price for volume. The Treasure Pavilion has branches through the entire trial space and most of the Lord States of the Alliance, so my crystal sand is a drop in an ocean, and if I brought him 10,000 times as much, the price would not move. In future, don't hide it. Bring it here. No matter how much, we can handle it. 272,000 gold coins. I spend 155,000 of it in 90 minutes. 100 minor breakthrough pills at 500 each. That is 50,000 gold on chances, and it is the single best purchase of the entire trial because it means every soldier I own is going to reach the key refining realm on a schedule instead of on luck. 10,000 QE and blood pills, 3,000 QE condensing pills. 500 sets of alchemy materials so Fang Chu can practice. A second-order pill furnace. 200 kilos of gold crystal at 150 gold a kilo for a house I cannot build yet. And 300,000 kilograms of black iron for 18,000 gold. That last one is not a purchase, that is feed. 300 tons of black iron at 20 jin of iron per jin of crystal sand becomes about 30,000 kilos of crystal sand, which sells back to the same shop for 1.8 million gold. 18,000 in, 1.8 million out, 100 to 1, on a loop, forever, for as long as I keep 2,000 insects fed, then more people. A treasury manager with a photographic memory, 5 cooks, 5 builders, 17 machine operators, 4 administrators, 10 household staff, 4 ninth-level fighters to work alongside Xiong Li, and 1 more. Name: Wen Li. Cultivation: Qi Refining Realm, 6th level, limit, innate divine ability, advanced, all-embracing. As long as sufficient resources are provided, he can absorb and refine them to rapidly increase his cultivation until he encounters a bottleneck. Note: his next bottleneck is at the limit of the 8th level. Before that, with unlimited resources, he can reach it in the shortest possible time. The downside is that his bottlenecks are firmer than an average person's. 21,000 gold. A talent that turns resources directly into levels, sold to the one person in this trial who has an infinite resource machine and a shop that sells corpses by weight. I stood in front of him and asked one question. Do you crave freedom? His eyes came up and something went off behind them and went out again immediately, and he looked at the floor. I know the answer, I said. You don't believe me now. I'll let facts speak. Assist me into a lordship, and you'll be a free citizen of it, and whether you become a general or a minister will depend entirely on you. And then, because I am not sentimental all the way through, what weapon are you good with? He was silent for a long time. A blade. Then I went to the flea market, which is the part of Money Island where I make more money than everything else combined, and where I do it entirely by cheating. The first stall is a big, honest-looking man with a sword. Little brother, look at this. 3rd grade low-rank divine weapon, only 5,000 gold, you won't be fooled and you won't lose out. The room detonates because a 3rd-order weapon at 5,000 would be theft in my favor, and I look at it, and it is real. Name: Tianshang Sword. Rank: 3rd grade low rank. Description: the formation inscriptions have been worn away and there is severe internal damage. Its value has plummeted and it has almost only the value of material recovery. Appraised value: 320 gold coins. And I stop with an egg-sized realization. Appraised value. My divine ability has started printing prices. That is not something anybody granted me, and it is not something the panel announced. My cultivation went up and my sea of consciousness expanded, and at some point in the last few days, the Eye of Insight quietly added a line to every object I look at, telling me exactly what it is worth. In a market where every participant's radar is switched off by rule. Boss, I say, I'm a participant this intake. Do I look like a man with 5,000 gold? His smile goes off like a light. Just a poor wretch, wasting my breath. What about 100 gold? Get lost. Are you trying to brush off a beggar? So he knows what it is really worth, and there is no bargain here, and I walk on, and the room is furious on my behalf. That stall owner is despicable, all smiles and then hostile the second he knows. A Sichuan opera face changer isn't that fast. The flea market really does judge people by wealth. Old way, let's leave, it's a waste of time. You're not broke, everything in the commercial district is available, why waste time here? They mean well and they are completely wrong, and I cannot tell them why. An hour of walking. 3,800 silver spent on 2 broken weapons with a combined appraised value of 213 gold. And then a young man in clothes that looked like they came out of a science fiction film. Sir, want to look at my goods? I have some good stuff. You're from a technological civilization? Not exactly. I found a battlefield. 2 technological civilizations at war. Most of it had been cleared by the winners. I picked up some things that still work. He is the first stall owner all night who has not lied to me. He tells me, unprompted, that he researched the battlefield afterward and established that both sides were 4-star lord states and that things those civilizations discarded might be supreme treasures to somebody poorer. He gives me a free lecture on why technological weapons are more expensive than cultivation weapons, and it is a good lecture, and my entire planet is listening to it. Reason 1. A 3rd-order high-grade cultivation weapon needs a 4th-level meridian opening cultivator to use properly. A third-order high-grade technological weapon can be fired by anybody, even an ordinary person with no cultivation at all. Theoretically, an ordinary person can kill across ranks with it if they can hit. Reason 2. Technology can be mass-produced. I hear my own planet's future being read out by a stranger at a market stall, and so, it turns out, does everybody else. In Beijing, Wang Lei stands up in the middle of it. He's right. There is a war between two 4-star technological lord states out there. That means the technological path has a future that might be more suitable for China, or rather, we walk on 2 legs. The proportion of our population with a 4th-grade root bone is tiny. Cultivation is destined for a minority and can be our trump card. Technology is the actual road out, and he leaves the room to go and tell the highest level of my government to change direction. In an office on the other side of the ocean, Arthur slaps a desk and stands up. This line of thinking isn't bad. We were blinded by cultivation and blood crystals. We forgot that technology is what we are best at. And he goes to tell his own president the same thing. 2 of the largest powers on my home planet changed their national development strategy that night because of an unlicensed market trader explaining his stock to a customer. I bought the gun. Name: Ultra Energy Accumulation Laser Gun. Rank: 3rd tier, high grade. Description: the core component is damaged. It appears to have no repair value. In reality, it is not serious. It requires only one energy exchange component replaced, and the component from the 2nd-order energy-gathering microcannon lying nearby can be modularly substituted. This may reduce attack intensity by 10%. It can still cause fatal damage to a 3rd-tier, 4-star vicious beast. However, the energy module is severely damaged. Even after repair, it can fire 3, at most 4 shots, before it completely collapses. Estimated value: about 50,000 gold coins. He wants 500 and will not go lower, and I have about 140 gold to my name. So I tell him truthfully that I like the gun, that I cannot use it, that my civilization is backward compared to a 4-star lord state, and that if I give this to my people, it might have great research value. Every word of that is true. It is also a setup, and I knew it was a setup when I said it, and about 400 million people on my planet started crying about my patriotism. I admire your sentiment, he says, but business is business. 500 is already my lowest, considering you're a participant. So I put 3 tier 1 high-grade weapons on his table. The best 3 I own, real ones, top of their grade, worth 600 at the treasure pavilion. These, for the laser gun and those 2 broken pieces. His eyes light up. He knows exactly what 3 top-quality high-grade weapons are worth, and he knows the 2 extra pieces I am asking for are junk, and he does the sum, and it comes out in his favor. Deal. 50,000 gold for about 550 gold of weapons from an honest man who did his research and still lost because I could read the price tag on his own stock and he could not. That is the ugliest good deal I have ever made, and I made it in about 90 seconds. Then, on the way out, a stall of small cards. Boss, you're selling blind boxes? Blind boxes? What blind boxes? These are fortune cards. They are a specialty of a 9-star lord state called the Fortune Empire, which no longer exists, whose entire population loved gambling, he corrects himself and says believed in fortune, and who developed a technology that compresses an object into a disposable spatial card that cannot be detected from outside by any means at all. When the empire fell, the technique was lost. There are not many left, 50 gold coins each. Sir, do you want to test your fortune? Heaven bestows fortune on those who are fated. I look at a pile of about 80 cards, and one of them is glowing gold. I make a show of going through them several times, and the boss gets visibly impatient, and I pick the gold one and pay in silver, and he loses interest in me completely because a man paying in silver is not a customer. I walked about 400 meters before I looked at it. Name: fortune card. Rank: random. Description: contains 1 jar of 1,000-year monkey wine, brewed from 3 types of millennium spiritual fruit and 12 types of century spiritual fruit, fermented for 3,000 universal years at the core of an ancestral vein on an elementary ancient life star. Mellow, sweet, with a lingering aftertaste. Not only excellent to drink, but a great cultivation medicine, more precious than ordinary 3rd-tier high-grade spiritual wine and comparable to ordinary 4th-tier low-grade. Consuming it can significantly increase one's cultivation. Estimated value: 1,200,000 gold coins, 50 gold. I put it away and kept walking with my hands behind my back like a man who had bought a pen. And then, on the way back to my own island, the island spirit says a sentence with a shape in her voice I have not heard before. Island Master, you're finally back. We're so lucky. We've encountered a Shirang Island. I have never moved that fast in my life. I appear at the edge of my island the way a light appears when you flick a switch. It is small. It is shaped like a 5-pointed star, and there is absolutely nothing on it except one tall tower. Name: Shirang Island. Rank: elementary. Description: You can obtain primary Sirang particles from it, used to expand and upgrade the area of the floating island. You can also obtain low-grade or medium-grade source stones and improve your combat skills through battle. Island Spirit. Tell me everything. A Zhirang island is composed of breath soil particles, source stones, and a trial tower. The particles and stones are like sand and gravel. The tower is the adhesive that holds the island together. The quantity of each is limited. When participants take them, the island shrinks until they are gone, and then the tower can no longer exist alone and is taken away by the heavenly Tao. What is a breath soil particle? Short for Zhirang essence particle. A primary particle is the size of a soybean. Incorporating one into the floating island expands its area by 10,000 square meters. I stand there with my mouth slightly open. 10,000 square meters per soybean. How many are there? On a full elementary Zhirang island, 1,000 particles, 100 low-grade source stones, and 3 medium-grade. And to upgrade my island to the second rank I need 1 square kilometer, 1 million square meters, 99 particles, out of 1,000. Only participants can set foot on a Zhirang island. Not my army, not my islanders, not my pets. Just me, alone, in a tower. Island Spirit, start the stream. The doors of the tower open by themselves and the light coming out of them is solid gold and I cannot see anything through it. And when I step inside, the light vanishes, and I am standing in a room with 3 things floating in it, a golden arena, a suspended sand table, and a humanoid phantom. Welcome, trial participant number 10,010 of Blue Star to the trial tower. Please choose one of the following 3 challenges: Golden Arena, Beast Tide Surge, or Life and Death Duel. I ask it to explain, and it does, and I ask it about 30 follow-up questions because the room is feeding me good ones, and here is the shape of it. The Golden Arena matches you against another live participant from anywhere in the primordial star domain who is also in a trial tower right now. You see their name and civilization and nothing else. You cannot hear them. It is a life and death fight. Win and you get a low-grade source stone. Lose and you cannot challenge for a cosmic day, or die. The Beast Tide Surge is a survival mode. Endless vicious beasts growing stronger. Survive 1 standard universe time unit and get 1 particle. 2 units, 2 particles. 3 units, 4 particles. It doubles. The life and death duel generates a copy of you, identical in every respect at this exact moment, and you have to beat yourself. The reward is a medium grade source stone, the most valuable thing on the island. And it is the only mode that does not eject you automatically before a fatal blow. You leave by surrendering or you do not leave. Also, the tower has 10 floors and the floor corresponds to the day. Floor 1 is today and is the easiest. Every day the tower drops a floor. If you never found a Zhirang island on the first day, floor 1 is gone forever and you start on floor 2 and it is harder. Miss the first day and you miss it. The opportunity has not arrived. I choose the second one, I say. Beast Tide Surge. Source stones are excellent and I do not need them yet. I need land, and the world changes. The tower floor becomes grassland, endless grassland, to a real horizon, with grass over my knees and a wind in it and the smell of it, which is not a thing an illusion should have. Timing starts. And then there is a sound like 10,000 horses. 100 rolling earth dragons come out of the distance. Tier 1, 7-star, early stage. Failed hybrid experiments between a flood dragon and a vicious beast, ill-tempered, prone to stampede, tough meat, and, this is the part that matters, their skeletons are worth 10 gold a ton to a shop I have an account with. 100 animals, each of them carrying about 20 gold coins of bone. Only a dead rolling earth dragon is a good dragon, I say, and pull out both crossbows. Both. I drew a second Zhug's repeating crossbow somewhere in those 400 draws and never mentioned it, and the room finds out during the second volley and loses its mind. 20 bolts in the time it takes to fire 10. Then reload 1 while the other one is up. Fire, swap, fire, reload, retreat, fire. The first wave dies in about 90 seconds and the system asks me whether I would like to rest and wait or start the next wave early, which is the mechanic nobody knows about and which is the entire point of that project. If you kill a wave inside the time limit, you can call the next one immediately. If you cannot kill a wave in time, the next one arrives anyway, on top of the survivors, until you drown. Start early. 200 at 7 stars middle stage. Then 300, then 400, then 500, then 600 at 8 stars, and the 6th wave is the first one I fail to finish in time, and the 7th wave doubles instead of adding. 1200 at 8 stars middle stage, arriving on top of the 6th wave's survivors, 64 particles for that wave alone, enough, with everything before it, to clear 99. Old Wei, why has he put the crossbows away? He's taking out a spear. Against 1200? Everyone, don't worry. Old Wei isn't overconfident. He's assertive and he knows his own strength. If he's given up ranged, he's confident. And this is where the entire trial turns over, and I did not plan it and could not have. I go into a herd of 1,200 animals the size of houses with a 3 tribulation spear, and about 90 seconds in, I stop being there. I do not mean I lost consciousness. I mean the part of me that narrates went quiet and something else took the controls. The footwork stopped being something I was doing and became something that was happening. The spear stopped being heavy. The corrections that the Eye of Insight had been feeding me one at a time for 11 days all arrived at once, and I stopped fixing my mistakes and started not making them. Heavy as 1,000 juns, a single cold flash, the spear thrusting like a dragon, hiding skill, appearing clumsy. 9-fold strength, continuous and unending. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. I said that out loud, in the middle of a stampede, on camera, to nobody. My method of applying force went from the whole body, to the arm, to the wrist. I started stacking layers of it, and a rolling earth dragon at 8 stars hit properly, stopped being an animal. Look closely, somebody wrote in a chat with 15 billion people in it. Old Way's state is off. His eyes are completely empty. He's never been like this. And then a 5-star empire answered them. He has entered a very rare state of epiphany, and it is an epiphany during battle. Such combat talent is extremely rare. I have only seen it in ancient records. Today has been eye-opening. I am even more optimistic about him. Hanjian, Kunxing Empire. Ding. Hanjian has bet 100,000 black gold coins. 100,000 black gold coins. That is 100 million gold coins from a man who 6 days earlier had said, I had a 20% chance and then bet 1,000. And behind him, every big shot in that room went in at once, and the number on my screen, which had been at 10 billion, went to 53 billion, and then past 90, and I did not see any of it. I fought for 11 minutes and killed 1,200, and then 2,400, and then 4,800, and the epiphany did not break because a pagoda in the back of my skull was quietly dissolving high-grade blood spirit pills into a cloud and feeding them into my body through my own pores without being told to. The tower spirit apologized for that afterward. Master, previously without your permission, I took the initiative to provide support. I ask forgiveness. You exercised your own judgment in that situation out of a sincere desire to help me. How could I blame you? But unless it's a special circumstance like that, don't take such liberties in future. I have been told by several people that this is a very Chinese sentence, and I have decided to accept that. And then, on the 10th wave, with 9,600 animals on the field, my skin goes red and the steam comes out of me and every impurity I have goes with it. That is the final transformation that only occurs at the limit of the 9th level of body tempering, writes a man from a 3-star empire, or rather, at body tempering great perfection. If he draws qi into his body and fuses universe source qi with his own blood, he will have broken through to the qi refining realm. He is 1 step away. The room, which has been arguing about whether I am at the 7th or 8th level, discovers I am at the top of the 9th. There can be a gap between people, but not this large. Gao Yang is at the peak of the 4th level. He's still nowhere near the 5th, and you're about to promote to the 2nd realm. How is anybody supposed to play? Master, says the tower spirit in my head. The time is now. Strike while the iron is hot. Don't hesitate. So I break through to the Qi refining realm in the middle of a battlefield with 9,000 animals on it. Nobody tells you what that actually is. I read it off a jade disc while running. To enter the 2nd realm, you have to open your Dantian universe. Not a space inside your body, an opening at the Dantian into a separate dimensional void connected to you, used to store source power, which does not occur in nature and which the body cannot otherwise hold. An ordinary person's qi is extremely stable and almost impossible to open. It only becomes unstable at one moment, when physical strength reaches its absolute extreme, 129,600 kilograms, which is why everybody bottlenecks there. 2 reasons. Some people's Dantians are simply too firm. And some people are afraid because if you push too hard, you destroy your own Dantian and the difficulty of reopening it goes up tenfold. And if you push too softly, the universe you open is too small and it caps your entire future, or it closes and you fail outright. You need absolute command of your own body and the power of your own blood, the way you have command of your own hand. I had been given exactly that by a divine ability over 11 days, 1 correction at a time. I circulate everything I have and drive the qi and blood particles into the source qi particles like a collider, and there is an explosion inside my own body, and then a chain of them, and then my qi bursts open and something that was not there before is there. Chaos opens, primordial appears, qi forms, source power manifests. Something says that. It is not the system, and it is not me. It comes through every cell I own from somewhere very old, and everything impure inside me evaporates, and in a black space that only I can see, 1 point of light comes on. The first wisp of source power ever born inside me, the ancestor of every drop I will ever have. Roar, says a rolling earth dragon, because there are still 3,000 of them, and none of them care. Beasts, I say, courting death. And the spear comes up several times heavier than it was 90 seconds ago and takes a dozen of them off the field in one sweep. My Dantian universe is 13 jang across. An ordinary cultivator's is measured in inches. A divine grade root bone breaks the god's limit of 1 jang, and that alone is considered legendary. Mine is 13. Which has a price, and I want to be honest about it. To reach the middle stage of the first level of key refining, an ordinary cultivator needs 9 wisps of source power. A normal divine grade root bone needs 81. I need 1,024. Everything is going to cost me 100 times what it costs anybody else, forever. And in exchange, I will have the deepest tank of anybody I ever fight, and when other people are empty, I will still be full. I finished the 10th wave in about 7 minutes, persisting through the 10th standard universe time unit. Reward, 512 primary Zerang particles. Ding, as this Zerang island only contains 1,000 particles and cannot pay 512, you are rewarded with all remaining particles, 489. And then, because there are none left anywhere on that island, the Beast Tide Surge closes. All 1,000, every particle on a Shirang island, in one sitting, on the first floor, on the first day, 10 square kilometers of future country, sitting in a bag, out of a tower. Also, from 20,000 dead animals, 463,000 gold coins and dropped cash, 150 million first-order points, and enough bone material to sell for 400,000 more. I had walked into that tower with 4,000 gold. Then I stepped back into the entrance hall, and there were 2 projects left, and I picked the Golden Arena, and this is the part that turned my planet's head around. There is only victory or defeat. There are no draws. The winner receives a low-grade source stone. The loser leaves or dies. Please choose. Random matchmaking, or same realm matchmaking. The whole room screams at me to take random. Old way, choose random. Your luck is always good. With random, you might get somebody weaker. You just broke through. Your realm isn't stable. You might not beat a real first-level QE refining expert. I choose same realm. I did not do that out of pride, and I said so afterwards, and nobody believed me. Random can pair you with something that kills you in one hit before you can surrender. Same realm cannot. I did not believe there was a human being in the universe at the early stage of the first level of key refining who could one-shot me, so same realm was, mathematically, the safest option available. The first man who appears is wearing silver-white armor and holding an 18-foot serpent spear. Trial participant number, Azure Star, 3,421,488. Name, Xiaoming. Military rank, Commandant. Realm, Kuai Refining Realm, first level, early stage, 3 million. My planet took 8 seconds to do that arithmetic in the chat. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, millions. He's the 3 millionth something participant from Azure Star. What kind of wild civilization has 3 million selected? If you added up everybody on Blue Star who meets the 4th grade root bone requirement, we probably wouldn't reach 3 million. And his rank is Commandant. That's a level above Old Way. The intelligence services on my planet went into his stream within 4 minutes and came back with a report inside 20. Azure Star is a primary ancient life star. Its surface area is over 80 billion square kilometers, which is more than 100 times my entire planet. Its population is over 800 billion. Its social structure has sects standing above dynasties, with 7 great holy lands ruling hundreds of kingdoms. Xiaoming is a core disciple of one of those holy lands and the son of a marquis, and when he entered the trial space, his cultivation was already at the 9th level of body tempering. He started where I finished, on his first day. Li Wei, he says, a lucky fellow who just broke into the first level of qi refining. I advise you to admit defeat directly, otherwise I might not hold back. If I accidentally kill you, there will be no place for regrets. I am a lucky fellow, I say. That's true, but if you want to kill me, using your mouth won't do it. He comes at me, and I bring the spear round to meet him, and it takes one exchange. 1. The force goes up from the soles of my feet, spreading and stacking in layers on the way, and when the 2 weapons meet, the layers arrive one after another down his own spear into his own hands. The web of his hand splits open. His weapon leaves his grip and hits him in the chest, and he goes across the arena and into the invisible wall and slides down it, and coughs once, and it is a wet sound. I stop. I stand there with the spear grounded and let him decide what happens next. He tries to get up and cannot. And once he understands that I am not going to kill him while he is down, something goes out of his face that had been in it since he arrived. Aren't you from an ordinary civilization? Why is your strength so great? He had already beaten 4 people at his own realm that day. He considered himself correctly to be exceptional. I said, I'm a lucky fellow. Nothing more. Did you not use your full strength just now? No. He gives a short laugh with blood in it. I thought I was very strong. It turns out I underestimated the world's talents. There is always a heaven beyond heaven. It's not too late to know it now, I tell him. Perhaps we'll fight again. I hope to see a stronger you. Because there is no blood between us, and because if he passes this stage we will be classmates, and because more friends means more roads. Fine, he says. Next time I'll defeat you. I look forward to it. And he says, I admit defeat, very calmly, and disappears. Then there is a dragon. Trial participant, Water Dragon Star, 8,443,165. Name, Zhao Long. Military rank, Commandant. Blue brocade robe, jade crown, a sword like water, and two very small horns on his forehead that you have to look for. My own audience floods into his stream, discovers he is a dragon, and then discovers he is not a dragon but a descendant with flood dragon blood, and then, because they are my people and I love them and they are a disaster, they start calling him a mongrel in his own comments section. He arrives on that arena already incandescent. I did not know any of that. I had about 4 seconds to wonder why a nobleman was turning purple in front of me, and then he came at me with a killing move. Which is his right, and which changes the arithmetic entirely, because Xiaoming had been arrogant, and this one meant it. I used everything. The two forces meet in the air, and the shot goes out in every direction, and Zhao Long leaves the ground, and I take half a step back. Half a step. Xiaoming did not move me at all. This one's actually strong, I say, genuinely surprised, and go after him to finish it. And a golden light goes off around him in mid-air, and an invisible ripple eats most of my strike, and he still hits the wall hard enough to nearly go out. I admit defeat, he says immediately, because he is not stupid, and he had just burned a one-use life-saving treasure on the opening exchange of a fight he expected to win in 3. My spear comes down on empty air, and the last thing I get is a very cold look. Consider yourself lucky you ran fast, I tell an empty arena, and I do not care about the look, and I will care about it later. 16 same realm matches. All 16 ended on the first exchange. By about the 4th one, they had stopped being arrogant, because by then their own chat rooms were full of my viewers explaining what had happened to the last 3, and a man who arrives already knowing does not posture. Most of them fought once, properly, felt the weight of it, and surrendered like professionals. Several of them I ended up rather liking. Then the system tells me there is nobody left. Because the trial time is too short, all participants in a trial tower who have reached the early stage of the first level of QE refining have already been matched. There are no extra candidates. There are countless wild civilizations in this space. Are there only 17 of us at this level? It is not that there are only 17 in the trial space. It is that there are only this many who have found a Sirang Island, are inside a trial tower right now, and have chosen same realm matching. 17 people in an entire star domain on the first day, standing in the same room at the same time. So I take random, and the room panics, and I tell them I know what I am doing, and I do. Because I am wearing a second-order high-grade pendant that blocks one fatal blow from anything below the 3rd realm, and it is the first cosmic day, and the number of participants anywhere in the primordial star domain who have reached the 3rd realm in 11 days is somewhere between 0 and very few. 82 consecutive random matches, every single one of them a body-tempering realm participant, every one of them either surrendered on sight or was finished in one exchange. I did not kill any of them. I did not seriously injure any of them either. None of them had done anything to me, and a man who is going to need allies later should not spend his first day making a list of people who lost an arm to him. 98 low-grade source stones. Every source stone on that Sirang Island except 2. And the room, which has watched all of it, finally gets the answer to the question it has been asking me since the 2nd day. Old way, you're in the QE refining realm now. We all saw it, don't hide it. And I rub my nose and cough. I wasn't going to, just as everybody guessed. I'm at the early stage of the first level of the QI refining realm. 11 days. 11 days from an elementary apprentice who could hold a squat for 2.5 minutes. Somewhere on my planet, a group of people were compiling a global combat power ranking that day, and 2nd place was Gao Yang at the peak of the 4th level of body tempering, and 1st place had my name on it with the cultivation column reading unknown, and they left it unknown for 11 days because I would not say. And now I had said it, and every ranking on Blue Star had to be redrawn with a gap in the middle of it that nothing was in. The numbers from that night, once, and then I will stop. Realm, key, refining, 1st level, early stage, source power, 4 wisps out of 1024. Eye of insight, 400 meters, 120 minutes. Wallet, 463,512 gold coins. Points, 150,404,310. Islanders, 121, 55 military, 66 civilian. Followers, 38,243,000. 38 million people who have never met me, who have paid money out of their own pockets for the right to be on a list of candidates to live in a country that does not exist, on a planet that has not been allocated, in a star system I have not been given, on the strength of 11 days of watching a man on a rock. Some of them are from my planet, most of them are not. And one of them is a man called Li Wenhao, who used to sit 4 desks from me in an accounts department in Shanghai, and who I had spoken to perhaps 30 times in 3 years, mostly about the lift. On the first afternoon, when everybody in that office was working out whether 50,000 yuan was too much to gamble on a colleague, he went out after work and converted every yuan his parents had left him, the apartment money, the wedding money, the bride price, all of it, the entire foundation of the rest of his ordinary life, into gold, and put every gram of it on me. His colleagues asked him if he was insane. I believe that choice is more important than effort, he said. Li Wei is exactly such an object worthy of being chosen. I don't regret it. He said that about a man he did not know, on day 1, before the crossbow, before the snakes, before any of it. The bet's net value has multiplied several hundred times since then, and it will multiply again, and he is going to be one of the wealthiest men on Blue Star when this settles, and he has no idea yet. He does not know that yet. He is at a desk in Shanghai, 4 seats from an empty one, and he has already been right for 11 days. And on the other side of the ocean, there is a man named Arthur who spent 11 days trying to have me killed by a comment section, and whose final contribution to my life was an offer sent through his people to buy technological resources from me at a very generous price. I never answered it. Not out of spite. I genuinely actually did not get round to it. Somebody mentioned it to me a week later, and I said, oh, and then went back to what I was doing. He is on the record as having taken that quite badly. So, 11 days ago, I stood in a rectangle of weeds in eastern Shanghai that I had been paying 4,200 yuan a month for, looking at a picture of a woman watering a plant on a balcony that was never going to be built. Tonight, I own a fortress with a wall 8 meters high, an army that knelt to me, 2 spirit trees, a farm made of the best soil in the universe, a machine that turns the dead into fuel, and 10 square kilometers of land in a bag, and 38 million people are waiting for me to build somewhere they can go. The arena asks whether I wish to continue. Continue. Random matchmaking or same realm? Random. 98 of them had been body-tempering realm participants. 98 in a row. The 99th is not. Trial participant number. Abyss. 41,668,594. Name. Shen Xuan. Military rank. Military Marquis. I have never heard of a civilization called the Abyss. It is not a star. It is not an empire. Every other opponent on that arena had a planet's name over their head and a number under it, and this one has a word. 41 million, 10 times Azure Star, which has 800 billion people on a world 100 times the size of mine. And a military marquis is 30,000 merit. 10 ranks above me. It means an army, a real one, with sub-commanders in it. Somebody sent that. Something down there has looked at a random draw on the first floor of the lowest trial tower in the 33 heavens on the first day in the shallow end, where the chickens are, and put a marquee in it. I did not surrender. I brought the spear up, and I set my feet, and I waited to see what came out of the dark.